So going aggressive for Monte is a bit awkward until you actually have that Blink Dagger on Eknar.
Yeah, and I mean, how far away is it with the Philosopher's Stone there as well? He is going to be able to get that gold infusion there. It's going to be a ways away yet, you know, a couple of minutes, but it's not awful as long as he, like you say, he doesn't get picked off. And again, JustBetter, they aren't really pushing in. I think we really are waiting for this next Roche clock, so he is going to have that opening, you know, that little bit of a window here to get that gold up with the Philosopher's Stone that might just be enough here for him to get this Blink Dagger up.
Sure. Definitely feels like, you know, both teams understand how important this tournament is. Not only the money going to the second stage, but the points that you get for the LAN. This is becoming very, very tense. They're gonna, for the first time, they're using those DK illusions. And I think that's another reason why it's hard for Monte to really group up in like blind smoke. I mean, first of all, they have no vision around the map, but second, those illusions, they are so tricky to deal with. If you leave your base, they're gonna start sending those illusions. You can like lose your barracks without even like, if you take your eyes off the screen for 10 seconds, you know, your barracks are half HP.
Yeah, so it's actually a really, really quick Roshan respawn time we're actually here. So 12 seconds before the big man's back up in his cave, and at the minute JustBetter aren't grouped up. They don't have this timing. How far away is that Blink Dagger? Because I mean, this could be, it's still gonna be about 500 gold away, so yeah, about 400 gold away here for the Enigma. Not the, I was thinking if that was a perfect time, you know, a big black hole inside the Roshan pit, it might just swing this game right back in the favor of Monte. You know, maybe able to open up a couple of lanes of racks here, but they are smoking out. They've got this early Roshan timing down with the smoke, and they're looking to make a move. And again, JustBetter aren't grouped up, so if they do find out, maybe even just the supports, they might be able to take this third Roshan away from the side of JustBetter.
Oh, this is awful.
Because comes out. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. The jump comes in. They take down the Venge. Venge is dead. 50 seconds. Buyback available, though.
Alright, so Monte, how much are you gonna munch here? Do you feel comfortable just going hound this Roshan? You gotta remember, the TPs on those outposts are way faster than they used to be, so you can expect the Venge to be ready.
Yeah, and the Dragonite illusion comes in. You can see that the Venge TPing back in. This is going to be the buyback here for the Vengeful Spirit. Buyback-wise, Mars doesn't have his for a couple of minutes. In fact, it's pretty spotty onto it. They're going to be able to find out. Yeah, QBF White, he's going to go down. Astral, big pickup. He doesn't have his buyback-wise. He's 260 gold away from it now, and the hunt is on from the side of JustBetter. They're looking to get something from this. The cooldown comes through as well onto the high ground. Infernal has to back himself away. Backlines, they get the sounds. Eknar, even with the Greaves, he's going to go down. Does have that buyback, but all of a sudden, this is right back in the favor of JustBetter.
Yeah, this is a disaster. The Rubik had vision with a ward and thought he could initiate and get the lift off, but he was instantly stunned by the DK. So sad for him. And, you know, the fight was over. As I said, no buyback, and even if he did, this is a Radiant fight. He wouldn't be able to get here fast enough. Oh, this is hard. But Enigma, very close to that Blink. There's still the chance they can get that, you know, one smoke into a black hole you wouldn't expect type play. Tier 2 tower did fall top, though. That's huge, because they could potentially just go top here.
And this was, I'm surprised that Monte moved themselves into the Roche pit here after taking down the Venge. I thought they would have taken advantage of still having pretty much all of the spells up and looked to, you know, try to take that fight 4v5, but they move into the Roche pit. It gets scouted out, the two supports die, and all of a sudden, like you say, this is right back in JustBetter's favor. They've got this Aegis once again. They've got the Butterfly up. They've got a big swing in terms of the experience now. So I think they're going to try and look towards this last tier 3. Maybe even potentially look to wipe out the racks and look for Megas. Try and maybe force this game to an end. But like, he jumps himself in. Going to get sounds out now. The boat comes through. Skylark gets the kill. He does have that buyback. The tier 3 tower's going to get low. It's going to go down here. Focus. He steps up to the high ground. Skylark, telekinesis will be used, but he's going to be able to walk himself away. Homing missile comes through onto Crystallize. And Focus pushed back. Aegis has been popped. Can they do it a second time? Was that Arena? Was that anything? Follow up here onto the Gyrocopter to keep him locked down. telekinesis from the God's Rebuke, but focus. He's going to have that Satanic still. He's got that Refresher Shard if he needs it. And he's going to take... No, the swap comes out. And inside the arena here, Spartan, he might go down, but this is going to be a really big one. Black Hole, he gets to catch his on to focus now. Do they defend the base once again? Slowly chipped down now as well. The damage coming through. Crystallize got to be careful to jump in from the Dragon Knight onto the Enigma, but the Enigma's already used that Black Hole. His job is done here. He might be able to get the kill onto Astral. Astral can get himself away from this one. Buyback's coming through from the side of Monte. They know it is do or die time now. They have to defend the base. They have to get something from this, though.
I mean, again, Monte being very patient. They wait for that swap. They use the arena to bait the swap so they get the Black Hole into the gyro. But even then, that was such a costly fight. You have to buy back the Storm, you have to buy back the Rubik. All of your spells get used, and like, yeah, you hold your barracks, but it feels like slowly but surely JustBetter are doing it. I also gotta say, the bottom melee barracks, do you know who killed it?
I think the creeps
was up
pushed in
before the Roshan fight started.
Yeah. The creeps pushed in as they were taking that fight around the Roche pit, and they didn't get back in time to defend it, I'm pretty sure.
This is crazy. Yeah, we didn't actually get to talk about that because they instantly went top, but the fact that that melee barracks fell down is huge as well. Because I think if it was up, maybe wouldn't care as much about this as Monte, right? Because you know that the Aegis is gonna take a long time to spawn again. You were slowly like creeping back up in terms of net worth, but now you only have one lane, and well, they did get the blink on Enigma, but not in time for that play, and now it is on Clue now. So if they want to go for something, they still need a minute.
Speaking of going for something, look at what Crystallize has queued up here. Nearly has the gold for it as well. I won it. Arena doesn't catch. Oh, actually, Spartan's going to be in there now as well. BKB comes out from Infernal, so he's going to have to go for the TP now. Gets himself away, but Panda dive in from the Storm Spirit, trying to get the silence off. Dragon Knight doesn't have that BKB used just yet, so QBFY, TP away. No, Dragon Tail is going to slow him down. This is going to be a dieback on the Rubik. He is dead and buried here. And this is the thing, like you say, that it just feels like a death by 1,000 cuts on the side of Monte. That yes, he won that fight in the base, but it cost him a tier 3 tower, and now the Rubik's dead, and now there's going to be another push in, and the arena's down. Focus using that BKB spear is not going to force him back. There's going to be the right refresher coming out from the Mars. What can he do with this now? Focus still has that refresher shard of his own too.
This is a really good play. Like, they're buying time, they're forcing all these BKBs, and the Black Hole will come back eventually. Really
Rapier's out now as well. Look at the damage coming through from the Luna. Panda has to get himself away. Dragonform BKB's going. Crystallize has to be so careful that he doesn't go down though. Doesn't have that lifesteal to keep himself sustained even with that damage coming through from the Rapier. Infernal jump comes in. He's going to be able to get this Dragon Tail now onto Eknot. Eknot, he wasn't able to get that Black Hole up, and once again, oh Mars, he's going to go down. He does. Has that buyback available if he needs it. But again, they get a kill on the Gyrocopter. They're going to lose they're going to give up Megas here, it feels like. So again, Monte, they win the fight, but they lose the war here. And if this carries on going, JustBetter will slowly but surely be able to chip down. Silence comes out. Enigma, what's he going to be able to do? Tron's going to be there. Dive onto the backlines now as well. Did they get to kill into Astral? Going to buy back from the Mars. Mars, if he needs it. He's not going to have that arena for 46 seconds now as well. Spartan gets that swap out. He'll Scepter. They're going to wait for that bushwhack to get the lockdown onto the Mars. The Mars, he doesn't have that BKB. 25 seconds. Is this going to be another dieback? He's getting low. He's going to go down. Yeah, he's gone down here. And like I say, the Rapier is out now, but the control coming through. He doesn't have that Satanic, doesn't have anything. And now the Rapier is on the deck. Oh, but he doesn't have a buyback. He can't defend this 2v5. Or 2v4 even. The heals come through. Luna buys back, has that gold, going to try and get back in. Second time with the Rapier. Can he defend with the illusions? Tier 4 towers have gone down. Racks have gone down. Only your Ancient stands between you and the end of this game.
He's showing here. What is he doing? He's dead.
Yeah, he gets locked down. They have the Dragon Tail stun. Eknot, the Glimmer Cave, it's not going to be enough. And even if he was trying to bait in there, Panda, he's got that BKB. He had enough lockdown. Has that Manta style now as well if he needs to use it. So they're going to have that control. Crystallize again. Got to be so careful onto this one. Spartan, he wants that swap. He wants to get the Rapier for his teammates. He wants to end this game just now. Well, he didn't have the swap available for another few seconds. So the chase down comes through. Is this the death of the Enigma? The Enigma taking a lot of damage now as well. And again, he's going to be silenced up. There's going to be the Guardian's Grief. But Crystallize, even through the BKB, the damage coming through. He's going to be so careful to swap out in the X mark to spot. Focus trying to do what he can. The right clicks though, it doesn't matter. The X mark, it doesn't get him out of danger. And the GG will be called. 5 men alive and the Storm Spirit. He is going to be the full 5-man wipe before this Ancient pops.
Damn, alright, so they made JustBetter work for it. This was a better showing from them than I expected. I thought this game was going to be over 28 minutes, but
yeah,
a couple of mistakes. It felt like there were some cracks on the armor of JustBetter, but I think they just destroyed the laning stage so hard that that was a really tough game to lose. I think it gives me hope to Monte game number 2. I think maybe for better draft, something they're more comfortable with, they should put a really good fight. But very impressed here by JustBetter. I expected this to be a 2-0, especially considering they lost to Navi Jr., a team that is making some ways, but I think, especially in these qualifiers, we cast them a lot, and I never see them actually going all the way, right?
Yeah.
So I thought they were not going to perform as well, but they actually played really good Dota today.
Yeah, no, it looked really good, JustBetter here. That again, even though Monte were trying to defend the base, they were just losing objectives every time that JustBetter stepped up. And yeah, like you say, maybe there was a little bit of a quaver. The confidence kind of fell a little bit for JustBetter, but they were able to get themselves back in there, get themselves into a good position, and like I say, they took this game. Not the cleanest execution after that one, but like I say, those laning advantages, it just meant that JustBetter were able to roam around, take the advantage when they want to get those early objectives. And Monte, outside of the base, apart from 1 or 2 fights, never really contested. But that is only game number 1. We have one more game to come in this series, the first series of 3 of the day as well. So it is going to be a packed day of Dota, but we'll find out how the second game of the series is going to go right after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the second game of JustBetter between, JustBetter and Monte. That first game, JustBetter, they looked just better. You know, there was a little bit of, like I said, the wave and the confidence coming through when they were pushing on the high ground. But, Bowie, how did Monte kind of bring it back in the second game? Because it felt like they lost all three lanes coming into this first game. You know, how did they secure themselves a good game coming into the second game?
I think mostly draft, right? We talked about that first pick Enigma and how I think JustBetter did a really good job at kind of navigating the way that Monte wanted to play.
Yeah.
So it's on them to finding maybe a different route for them to take. Because I'll be honest, considering how far behind they were, considering the itemization their heroes had, it was very commendable how close they made that game look like. It felt like, you know, first Aegis was going to be the end of it, and they made it go all the way to a third Aegis, and even then there were some really close moments. Sure, JustBetter was a bit sloppy, but you know that's how it works. Usually a good team, even if they lose the lanes, they're able to find opportunities to come back, and I think they were really close from like making that an even playing field. They never really got ahead, I think, net worth, but they were very close.
Yeah, and there was like I say, there was a couple of good fights. I mean, Monte, I think that Crystallized, he tried to get that rapier out as well in the end game. He did some good work with it, but because he didn't have any lifesteal on his side, you know, he wasn't able to sustain with it. The damage was really nice. He took down Focus a couple of times with it as well. You know, it looked really good. But yeah, they just didn't have the itemization, it felt like, as well towards that end game. And like I say, that every time there was a push in from JustBetter, even if it eventually got repelled, you know, because Monte took what, like 2 team wipes there as well. But they just lost a little bit more of the base and a little bit more of the base and a little bit more of the base. So yeah, like you said, I just hope they get a bit of a stronger draft this time around and they don't feel like they're put under pressure from minute one, because even giving up that first blood for the side of Monte, it was just it was rough goings all the way through.
Yeah, and honestly, it felt like it was actually Monte being the better team after the 20-minute mark. But they were a bit too far behind, and their draft wasn't the easiest to play. We talked about lack of damage. And I think most of that could be fixed with just not picking that Enigma first, right? I think that's a solid opener for some teams, but JustBetter, they seem to be totally aware of how to deal with it. And, you know, you can maybe, like, let's say ban Gyro first phase, but I think he really telegraphs what you want to be doing. So I would just like to see Monte picking a different hero, you know, see what happens. Maybe if you really want the Enigma, you can second, third phase it, and it's still going to look just as fine.
Yeah, looking at the draft, we see the bans coming out of the Chen as well as the Timbersaw being taken away from Monte. Primal Beast on the side of JustBetter, so sticking to the same bans, I do believe, as last game. And what was it? I think I saw the stats for Dream League. The Chen had a 98% ban rate or something like, not even contest rate, just straight up being banned. Yo, what makes this hero so good that he is first phase banned like this every single time in every single event in every single region?
It's just, I think really good teams are very good. Like, really good teams don't make as many mistakes, right? So when you get that hero with the right items, which sometimes is Greaves, sometimes it's Bearing, sometimes it's Vlad's, and you just get in Aegis, like, it's so easy to control the map. Once you get control of that triangle, once you get control of areas, it's really hard to fight into that, right? And there's not that many counters. Doom doesn't seem to be that good of a hero anymore. Enchantress is fine, but doesn't really seem to hit as hard. It's just a really hard hero to play against. I think all of the auras got buffs as well. It's tough to play against it, right? Like, why would you play against Chen where there's way other, like, easier heroes you can give to your opponent? I think it's mostly that.
Okay, and we'll take a look at the bans. So this time the Dragon Knight does get banned out from Monte, and I think that was the hero that just enabled JustBetter in that last game. You're just so much in that early game, being able to make those rotations. So Monte, there you go back. It's going to be the first pick Enigma, and JustBetter will be able to get that Centaur on the board. The Batrider and the Undying ban out once again. And yeah, Monte, this is brave that they saw, first pick Enigma in that last game. It didn't do the best in the lane. They didn't really, do a lot in that safe lane, and they just go right back for it.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to bend the Gyro now, because I think that was really the flex of the Gyro was what kind of dictated the entire draft. Like, are they going to play carry? Is it going to be support? And in the end, they kept it as a carry. I think you bend the Gyro. There you go. Now that makes more sense. I think if you do it this way, there's no hero that I think counters Enigma in the lane as hard as Gyro does. You can Monkey King. You can, there's definitely other ones, but I think Gyro is by far the strongest one, especially when you pair it with Venge. So honestly, rather than picking the Rubik, I would want to see Venge on the side of Monte. I think the hero brings more damage than Rubik does, and it's also safe for the Enigma. But okay, they are very confident with their heroes here.
Yeah, they do go back for it. They want to make this work. And do you think that JustBetter have to go for the Hoodwink here in this first phase? The next phase, because it gets banned out by Monte in the next phase. And it did so well in the lane up against the Enigma. It was a massive menace. It sets up 2 really early kills as well in the lane for the Kunkka.
I like it. I think it's really good. If you played Centaur off lane, it's a great lane. If they somehow flex this to a support, not really sure if they like that. But yeah, I don't mind a Hoodwink. I think it had a really good game, and if the Enigma is a 5 again, you can win the lane just as hard. Maybe, the Enigma is going to be a bit more careful. But at the end of the day, what happens is the Enigma cannot, as a 5, cannot leave the lane with a Buckler. And so your Q just does way too much damage. Like, the Eidolons cannot sustain themselves. And the Enigma doesn't have a way to trade with the Hoodwink, basically.
Okay. And yeah, no, I think they pick it up here, JustBetter. I know they're taking a lot of time to talk about this, the next couple of picks, but I really would not be surprised if they picked that up for the lane. And even flexing it, you're keeping the second support open, so if it is going to be maybe this Enigma core, they could flex it into that lane there as well, just to try and put the pressure on. JustBetter, they do have that Centaur up, big tanky boy. So again, I wonder if Monte, are they considering the Mars to try and deal with the Stampede ultimate? But the Grimstroke comes out. That is just such a gross combination to put with the Centaur in the lane right into the Templar Assassin here for JustBetter.
Okay, that is very different here, despite the fact that Monte drafted the same thing. So curious to see what the plan is going to be like. They get this TA, huh? Is it going to be mid? Do they want to play? Because, if this is carry TA, she's kind of a melee hero, but you usually don't expect Inkswell TA to be the reason your lane's going to be strong. It's just not that common, but it's interesting. All right. I mean, I'm curious. I don't really see any synergy with Grimstroke's OT. Very odd opener here from JustBetter. I was not expecting this at all.
Would you not stick the Grimstroke in the lane with the Centaur? So you've got the Stomp into the Inkswell, into the Double Edge. You've got the double edge, the quad edge coming out from that Soulbind there as well. The Grimstroke and the Centaur really are, I think, lane-wise, are a really good combination to run and can get incredibly aggressive in that lane.
Yeah, I think that would be better. Maybe this TA is their second counter to the Enigma Eidolons, right? You want this as a carry just because you can refract Psyblade babies. Oh, okay. Oh, that is a really good response. This Lifestealer hero making a lot of waves. Very strong hero at the moment.
Yeah, just being able to run down on the set, just even being able to stand in the lane up against the Centaur. There's not a lot of heroes that can do that. The Rage there as well means that you can deal with that Inkswell without having to run yourself away from the creeps. It's a really nice combination to have in the lane, and the Lifesteal, I think, kind of... He doesn't auto win that lane, but it makes it a lot easier for the carry of Monte here to stand up against the pressure that Centaur and Grimstroke can put on in that off lane.
All right, hear me out. Centaur 5, pick a different offlaner, and I think that's how you win this game. I think Centaur 5 is pretty decent here. You're going to have a control for the TA to do damage. I think the Centaur Lifestealer lane is really hard. I wouldn't wish that in my worst enemy. You don't really get to use the Inkswell against the Lifestealer as well. You can play it, but I think there are some pretty, like, you can Viper here. There's definitely some other offlaners they could play for JustBetter.
Yeah, no, they could flex that one through. Do you think that with the TA being up as well, this Lifesteal is going to be a straight up Radiance build?
Yeah, I think you go Armlet Radiance here. Armlet Radiance eggs probably, or Sange, maybe Halberd eggs.
So with that being the pickup for Monte, do you think that JustBetter, if again they try and set this tempo in the early lane stage, how is the Monte with the Razor pickup coming through as well? How do you stop JustBetter running you over in the lanes like we saw in the last game here? While this Lifesteal will be wanting to farm up that big item in the Radiance.
I mean, I already think they have better lanes, right? Especially because we're assuming this Enigma. I mean, it's tough because the Razor could also be off lane. Razor could be mid for some players. Let me double check if Monte played Razor mid. They did not. So yeah, I think JustBetter, this lane decisions they made, I don't think their lanes are as strong as they were in game number 1. So I already feel like Monte is in a pretty good position. I think you already have a really good matchup on the Lifestealer versus TA. Razor, it doesn't do that well against Centaur, but should be able to kill the Grimstroke to kind of offset and break the refraction charges on TA as well. So I like what they have. I think this is a way more solid and way more damage than they had game 1. Damage was a big problem.
Yeah, and it's going to be the Shadow Demon. I like this pickup. Yeah. I think it was being picked up a lot towards the end of the games, end of the series, and it just looked like a menace. It is an absolute menace, not only in the laning stage, but just be able to pull those illusions out every level of the game. You'll be able to mirror the heroes at late game, mid game. You're being able to turn those heroes against each other, especially the Lifestealer. If it is going to be that Radiance build as well, against the Lifesteal, against the Razor, it could play havoc in Monte's aggression coming out in these team fights.
I like it. I think the lanes, though, are very weak. You have 2 range heroes on that safe lane for JustBetter. Not sure how strong it's going to be, but it does depend on whether this Enigma is going to be the support or not. I have a hunch it's going to be support again, probably the 5.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a Rubik Razor lane, so they need mid laners for both sides.
And how's the pick order? So Monte do have the last pick. They're going to be able to respond to whatever JustBetter pull out in terms of these mid picks. So for JustBetter, without considering what they might be playing up against in the mid lane, is there anything you think that completes this lineup? Are you looking back for that puck to help get the setups, help get it off? Or are you looking for something like a little bit more, I can't even say aggressive, because the current puck build is very, very aggressive once you get the ball rolling on the puck?
In hindsight, this might actually be mid TA. I feel like now with this Razor pick, they realize Enigma's not going to be support. It's not going to be off lane. Yeah. Maybe you actually want to play TA mid and pick a different carry. Something melee, right? You would have a better lane because it would be melee plus range on safe lane. TA mid is fine. We saw that most of the mid heroes are melee right now. The Pango, the Kunkka, I guess DK is banned.
5 seconds.
So yeah, they might actually pick a carry here, and I think I think Void looks decent, right? You have a cancel for the Black Hole. It's a good matchup against Lifestealer. Have Time Walk against Razor. I actually really like Void.
Okay. Well, the Wind Ranger comes out here for JustBetter, so
flex.
Yeah, they ban out the Huskar there as well to make sure there's no cheese lane winner coming through as well. And Monte, I wonder how they respond to this one, because again, you can run this TA and the Wind Ranger both as the mid laners and the carries. They don't bother which way around. They're not really too bothered which way around it's going to go. So Monte, they have a 50-50 guess here. on who they think is going to be playing up against this mid lane. And yeah, JustBetter with that final pick. It is a really nice, like you say, a really nice flex pick coming out on the Wind Ranger.
I like Pango. I think from the heroes they played, Pango and Lina are open. I think Lina against Centaur is a bit scary.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't mind seeing Pango. Even though against Grimstroke, I feel like it's a decent laning stage, but he would go for the Kanka.
Okay.
So now your heroes get a bit tankier. You're going to have this some auras again. I like Monte's draft. I think this is way better than they had game number 1. And the way they play, I feel like they are the better team. I think I'm siding with them.
Yeah, I think after that last game, I'm a little bit more in on JustBetter. You know, I thought the last game was going to be a little bit close towards the mid game. You know, it was closer, but JustBetter they kind of have shown it's actually going to be focused on the Wind Ranger. Panda will be playing that TA in the mid lane. It looks like coming up against Moonlight here on the Razor. So that's a surprise to me. I thought with the Moonlight Razor mid, they might have gone for that mid lane Wind Ranger. You know, the Wind Run away from it every time the leash comes out from Moonlight in that static link, just to make sure he loses as little damage as possible. But it looks like it's going to be Panda here on the TA that's going to be in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think it's better against... Oh, yeah, I actually expected Kanka to be mid, because then you can dodge the Tidebringer, right, with Refraction. But it's actually against the TA, which I would prefer as the Wind Ranger, but maybe Monte is actually the team that kind of for the chest JustBetter here in the laning selection. But, you know, none of the lanes look particularly weak besides Skylark center against Crystallized Lifestealer. I think that's going to be the lane that kind of makes or breaks this laning stage, because the other two seem playable. They seem skill, you know, pretty skill dependent, whereas Center Lifestealer, it is one of those classic ones that usually Lifestealer should come out ahead. The first levels are a bit hard for Lifestealer. Once you get level 4, level 5, you should cruise.
Yeah, and what does the Centaur do then? You know, if he loses this lane, does he just have to hang around, soak the XP to 6, and then look to, you know, get in with the Stampedes, look to aggress on the other lanes, or do you just kind of have to tough it out here, Skylark, even if it is going to be a really bad lane for you?
Yeah, you kind of have to do that. And this is a lane where armor and... No, this is a lane I think in the past was way easier for the Centaur as well, because the build-up was Vanguard every single game, right? But after they nerfed some aspects of that item, you don't really see that Vanguard first item anymore. Yeah, this is probably a double ring build on the Centaur, and maybe even like chainmail before phase boots, but he actually did leave the lane with only 1 ring. We'll see how he's going to itemize.
Yeah, coming in with the just that gauntlet coming out now, like you say, only the 1 ring. Once we go into the bracer, and it looks like maybe just that Helm of the Iron Will to you know, the casual Helm of the Iron Will. You can turn that into the you can go back for the Shivas a little bit later on. After that, you can build it into the Veil as well. So it is looking like the standard build at the minute for what the Centaurs want to go for, you know. But yeah, I don't know how well a standard build is going to work against the Lifestealer.
Yeah. I mean, phase boots is definitely necessary. It's just that...
Yeah.
I don't know. They nerfed, you know, this Helm of Iron Will a lot, and it is definitely going to be an interesting lane to watch, as there's a smoke play going on here. Maybe trying to get first blood on Skylark. He is in the low ground, but the Watcher should reveal the Rubik if he moves forward.
Yeah, he's not quite seen now. He's going to be seen trying to steal that Watcher away, and you see that Skylark backs himself out of this one. Yeah, and Monte, they were looking for some revenge after that first blood given up on the other side in game number 1. Won't be able to find it here. Skylark playing it right. He gets that Watcher and then just plays it at a distance. And in terms of the way the runes are going to go, actually Skylark, he's going to be careful here, because there is still 3 heroes around, so he doesn't want to get too brave on this one. And he might just let Infernal snatch his one, but Infernal. Does he go down again? Is he going to give up another first blood here? There's going to be the Inkswell coming through, the damage of the burst, and it's going to be focused. He gets himself another first blood on the board. That's going to be another great pickup here for the side of JustBetter.
Yeah, that's first blood for your carry Wind Ranger. This is going to be really good. This hero, you know, not the greatest attack damage level 1, but once you start getting some bracers and that universal stats start kicking in, you feel so happy. Yeah. All right. This is a good start. Now, top lane, I think, is the lane we should be watching, because that's where things are going to be spicy. Eknard did start with Malefice this game, which I like. I think you might be able to kill Grimstroke or the center level 2.
Yeah. And the rundown, I mean, yeah, the lifestealer actually went to the feast, obviously once that's sustained. But once that Ghoul Frenzy comes out, like you say, maybe able to get that rundown. The only thing you've got to watch out for is the Inkswell is up. So that could come out, you know, level 2 on Crystallize. He's either going to have to go for the Ghoul Frenzy or the Rage. And I think if he's trying to chase heroes down, he wants to prefer that Ghoul Frenzy. So the Inkswell could be the saving grace in this lane a little bit earlier on.
Definitely. Yeah, this game is interesting because usually I think if you pick this Grimstroke into Enigma, you want to use Stroke of Fate to kill the Eidolons, but because he's might not even be using them that much, having the Demonic Summoning against Lifestealer is also great. So very curious to see how Astra's gonna learn his points. I don't even think you learn. Okay, he instantly gets Stroke of Fate. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, again, it's just if Lifestealer does get confident on the chase down, it's just another way to slow the hero down. You know, try and create the gap between Skylark and Crystallize. And Crystallize, he's taking a lot of harass coming out from Skylark here. This double edge being used, but he just instantly heals it up from the creeps. And it looks like Astral once again.
Moonlight's so low.
Oh, he's taking a lot of damage here as well. Yeah, coming through. And Panda, in terms of last hits, Moonlight is ahead, but Panda's making him pay for every single last hit he comes forward for, it looks like here, Moonlight.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's a pause.
Pause coming through. Level 3 on Moonlight here as well. He's got that 2 point into the plasma field, only 1 in the static link. Does he feel confident for the chase down? Because TA does still have that refraction charge. Level 3 now for him, 1 point in that refraction charge.
So I think he's not entirely into the high ground. I think there's a chance he can miss this hit. If he misses this hit, then Moonlight is probably totally fine. If not, this is still a lot of damage once he pops the refraction off.
Comes out on the meld, gets that strike out. Moonlight, though, going to carry on stealing the damage, but it did. I think that was a Fairy Fire being used onto Razor, just to make sure he completely lived through this one. And Panda, even with the damage reduction, going to be able to get those side blades off and just make life hell in the mid lane for Moonlight.
He gets so many refractions off. God damn, Panda.
Yeah. And in fact, if he comes in, refraction charges in a couple of seconds. If he comes into this one, Moonlight, how far forward does he want to come into this one? Because if he comes too far forward, a meld into a refraction strike might just be the death of the Razor.
Yeah,
so he's going to be using these tangos to heal up and has to get himself towards the room for the bottle.
Yeah, he was trying to guard both sides, but now he's forced to get the other water rune just so Moonlight doesn't heal himself too much. Overall, though, I think the center is doing way better than I expected. You know, 14 and 3. The early levels are a bit easier for Centaur, but I think he already acquired a pretty sizable advantage here. He's going straight up for the Helm of the Iron Rune, it looks like. Just wants to get all of that region in armor so he can hold his own.
And that's kind of, what I expected when he was coming out. He had those queued up anyway, so being able to, like you say, just be able to sustain in the lane, even if you can't turn it around, it's going to be a decent amount of damage onto Crystallize. But again, Crystallize, level 3, he's got a point in the feast, he's going to be able to heal up through this one. And outside of that double edge, it's not the most bursty lane between the two in the world, so you would try and rely on that Inkswell, but the Rage being there makes it just that little bit harder to time to get the stun off onto Crystallize.
I'm not sure if it was you casting with me, but I remember in South America, we had a Centaur that against a Lifestealer got 3 points in Retaliate. And very interesting to see a Centaur go the totally different route, just, you know, getting the burst damage. And sure, I guess if you have this Dreamstroke, you might be able to 100-0 this Lifestealer if he doesn't have the Rage or if he doesn't pop it in time.
Yeah, and was it? It might have been actually. Rage comes through, yeah. I guess it makes sense. You get the Retaliate off. So every time that the Crystallize thinks he's getting lifesteal from you, you know, it's just being cancelled out by the Retaliate damage.
Exactly, yeah. But I think it's also very costly in the sense of, like, you don't get as much damage, you don't really get to play the lane as much. But, I mean, this is a totally different game. Dreamstroke is not a hero that's going to roam, so you want to play with him, and obviously, you know, learning Q and W is going to be better in that regard. But overall, looks like the Lifestealer did recover. The biggest takeaway from the laning stage so far is that everything's even. Not at all like game number 1, where that Mars was struggling so hard. Poor Infernal didn't get to play the laning stage.
I mean, he did still give up first blood here in the second game, but that is the only kill so far, like you say. But you do need to be careful, because these poisons coming through from the Shadow Demon are starting to stack up here onto the Kunkka. So the Kunkka gonna pop that salve. Yeah, just try and do his best with the regen. So tabbing out a couple of his items, his brace as well, trying to get maximum efficiency here from that salve. But again, Spartan's gonna be able to come in, and if he does get the lockdown, and once these shackles come through as well, once he starts to get those on the side of focus, it's going to be even easier to get it onto Infernal. He's going to be suffering, tries to eat away the tree. There's going to be that tree behind him, so there's going to be the shackle coming through. Not enough to get the kill, because Spartan wasn't able to get those shadow poisons off. But again, it effectively cancels out that salve that Infernal's only just used.
Yeah, he's getting some tangles here. We'll get the regen from the tower as well, but super tough lane. So I think he's, his CS is just way better. He had something like 7-4 CS at 4 minutes or something crazy. He's fighting for the Lotus here and might be able to pick it up.
Well, he gets the X mark off here, Infernal, so he gets a drop back on the Wind Ranger, means he gets a free Lotus off that Skylark as well. How is he looking? Gonna be in fact, he loses his career now as well. It's gonna be the Malefice into the Blood Grenade, tries to get that stomp off, but the Lifestealer keeps on going now. Doesn't use the Rage. Can they get the slowdown here with the Inkswell? Skylark trying to use his best. Inkswell get used. And Crystallize, he holds on to the Rage. He just backs himself away, so doesn't want to get aggressive onto Skylark. And Eknart, maybe not in the best of health to try and get aggressive there as well. So they do they skirmish out, they trade some damage, but neither hero gets a kill here in this top lane.
Yeah, this centaur is very hard to bring down, and you're fighting close to the tower. There's always a chance for a support TP. And speaking of supports, looks like Spartan is going for a steal on the Wisdom Rune, although KBF seemed to be aware of this play as well.
And he's trying to get the pull out here. Does Spartan interrupt this one? He might be able to get this disruption off. He's looking. Shadow Poison comes through. QBFY. He's going to be able to get it here with the telekinesis. SSA Spartan wasn't quick enough for the disruption. Will be able to get the TP away. Gets a little bit of punishment from that one. But both teams get the respective Wisdom Runes.
Oh, Skylark finds Eknard here. We've got to be careful. Moonlight's nearby.
Yeah, Moonlight coming in. Do they get the chase down now? Once again, Astral's going to be close again to the Inkswell, but it doesn't matter. Crystallize. He will this time have the damage to get the kill. And like you say, going towards that armor here on the Lifestealer. Going to be able to go towards that item-wise. And he, again, not really being pressured by this lane. The Grimstroke Centaur is usually an incredibly strong kill lane, and the Lifestealer just cancels all of this out. So he is going to be able to slowly but steadily get himself towards his items.
Yeah, this is definitely a game where both offlaners are pretty much on even ground, network-wise. Slight advantage here for Centaur, but we'll see how things are going to pan out. So far, I'm not really seeing a lot of impact from Skylark, but this hero only needs level 6, and that's when you can maybe, dive the Razor. Pretty much everyone else can be dive, and this Inferno will TP out the bottom side here. It's focus fired by Focus.
Yeah, the chase down coming through from Moonlight. What's he going to try and do? He gets himself outside that Inkswell range here. It's going to be the quick pop onto that one, so it's going to be the quick pop onto Astral. As yeah, with that static link coming out from Razor, meant that he could just get the chase down into the Grimstroke. Nothing the Grimstroke could do there. And Grimstroke, 830 health, not a lot of armor, pretty squishy in this early game. Moonlight taking full advantage of this one. Speaking of taking full advantage, QBFY slowed down. Does he get himself away? Pan's going to try and go for the chase. He had those traps. So we'll be able to get the kill onto QBFY and taking away a couple of these stack creeps as well. Panda, not on his side of the map, but he says, I'm still the stack farmer, and you have to come and contest this if you want to try and get them away from me.
It's level 9, minute 8. Panda is having a great game again. But another hero that's having a great game is Eknart. He had a terrible game number 1, but he's level 5.5. Like, this is night and day. So his mech's gonna come a little bit earlier as well. Ooh, look at that Lifestealer. Is looking for some food.
Does he get it off now? The Infest Bomb's going to be used. Eknart rotates in. QBFY is going to be here, and Eknart is the one that gets the credit for the kill. Moonlight rotates in now as well. They should be able to get another kill here onto the Grimstroke. Grimstroke going to be chased down, and again, isn't in range of the Inkswell, so the static link still does the damage. And this is going to be 4 heroes up on the top tower. This actually might be a tier 1 tower going down, and Monte going to be able to break the first tower of the game. Fortification will be used, but you have the Eidolons here. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Boat comes out. The focus fire, though, onto Infernal. He's trying to break the vision. and there's no power shot to finish the kill, and it looks like the Kunkka will be able to get away. It forces out a TP, though, from Moonlight, so Skylark. Do they still get Skylark trying to defend this tier 1 tower? It looks like he might try and go for the Knight. Is he going to get cheeky? No. Just couldn't time it right, and yeah, under 10 minutes, Monte will take down that first tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is very different from game number 1, where 2 towers were already down. They do kill the Kunkka finally here with focus. Oh no, now Ignard.
Do you think
he's not level 6? He's so close.
Yeah, the Demonic Purge comes out here. He wants that one, but it's going to be enough. Spartan gets the kill. And Eknar, he was stuck in no man's land. The Shackle, the Demonic Purge, there was no way for him to get himself away from that.
Dude, this game is so close. This game is awesome. Like, you can see how both sides are utilizing the weaknesses of the offlaners here to get some kills. Razor is being more active, whereas this TA is farming towards her timings, which is actually this very early Blink Dagger. So curious to see how Panda's going to try and utilize it. They do have Stampede not used just yet, so I think this might be a timing for a smoke. You're going to clear all of this Catapult Wave so you don't lose any other towers, and maybe go look for this Lifestealer, go look for the Razor.
Yeah, and I mean, what are you expecting here for the TA build-wise? Is it a complete skip over the Dragonlance? You're just straight into the Desolator, or do you still go back for that if you're Panda?
I think Deso Shard seems pretty good for me. I'm not a TA player, but I think Shard is incredible this game against the Lifestealer. It's also very good against the Enigma. I guess we didn't talk about it during the draft, but not only counters Enigma in the lane, but just having that silence into the black hole. It's very hard for this Enigma to ever get a black hole off, even though you don't have the Venge this game.
Yeah, we'll see Enigma building up. It looks like, again, similar building to the last game. He's already got that buckler up. What is he going for? They're going to try and go for a TP bottom. How do they engage onto this one? SSA Spartan backs himself away. Shackles actually connects onto the Kunkka. She's not going to be able to get the drag back. Oh, Plasma Field is used, but Moonlight not going to be able to catch up to anyone. So the Stampede does get used here. Gets both the Wind Ranger and the Spartan on the Shadow Demon out alive.
Alright, a bit sad for JustBetter, because I think they could have used that Stampede aggressively. They're going to lose Spartan anyways. He will be killed here by Moonlight.
In the mid lane, though, they're going to lose QBFY, it looks like. So an instant return kill coming through. Panda going to be able to be the one that does that, excuse me, as a Panda now. With only the Blightstone is going to go into the Deso, so skipping over the Dragonlance. I wonder if he's skipping over the Dragonlance to go straight into that MKB. With the lifesteal going into the Radiance here, but they should be able to put some pressure onto this tier 1 tower mid. Won't be able to take it though because of that TP in from the Kunkka.
We also take the bottom tower. So in general, the tower game totally on the side of Monte, already getting 2 towers. Skylark, he's going straight up for that blink, which I like. I've seen so many centers get that veil early in. It feels so underwhelming. Like, the only thing you care about in that item as a center early on is the Helm of the Iron Will. You just want the sustain. So I'm happy he's going for the blink. I feel like, especially when you have TA mid, you need to be more active with your other heroes. Honestly, Focus has been the most active hero on the side of JustBetter this game.
And yeah, I mean, you look at it net worth-wise here as well. The Wind Ranger, he's not really stacking too much up, but he's not really been in too much danger as well. Like I say, 102. How does the Wind Ranger... Because does he need to focus on an MKB as well? You know, trying to go for this life steal with a focus fire in the fights? Or do you expect him to... You know, what is the build for a position 1 Wind Ranger like this?
I don't think you need the MKB. Maelstrom, because you cannot miss the Maelstrom attacks, usually that's enough. Oh, they're going to find Mr. Eknard here. He should be done so.
Yeah, he's gone. Really good setup again coming in from Spartan. And the disruption into the Purge just means the Enigma has no way out there.
We're going to smoke, though, looking for our boy Skylark. And that's also the Wisdom Rune, so very usual standard move. Not only they find the Centaur, they're going to get that Wisdom Rune as well.
Yeah, underneath the tier 2 tower here as well. Crystallize picks himself up in another kill. QBFY. He gets that Wisdom Rune Storm. I'm surprised to see SSA Spartan not make a move to this one.
Oh, and look, Moonlight. He's going to fight Astral.
Yeah. They're going to be able to come into this one. He's going to try and get that quick int-swell away from this one, but Moonlight moves himself out of the blast range, and they get another kill. This is going awful here for the side of JustBetter compared to the first game, and yeah, not that overwhelming lane dominator team that we saw in this first game. Monte, they're holding their own coming into this one. 7 kills to 6, 14.5 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard defense now. They don't have Glyph. They have some TPs, but no TP or no blink on the Centaur.
Skylark surely is there's no drag back, there's no telekinesis onto him, so he's going to be able to use that instant stampede, get himself out of danger. Really good shackle coming out, but Eknok now is on the black hole. They get the lockdown onto Focus, should be able to get the kill even through the wind run. Is Focus going to go down here? Chase down, uses that Focus Fire, doesn't matter. Crystallize gets one last swipe out. It's going to be the stun coming through. The stolen hoof stomp coming out from the Rubik. A good setup with the telekinesis, and they take down 2 here on the side of Monte. Chasing down SSA Spartan, trying to get himself away from this one, but it feels like Monte, they're doing right back what JustBetter did in this first game, and JustBetter at the minute have no answer to this.
Yeah, I mean, they really wanted to defend the mid tower, but they didn't have the resources, and now Panda should be in trouble here. That Inkswell, it's not gonna be enough.
No, the lockdown, the boat, disruption comes through now as well, so this is going to be a big setup to get the kill onto Panda and Astral. Moonlight with the double kill ultimate, and this is going to be the, is it the Monte style? Yeah, the Monte style just flies out here for Moonlight, so he's going to be able to start himself on that BKB. Really good start for this Razor. He's taking full advantage. Top net worth, where you are used to seeing, or at least I'm used to seeing, the TA, thanks to stacks, thanks to rotation kills, being about 2k gold ahead at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's the problem. The TA just farms too much. We saw so many moves from Moonlight. 6-0 and 3.
Yeah.
You know, he got the center kill top. He helped with some TPs in the bottom side. Whereas this TA, now that she's ready to fight, your side lane cores aren't ready to follow you. No blink on Skylark just yet. And we talked about that center first pick. I don't know. I think the opener here, considering the other options JustBetter had, it feels to me very odd. You know, they're not bad heroes per se, but I can't see why you wouldn't go for the Gyro Venge. You know, because they did the same thing. They didn't play core Enigma, and I think you would be much happier with those heroes.
Yeah. Well, the Gyrocopter was banned out right after, so they couldn't get that pick in. But yeah, going back to that Venge, it would have been nice, like you say, being able to set up. Speaking of set up, Spartan, he is going to be set up for another fall here. A Moonlight, he is wicked sick coming into this one. 7-0-3 on the Razor. Yeah, they are just going from lane to lane to lane. They are absolutely hunting JustBetter down. Moonlight comes through. There's going to be the wind run. There's going to be the focus fire coming through. But Infernal is here, trying to get this damage off. They've got the setup. They take down the Wind Ranger. And it should be another kill onto the Wind Ranger.
I mean, they're not stopping, and they're being very, very oppressive with the way they're showing in lanes. Radiance now done for Crystallize. This game has looked really tough, and you know, 12% win rate with only 7k gold lead. The core-to-core matchups on the side of Monte are really, really good. And yeah, I don't know, JustBetter. They do have this Blink Dagger now, and they have to make it count. They're gonna find Eknard. I mean, he's a level 10 hero, so this is fine.
Yeah, nice, comfortable kill here for them. It looks like Infernal was trying to rotate in, help out his teammate. Wasn't able to get there in time. And now might be at a little bit of risk here. Does he have... He doesn't have a BKB. He has the Blade Mail instead. But Infernal, did he turn this one around? Was the Kunkka? Was he the worm on the hook here? Is Panda going to be taking a lot of damage coming through? Do they finally get the kill onto Moonlight? Moonlight's going to fall. Gives up over 1,200 gold. And now the boat, but it doesn't connect onto Panda. Panda, he is playing on the edge of his life. Blade Mail pop for Infernal. Trying to get the chase down focus. Does he have that wind run left? He's going to be pulled back here by that tide. And it's going to be enough damage. Surely no, the disruption. It saves him for a little bit longer, but QBFY will be able to finish off the kill. Jump in. Santos Stomp going to be able to get a lot of damage onto the lifesteal. The lifesteal goes down. He got absolutely destroyed here. Skylark as well takes down QBFY. This was looking so good for Monte, but all of a sudden it turns on its head. And that's still a full... In fact, I'm including the kill at the start of this fight. That's a full team wipe coming out here for JustBetter.
Dude, there's a reason Europe is the best region in this game. God damn, they play so well. As I said, that fight seemed over. They had, like, you killed this Enigma, you already, like, showcased everyone where you are, and somehow, like, so many clutch plays. You got the disruption on that Wind Ranger, buying some time, then you Inkswell the center back in, they 100-0 this Lifestealer that has Radiance and especially Array, so it's really tanky. Just honestly incredibly well played on both sides, and I don't know, you know, first game that I'm casting from this tournament specifically, and I'm already super happy because it feels like the level of gameplay is through the roof.
Yeah, and you could see that both the Centaur and the TA were playing on with like a tenth of the health, but they were making it count. When they were getting in, getting themselves out, just knowing the absolute limits of the hero here on the side of JustBetter, and it pays off for them. They, like I said, they were able to take that full wipe, including the Enigma that started that one off. So Monte, all of a sudden, after looking super comfortable, that net worth lead is going to be cut down. It's going to be cut way down to just a 4K net worth lead here for the side of Monte.
Yeah, that's pretty much half of what it used to be. Win probability though still on the side of Monte for a fair amount of reasons. The core-to-core matchups are hard. This Enigma is so freaking farmed. He also got a Eye of Vizier, which is huge. Although makes his mana with the items he has very limited. But one black hole is all you need sometimes, and that extra cast range can be pretty deceiving.
Yeah, and that's all he needs to do. Like you say, he jumps in, he gets a 2, 3, 4-man black hole, says, job's done, you can kill me after this one if you want, if there's any of you left. And, But yeah, it looks like both teams now going to put a little bit of a halt to the aggression, just looking to just farm it out, find the next set of items, and at the minute, who is this going to benefit, do you think?
I think it benefits JustBetter. Now they are able to get those next sets of items. It's not like Monte can necessarily just brute force Roshan. They don't have the best lineup for it. So yeah, I think this is gonna be a good timing now for the side of JustBetter. You have Shard on this TA, so that's silence against Lifesteal. Still no Manta. He's actually pretty... It's gonna take a while for him to finish that one.
Yeah.
BKB though did get completed on Moonlight, so they do have timings of their own. Kunkka still working on the eggs, gonna take a while. Now Smoke.
And yeah, you were talking about Roshan and Monte not having the quickest lineup to take it, but on the other side, JustBetter with the focus fire coming through, with the armor reduction as well from the TA, not only the meld but the desolator too. If they get a 30-second opener, in fact they might be going towards it, they smoke over, they're going to be able to get themselves on top of QBFY gets caught out, power shot and Panda with the right click finish the job. So
Roshan
now Monte, they know this Roshan is going to be contested. Do they want to try and fight for it? Because again, Panda and Focus, they can make mincemeat out of this Roshan in a good few seconds.
Yeah, I don't think they can. They're gonna be able to steal the Wisdom? No, not even that, I think. Skylark did TP and Crystallize didn't felt comfortable enough going up the high ground. So overall, free Roshan here and JustBetter. Even though there were like 2 or 3 minutes of intense pressure from Monte, they find their footing and they're back in this game.
Yeah, that Watcher scouted out the Wisdom Rune, so you can see that Skylark, he was waiting for someone to try and go take it, getting a stomp in. Maybe looking for a solo kill if it was Eknar that made a rotation to that one, but no one did, so in the end he does pick it up himself. But yeah, Aegis now on the TA, really nice pickup, 4.5 minutes with the second life here for Panda. And we'll see how they're going to be able to try and make this one count. He is going to go back into the Hurricane Pike, so being able to separate himself from the lifesteal, if the lifesteal gets in his face, is really nice. And it's just a really nice power spike to have for the TA. So what's Crystallized got on his side? Not going to be too far, just that recipe now for the Manta Cell, of course. It did get a big cost increase, so it's still going to be about over 1,000 gold away for Crystallized, but that is going to be his next big timing on the items.
Alright, so mid tower is going to be glyphed here. They are smoking inside of Monte, but I don't think you necessarily want to fight for this mid tower. What kind of scares me for JustBetter is that even though they are regaining their position in this game, okay, they find the Kunkka. That's a big one. My problem is that TA is a hero that's very fragile in timings. You cannot make a lot of mistakes, and I feel like they had a fair amount of mistakes in a game they were playing from ahead. So what happens here? Well, they just jumped this Razor. Good lift, though.
Protecting Kodak from QBFY, like you say, you're going to be able to force back the TA away from the Razor. The Razor lucky to get out with his life. A couple more right clicks there, he would have just straight up disappeared. So Moonlight, going to be the Lincolns coming out for him into the Nullifier. But at the minute, all of a sudden, yeah, JustBetter, not even all of a sudden, the past couple of minutes here, JustBetter, they've hit these earlier timings, they've hit an earlier power spike, and it feels like Monte, once again, just can't contest into the side of JustBetter.
Yeah, I mean, that Aegis obviously makes things pretty hard. But now they will finish the Manta on this Lifestealer. He is pretty much... Yeah, he does have it. I think you can fight now, because both the Grimstroke bug as well as the Shard makes fighting really hard if you are on the side of Monte. Sure, the Kunkka can't really deal with it so far, but everyone else now has ways to deal with it.
And yeah, we'll see if they do want to group up for this one, like you're saying, maybe trying to force something on Skylark. Has to be super careful there, has to TP back to base. Yo, he was on his last legs, but was able to take away that ancient camp before he went down. Good job he didn't get too close to the Tormentor trying to scout that one out, maybe try and get that Watcher, because he might have just fallen there. But knowing the limits of the hero, backs himself away in time to heal up. And yeah, we can see that JustBetter now. In fact, Spartan's going to try and get these D-wards out as well in the triangle. But yeah, it looks like they're maybe trying to set up for BKB, so not using this Aegis super offensively to take down the tier 2 towers, but just using it as a bit of a reassurance to make sure they do get this next set of items out.
Yeah, I think that's totally fine. You're definitely waiting for this BKB on the Centaur, which he will finish now, so... yeah, I think they can still maybe go for play. Having Skylark's BKB makes things much easier for them. They also have... everyone else has a BKB besides the TA, but she has Aegis, so she doesn't care. I think this is it for them. It is time to fight. But one thing worth mentioning, Rubik did steal Psionic Traps. He doesn't have the Shard, though. So if he had that Silence, things could be really sticky.
Well, we'll see how it's going to go down. Skylark now, he's throwing his arms up in the air. Moonlight's going to show with the Plasma Field. Trying to bait something in maybe because his whole entire team is waiting behind him.
Oh, they find
makes a jump. Oh, they're going to be able to get this up. Yeah, no Black Hole. He's dead for 45 seconds. No buyback. And that was a really big pick-off here to find out. You also great team fight control, and all of a sudden, Monte feeling confident, showing out Moonlight to try and bait something in. Have to back themselves away.
They lose the catapult wave mid, unfortunately. But with that kill, no buyback, they will poke. They're gonna force Glyph. Let's see how much more. Oh, there you go. They find another one. This Rubik is huge.
Yeah. He's going to be a big pick-off now as well. Does have that buyback if they need it. X-Mark comes out to Skylark. Skylark just says, okay, X-Mark me if you want. I ain't going anywhere. Tidal Wave comes through into the Centaur Stampede, and now the Chase Down comes through. They're going to have a lot of damage onto Focus. Focus trying to back himself away from this one as the win run, as well as that BKB, but it still means that Crystal is going to be able to get on top of SA Spartan. Do they get the kill onto the TA now as well? Panda. That's going to be the Aegis pops, and Focus will go down as well to Crystallize with that Radiant Spurn. Can they get the kill onto Panda now? Did they overextend their reach on the side? JustBetter. They lose 3. They did take down both supports, but they lost 2 of their cores, and that was going to be a big opener. Now, I mean, respawn time is only 30 seconds on the Wind Ranger, so can they have enough to get it back up in time to defend this tier 2 tower mid on the side of JustBetter?
This is very reminiscing of game number 1, where JustBetter slowly, get an advantage, and going high ground seems to be a problem for them. I know they did a lot of things really well in that fight. They found a Rubik, they got the pick off on the Enigma, but they seem to overextend a little bit too much. I think once you get that Glyph off, you can probably disengage. Sure, I mean, you want to utilize that Aegis, but at the end of the day, the cost of that Aegis was your entire team, so definitely not worth your time there. It doesn't really change things that much. But I think they could have been slightly ahead if they decided to be a bit more passive.
Okay, and let's see. I mean, it's only a 1k. The net worth between the two teams, it's absolutely flat here at the minute, and they're both looking to
3k, as you said, one. It suddenly jumped 2k. I guess. Oh, it's the Tormentor. Never mind. Yeah.
But who do you? I mean, coming into the late game, the lifesteal looks like an absolute menace. You've got the Infest that can come out onto the TA or on the Wind Ranger. The Wind Ranger obviously being the majority focus here on the focus fire in these team fights. If you're the lifestealer after this AC, are you making a beeline towards the Ags, do you think?
I really like the Ags. I feel like it's the only thing that maybe keeps you from going Ags is the fact that they have multiple blinks and stampede, right? So you can maybe be separated too much from your team. But I feel like he's gonna get it eventually this game. It's such a good item. Even if you don't aggressively use it, just having more cast range to infest allies is great. And now Monte going for a smoke. Do they have any new items? They finished... They finished the 4-staff on Enigma.
Yeah, and they're going to make a beeline down this mid lane, maybe looking to try and even out these tier 2 towers in the mid lane. And I don't know, JustBetter. Can they get in and try and stop this one as well? You can see that, on the back lines, they don't actually catch it on here on the side of Monte. So JustBetter will be able to back themselves away. Don't give anything up just yet, as the Centaur and the TA both looking to cut these side lanes.
Perfect position from Spartan there, just breaking the smoke, blinking out. He knew exactly where they were.
Skylark, though, the BKB TP comes out, and QBFY, he wasn't able to use that Eul Scepter to cancel it out, so it will be away. But it does mean that that Centaur BKB is down now.
Problem is, Monte's high ground is pretty bad. Like, even these tier 2s are tough to hit, so they're going to use some Manta illusions, but it's not going to do that much. Like, the next Aegis is going to be so important on both sides, because even though Monte seems like they are ahead, they don't necessarily feel comfortable. Centaur, his BKB still on cooldown.
Yeah, does he actually get himself away from this one? The Soulbind comes out. It's going to stop the chase, and the one's the 4-step away there. So Centaur will be out. He's going to be able to reset, come back in after the quick heal-ups. He is getting
the money
purely by being... Yeah, I don't know if they get anything from this, though. TA is going to be able to back himself away here. Panda, he leaves. So it looks like everyone on the side is just better. They avoid losing anyone, but yeah, Demonic Purge is a nice pickup for the Rubik, especially after the telekinesis, excuse me, for that reposition.
Yeah, and with the Stampede being on cooldown, this might be enough here for them to poke this tower. They only use the Aeolans for now. So, yeah, okay, they find this SD.
And Crystallize just continues to farm. Roshan, it's going to be a fairly quick one here. Big Man's going to be back up in 22 seconds. So both teams, they're looking fairly healthy. The big thing is, though, that this Shadow Demon is down for about 10 seconds after the respawn. So if Monte, if they do this quick, they might be able to take a contest or maybe even a fight around the Rush Pit and get themselves the, I think, first Aegis of the series.
Yeah, that's true. They're already in position here. Although those traps makes fighting to this area. Oh, Lifestealer gets the rage off.
Yeah, able to get that rage up again. There's no Shadow Demon for the next 10
Stolen
seconds.
Demonic Purge.
Moonlight trying to come through that Twin Gate, but there's going to be the Soulbind. It keeps the Crystallize in place, keeps that Lifesteal in place. The chase down coming through. Panda X not going to be there just yet. He does get himself away from this one, but Focus might not be so lucky. The BKB already been used here on Panda, so he has to leave from this one. Going to be a good fight for Monte. They want to get the chase down now as well. Disruption comes through onto the Grimstroke. Grimstroke trying to survive through this one, but Astral, he takes too much punishment. And he will go down now as well. They might not even go for this Roshan first. They're looking for this tier 2 tower bot, maybe even a tier 3 tower, as they don't have the win ranger for the next 35 seconds.
Yeah, I wonder how much they're going to try and pressure this, especially with the Enigma. Okay, I was going to say Blink Dagger, but he did buy drums. He had the Blink queued up, got the drums instead. Gonna go for this.
And yeah, you can see them pushing in the disruption. It's not going to be enough to pull these creeps back, to take that backdoor protection, put it back on here. In fact, it's going to keep the creeps alive for a little bit longer, and it means that they do get through this tier 3 tower. They're going to be able to get a lane of racks from this one, and JustBetter aren't able to contest.
Oh, Skylark tried to solo kill QBFI. He doesn't get it, and they lose the barracks, and they're going to lose Roche again, because that Stampede is on cooldown now.
And Conquer TPs himself up to the top lane. Crystallize, though, with Agnar and Moonlight should be able to make quick work of this Roshan. And I don't think JustBetter can contest this one. Even with the shrines being up, I don't know if it's going to be enough. But Conquer, he isn't there. So maybe actually JustBetter making a move as 5 out from this one. Do they want to try and contest? Or are they just giving this Roche up?
Well, they're not going instantly. Curiously, I expected, knowing that Stampede was going to be down, that they would go for it. But they're actually chilling. Maybe they're not in any rush to get this Roshan. They would have rather have it on the Dire side. Or maybe they're just waiting for everyone to connect. And yeah, there we go.
Yeah. I mean, Panda isn't even grouping up with the rest of the teammates to connect on this one, so he needs that MKB, it looks like. I think gold-wise, that's all he's waiting for. Going to be spotted out by the trap now. Does he try and go for this Tormentor solo? It looks like he's going to be able to do, using those refracting charges as well. But, yeah, okay, no, he gets it for free. And it is actually going to be Skylark that gets himself the shard, as Crystallize does pick up the Aegis, second Aegis of the game as well. So we are going to be seeing that banner coming out for Infernal on the Kunkka.
Oh, they found focus.
Did they get the kill? Lockdown coming through. He's going to try and do his best. Gets that kill into QBFY before he goes down. Crystallize. No way to interrupt the TP. Focus. Yeah, no Basher here onto the lifesteal, so he wasn't able to interrupt that TP. And Wind Ranger able to get it out from under his nose, get that TP away, and he does live. He even gets the kill onto the Rubik before he leaves as well.
Yeah, that's a small fry at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You use your BKB. They have the Aegis. And you know, the biggest thing in this game is that I look at this Wind Ranger. He had such a good laning stage, but it's just being controlled. I'm not necessarily sure how he's dying so much in those fights, but this Razor has been a big problem for both the TA and the Wind Ranger, and which is why I don't like this Grimstroke that much. I feel like if you actually have a Grimstroke, you want to have one of your cores, like ideally one of your 1 and 2 that can jump the backlines and like really make use of the Inkswell, because Skylark, a lot of the initiations he's going for, he doesn't have Astro nearby. He does it now, but do you really want to fight with the Aegis on the side of Monte?
No, and you can see the Panda again. He's just looking for this nice item. BKB, MKB, Desolator, as well as the Hurricane Pike, Blink Dagger. But he's going to go into the Arcane. How much do you like the Arcane Blink here for the TA? Because quicker Blink Dagger, you get some health and mana back from doing that. But would you prefer like a Swift Blink for the extra attack speed and the everything else speed? Looks like they might be able to get themselves on top of Spartan.
I do like it here because you're against X and you have the Shadow Demon, right? So you have that low cooldown.
Yeah.
You might be able to get those blinks off in between disruptions and in between X's that usually wouldn't. Oh, look at that. They're trying to trade barracks, but it's not even close. That Lifestealer is a monster right now. Glyph gonna be forced on both sides, but can you actually... Yes, I mean, this TA is going for the trade.
Yeah. TA... out of all the heroes, great building, taking on these trades, the uneven trades like this one. Is one of the better heroes to do it, but not going to be able to, I think, keep this up because they want to move in here on the side of Monte into the mid lane, and Skylark's going to be careful here now, so doesn't have that load storm coming out. But what else can you do? BKB is going to be used now as well. Yeah, focus, trying to get some damage onto Crystallizer. There's going to be that Soulbind now as well coming out, but just gets in fast. We'll be able to back themselves away.
Dude, this Lifestealer is such a counter to both the Grimstroke and the Centaur, because it's impossible to get the Hoof Stomp off, and when you get Soulbinded, you just infest the other target, so you lose the slow aspect, and you're just faster anyways.
Yeah, no, the blink away from the Centaur. He gets a stun onto Infernal, but he has to get himself away before it costs him his life. But Focus might not be so lucky. Destruction's already used. He's going to be able to get the Black Hole here onto the TA now as well. The damage coming through TA. Surely he doesn't live through this one. Refraction charge come out. It doesn't matter. Crystallize going to be able to burn through them and forcing out a buyback from Panda. Moonlight does get the credit for the kill. Now on the bottom lane, what can they do? Blade Mails will be popped here from the Kunkka. BKB gets used now as well. But Panda, he's going to be so careful that this isn't a dieback, because if it is, it could cost him this second game. And Centaur, he wants to come in. He's got that stamp animation coming through, but not going to be thrown out just yet, as everybody on the side of Monte back themselves away. Infernal with the heals up, X mark into the TP out, will be able to heal up, come right back to his teammates here, and maybe fight this one out, because the Aegis is still up onto the Lifestealer for what's that, for another minute or so. So they're looking for this open, and they're looking to get this fight out now. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the jump. But is this a dieback Force-Staff away? It's not going to be off. Surely the high ground though. Moonlight, he gets it with that long range attack as well as the Eye of the Storm here. Skylark trying to do his best, but the two cores on the side of JustBetter are gone. Power coming out from the Centaur, but I think this is going to be the slow march to the end of the game, and the GG as everybody else is falling. 3 buybacks being used here for the side of JustBetter, but both the Wind Ranger and the TA are dead, so I think it's going to be a matter of time. In fact, they don't even go for the racks here. Yeah, GG is going to be called, and Monte, they will be able to even this one up 1-1 and get themselves a draw for the series.
Yeah, pretty good showing from JustBetter, honestly. I expected Monte to 2-0 this, and in game number 1, they had a better draft, in my opinion. Game number 2, I think things got a bit harder for them, but still an overall even game. I think they had their moments, but I think they had to play this game perfectly, and they were far from doing that. Specifically, that top lane was a disaster for them.
Yeah, so JustBetter, like you say, looking super comfortable in that first game, but Monte, the odds did reflect that they were the favourites coming into the series as well. They will be able to drag back to a 1-1 in terms of score. That is going to be it for the first series. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with a mouse double header as they take to look to push up the table. We'll see you after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunkka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet Bookmaker Company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just made him his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody. We're going to get started here with a Mouse doubleheader, starting with Dandelions versus Mouse. And Bowie, coming into this one, you think Mouse, they're going to be able to take both of these series?
I think they should. I would guess like a 2-0 and a 1-1. Looking at the teams they're going to be playing today, in my opinion, I think the Dandelions match is going to be a bit harder, even though they are below. They didn't play as many series, so I think Dandelions... They should be at the same level of Navi Jr. So yeah, I would say like maybe a 2, maybe even 2-1-1s. Like this is not, they're not playing against easy teams this time. But yeah, we're very curious to see how they're gonna play. Even the Monte versus Better one, where I expected Monte to be clearly better, it wasn't at all that way. So no, that's why Europe is such an interesting region to watch.
And I do like VTune as a carry. You know, I've watched him for the past however long he's played. You know, Mobe as well as Plintimos, Desire, and Kadaro. They are a good selection of players, so I am interested to see how they want to try and play around this one. You know, what they're going to be able to do coming in as a team. You know, how they're going to be able to play with a nice mix of heroes. Excuse me, a nice mix of players. But yeah, it's to me, Mars, like you say. I'm happy that Mars are back in it. You know, maybe in a couple of months we'll get Cloud9 back in there as well. It'll feel like the good old times.
My bad.
But it's okay. But yeah, no, it's. I like the way again that we're building up, even though we've lost the DPC now. That teams still finding sponsorships. They're still finding like these teams or the orgs that want to sponsor them as a team. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Mouse play around this one. But Dandelions, maybe a black horse here for me. The Black Sheep, Black Horse. Anyway, but they're going to be maybe not favorites in my eyes, but still with an outside chance of winning this one. So I'm interested to see how they're going to play this one. We're already into the draft, already into the banning stage. So it's going to be the Brewmaster, the Chen, no surprises there, as well as the Shadow Demon, the Primal Beast, as well as the Lesh and the Tiny being banned out here.
Yeah, like the thing for Dandelions is that they technically, at least in my opinion, they have slightly better players for almost every position. But they are newer, right? This Mouse lineup has been playing for a while now. They used to be the old Geek Fam, then they become something. I don't remember which handle they were using, but now, you know, they're playing for Mouse. So I feel like as a team, as a unit, they should be superior to Dandelions. But I feel like the ceiling, the possible ceiling for Dandelions could be higher if, you know, they're able to get some of those tournament wins. Even if they get like top 3, right? That's already some money. That's an incentive to stay together and keep working on each other.
Yeah, the old banner that we wanted to do was the Team Tickle squad here for Mouse, and yeah, they were always impressive. I think they were always on the cusp of making that step up to the tier 1 get themselves into the event, get themselves to the lands or the leagues like the dream leagues, or get themselves to the ESL. But they've just not been able to make that extra step up that some teams have. So this is where you expect them to, under Mouse, maybe try and focus down, get those analysts in, get the coaches in, and be able to make that next step. And maybe this is where we see it starting here in the RES European League, and we'll see, if they are going to be able to make that extra step up, make it to, don't forget, there is the RES line at the end of the year, going to be around October-ish, so that is something that we could see them making a move towards if they can get these points here by finishing so high up in the RES European Leagues.
And speaking of getting there, Miles, I would say, have a slight advantage. Obviously, there's lots of old games and stats for them, but they only played one series in this tournament, whereas Dandelions already played a fair amount. So when you look, at the stats of Dandelions, you can already see so many picks where there's like 2 games only for Mouse. They played ALK and PA as their carries for You Own It, and I do like this Gyrocopter. Wow, Gyrocopter Monkey King. Could be 2 supports, it could be 2 cores. Who knows what they're going to do with this? Very flexible draft, which makes sense when you don't have overall last pick. I think that's usually the way you want to be playing.
Yeah, and both teams actually not even burning through a lot of reserve time here. I think overall 4 seconds used. Dandelions, they want to go for the ET, the Luna combination coming up. So is this going to be the 5 that sits in front of the Luna here? Offers that protection on Dandelions?
Yeah, and the reason why I love the Gyro Monkey so much is that they play Enigma on both sides, and the hero hasn't been banned just yet. So when you have both, these are probably the 2 most classic counters to Enigma if it is going to be a core. So you can actually choose which carry you want, and you can still have like a decent support regardless of what you pick. I think this puts Dandelions in a pretty awkward position where you probably cannot pick the Enigma anymore. I think if you pick it, it's going to be a 5, but that ET probably already fits that role, right? This hero is much better 5 than he is a 4, I think.
And with this coming out after the Dragon Knight, how much of a bad position does this put the Dragon Knight pick into, this first pick, with the ET coming through? Is it going to make this game a lot harder for the DK?
Not necessarily. I think, ET is definitely oppressive against lots of heroes, but I think DK can hold his own, especially if you pick like something that can kite this ET a little bit. I think in SA we were seeing sometimes the Viper support. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that, but any range hero that can kite and just drag this ET around, waste his spirit time in the early levels should be okay. The Monkey King is not bad, but I hope they don't end up with like a double melee DK Monkey King offlane.
Well,
they might.
Yeah, maybe they are gonna, I was just thinking this. To be fair, if this is going to be a Kunkka mid, you could run that Monkey King mid lane up against the Kunkka here. Still pick up another couple of support. Well, not a couple of supports, but another support out. They do ban out the Viper themselves here. Sven coming through. This is a hero that we've seen again. The past couple of weeks, we've seen a lot of the Sven coming through as that pick. How much do you like this pick? Because, with the Ruby being here, the Kunkka being here, even the E2 to a point, there is some kiteability coming out on the Sven, or do you think he shrugs that off once he hits that mid-game phase?
I like it a lot here for a lot of reasons. You have armor for the ET later on. You have, I think, the burst damage that he's going to be able to have against this Luna is good. He has gap close now with the eggs build that started to become very popular, and that's one of the things that Luna hates the most. I feel like Sven is a very good matchup against Luna. I do like this pick a lot. Now they probably need either a mid or a support, as you said, or even an off lane, depending on where they want to put this DK. So Dandelions only banning mid heroes though.
And they take away the perk as well, the Keeper of the Light, and we'll see, like you say, whether you want to put this hero, whether they want to try and lane all of the roster at the minute here. Who has final pick? It is going to be Dandelion, so Dandelions can respond to however Mouse comes out onto this one. And again, they could flex that Kunkka into the offlane, respond onto a potential mid pick here from Mouse. Or if it is going to be a support, something that's going to match up a little bit better up against the Monkey King. But they go for the Death Prophet here, and again, can keep this flex. So Dandelions, how do they want to pick up it? Are they going to go for a mid lane hero that does well up against a Death Prophet? Or do you think it might be that Monkey King here moving in and running that? Because do you even run Death Prophet supports anymore?
You do, actually. I saw a fair amount of it. I'm not sure how I think. Honestly, I like core Death Prophet this game. I'm kind of a hater of this hero, but when I look at the Lions draft, there's not that much burst damage. Like, you have decent control with the Kanka and DET, but I think this is a game Death Prophet, especially if you get something like... why did I forgot about that item's name? Oh, damn. If you get the Eternal Shroud, I think this is a great game where you don't get bursted down. Whether it's going to be offlane or mid, you kind of have to wait on Dandelion's pick. But I do like the pick, actually. For Dandelions, I think they lack damage. I think you need something that's more explosive. And some of the bans, especially that Zeus, I think, was spot on. That is definitely DP. She hates being bursted down. You need to make every OT count. And the push that they have, right, for Mouse, it feels like their pace this game could be so fast. You have this Monkey King just roaming around, getting vision, and it's so easy for the DP and the DK to set up and start getting those early towers.
You may now select your heroes.
Okay, so we're gonna see the Dazzle coming
right?
out. Yeah. So that's gonna be what the mid Dazzle here. Palintimos on the offlane Kunkka. So Force as well. Lineup-wise, if we take a look at the teams coming through, you know, how they're actually going to be lining this one up. So it is going to be Supreme on that Death Prophet in the mid lane. You've got Force on that offlane Dragonite, which means that you are going to be seeing that double melee offlane coming through with the Dragonite and the Monkey King. How much do you like that coming up against the Luna in the lane?
I think the weakest lane is definitely going to be that DK Monkey King. You know, Monkey King, if he's stronger than DT, he can actually like stand his ground. I feel like an ET that gets like 2 waves of creeps with and also hits heroes, he just mashes down this Monkey King. So I don't think you necessarily like trade against him. You're gonna have to play a bit differently. Maybe just kill couriers. We've seen, you know, those crazy games. Were you with me in the game where maybe it was Spanda actually? It was a game where in the LATAM version of this tournament, I think we had like 14 career kills, 14 minutes. It was crazy. The Monkey King literally played in the enemy base, and he was just forcing people.
Yeah, there was a few games like that, right? Yeah, I think there was a couple of games I remember, because I do remember one where they tried that one and it just didn't go right at all. You know, it left the lanes at a disadvantage, but there was a game where it definitely paid off. I do remember that, and the Monkey King just being a massive pain in the ass. Maybe we see that again today.
Yeah, these games are really hard. These drafts are hard to read, but I would probably just go with Mount because their draft seems easier to execute. You have a hero that has clear timings on the Sven, and he has a good matchup against the Luna. And you have 2 cores that can actually push towers. So I expect him. The only question mark is how hard of a lane is going to be to force. But even DK is a hero he can actually recover, and he doesn't really need that many items to be useful. So I think I'm going Mouse here.
Okay. I'm split between the two. I think if Mao's got a good start, sure, but I like the control that they're going to have here before the Sven BKB is up. I think first game, I'm going to lean towards Dandelions. Again, not a lot between the two teams, but I just think
Always
I think I like
I can
Dandelions draft.
never get my side, man.
I agreed with you in game 2 of the last series. You know, I thought it was going to be, and we were wrong. You know, but
no. I was on the right side. I definitely ended up going with Monte.
Okay. Well, then I was wrong. I've been wrong all day, so don't listen to me anyway. Maybe it is going to be it. Maybe it is going to be the Mouse win.
Oh, look at the Monkey King. He gets found. He was going already for the fountain, but really good positioning here from Natalie, knowing exactly the path he was going to take, but he's not done. He's going to go all the way around that Monkey King.
Do you reckon that's something that one of the Valve engineers or coders, you know, they've got the patch all nice and set up and ready, they're just building the new event, you know, they're looking towards it and they're like, this is going to be really good, you know, we're on schedule for release, and then something like this happens where the Monkey King just sits in a base and farms couriers out, and this dev just has to like fully face palms. He's like, okay, I'll go back and change that for the next patch.
I think It's very possible. You know, I was reading some of the threads on Reddit, and a lot of people were talking about TA reflection becoming a barrier instead of just like a one-time, you know, damage instant thing. And the way that Mischief works with towers, I wouldn't mind seeing that change. I think I like the whole, you know, I'm gonna become a banana, walk around the map thing. But the fact that it isn't aggro by towers is weird. And maybe that's hard-coded, right? Because you don't show in the minimap, so maybe the towers doesn't necessarily attack it. But if you can somehow make the towers attack you, but still not show into the minimap, that would probably be ideal, I think, for me.
Yeah, just make it a little bit harder for him to get into the base, because like you say, it is free for him to just walk into the base with that up, and it's just then you have to dedicate resources to that. It makes it a lot harder to try and manage, and even though the Monkey King might be coming in, you're like level 6, level 7, like minute 20, it just makes it so hard to get those early power spikes out, so yeah, to me, I would just like to see some balancing around it.
Yeah, Force here. It's getting some farm, and it did buy time for Narman to drag away, but now they're gonna just have all of those creeps meet here, although there's an angry creep. Oh no, that's Narman actually, never mind. That's the Monkey King.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to sit around this one.
Yeah, sometimes creeps, you know, just do weird things.
They have a mind of their own. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Force is going to be taking a lot of harass coming out from this here as well, so he does back himself away. He pulls the creeps from one side of the lane to the other into the little pond.
Mid lane, Dazzle Courier is going to be sniped.
There he goes, yeah.
That's a bottle.
The ward in the base doing its job, and like you say, that is going to be a big delay here for the Dazzle in the mid lane.
Yeah, that's huge. Already denying some of that region here for Mobe. But yeah, the price you pay is Force. Actually, it was the same. The game that I cast was the same lane. It was a DK Monkey King, and yeah, sure, DK is sustainable, but this lane is pretty hard if you're 1 versus 2.
Yeah, I think it was the same. Yeah, it was the same game. We were both on it, right? The Monkey King. Oh, we're gonna see the first blood. It's actually gonna be Norman that picks it up with a double kill. Takes down a double kill on Couriers, waltzes himself into the lane, and a double kill on the heroes here. He is stacking the gold up early on in the game 1.
Okay, well, if I'm this DK, I'm not mad anymore. I'm like, yeah, you do you, man. just do your thing. You know, you're just playing a different game, but make sure we win, all right? Because I'm getting stomped right now. I'm dragging creeps, and there's an ET just right behind my butt.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to talk about how the last game that we cast with the Monkey King was like level 2. It was like 13 minutes in or something like that. It's one of the lowest. Yeah. But here, he's setting up for the kills on the Couriers, kills in the lane. He's having a really good time on this Monkey King, and in fact, he might be going for more here. Just trying to get himself in and around. What's he actually going to be able to do? I think he's about to get the stats up onto Polintimos. Polintimos just backs himself away. Big tanky boy here on the Kunkka, this time with the Bracer. So, he is being careful about how far forward out of this tier 1 tower he just come, but not going to be able to stats for the Monkey King. And again, look at this.
Look at Mobe.
Mobe.
Oh, the Courier's dead!
Oh, it might cost no. There's going to be no interrupt for the TP. It's a lot of damage, but Narman can go right back to base. And that was dragging the Dazzle not only away from the creeps, but he still doesn't get this ball and is wand out from that.
This game is ruined, bro. I cannot believe he got that kill. Ah, man. This is so annoying and so funny at the same time.
Yeah, Mobe's probably just cursing the Monkey King here now as well. They might even use a ban on it in the next game with how much of a pain in the ass it's been. But that's kind of the thing that you're taking, right? That you don't have a stun on your mid laner, so if he does get caught out his career like this, the Monkey King just TPs away. And in fact, he might be able to go onto Mobe now as well. Inside that trees, Primal Spring's not going to connect. There is going to be the Spirit Siphon onto Mobe, but Mobe, he just goes right back towards that tier 1 tower.
I mean, Kidaro saves the rune for just Dazzle, but it doesn't matter. He has no bottle. So it's such a measly boost. He's like, yeah, I mean, pick it up, man. Like, this is not going to change the situation I'm in right now.
And the third time's the charm as well. He's going to have the boots on the Courier here as well coming out. And it looks like Kidaro. This is what I just have Kidaro. In fact, Mobe is in the mid lane. Yeah, where's that Crypt Swarm to come out to finish off the kill here? It will come through. Supreme chases him right towards the tier 2. 3 points in that Spirit Siphon here. The 2 into the Crypt Swarm. It's more than enough to finish off the kill.
Damn, dude, Narman, like, his impact in the lanes is so big. And this DK, I mean, he's still farming. DT was forced to walk mid, but that was a mistake because at the end of the day, saving that rune doesn't do anything. And at the same time, this DK, you know, Force still like 14 CS. This is almost the same as Palantimo's has.
Yeah, and even though he's not getting the max farm, like you say, out of this as Dragon Knight, he is getting that solo XP, so he's level 4 now as well. The Monkey King is boosting the gold bonus that he's getting from this because he's killing the courier, so it is boosting up. Even if he's not getting the last hits here, Force, he is finding some worth, like you say, from this Monkey King. And mid lane, once again, Mobe, well, I mean, he died, so he gets his bottle, he gets his boots, he gets his stick, no wand. But again, he's just the ever-lingering threat, this Monkey King, if they don't have vision on him. And now the Luna, is he going to leave the gloves of haste? He does. Narman just takes down another courier.
That ward has been so crucial, and he gets another one now. That cliff will help him find some of those couriers as well. Already finds Mobe. He's level
Bottom lane, though.
So,
It looks like they might be able to get the kill onto the Gyrocopter. It's going to be Bengen that goes down. Did they get onto Olnit now as well? So just the support Gyrocopter here was the TP coming in from the Elder Titan. But if he needs to get desperately back up to the top lane, we'll be able to go through that Twin Gate here. And at the minute, I mean, V-Tune not really put under pressure. So Force trying to do what he can, but all he's going to take is a couple of last hits and the Bouncing Blades coming through. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, once again, Mobe, he's still trying to play catch-up with his Death Prophet. And got to be so careful with the missing Monkey King.
Yeah, if he even steps lightly for, especially now that there is Boundless Strike available. I mean, it means Kidaru has to stay in the mid lane to assist him, which also means that this DK is slowly going to get even more out of that lane. The Kunkka is level 4, whereas this DK is about to hit level 6. Two heroes with big ultis that push towers. I mean, there you go. They're already bottom taking one.
Exorcism's out. This is going to be a really big... in fact, Olnit's going to TP to the mid lane here. Going to get that solo XP and farm while the Death Prophet tries to take advantage now. He's got the Narman scouting out on the back lines as well. Supreme, like you say, Exorcism is up, and they should be able to here do a lot of damage to this tier 1 tower. I don't know if it's enough to take it down with the Exorcism, with the creep wave pushing in, but it is definitely enough to force the Kunkka as well as Kadaro off the lane. Desire, they don't even want to move into this one, so not yet taking this tier 1 tower down, but it's enough to put the Fear of God into this offlane here on the side of Dandelions.
It's an interesting play because you know they need to secure the Wisdom Rune, so they were able to get way more damage than you usually would, considering there's 3 heroes in this bottom side. So they all go to the Wisdom Rune, you get some free damage, the Sven's still farming, and this DK, he hits level 6, probably this wave, I believe. At the same time, Narman just hunting the psychopath, just looking for couriers, and he has one. Oh,
he's
that's
gonna be able
boots.
To I think they have the vision of... No, he's going to try and get himself in. Underneath the tower, he gets one. Can he get the second one? That extra attack range on the Monkey King. He picks it up. He's even got the regen boots. Going to be able to TP himself away. Nothing to stop this one. And the Monkey King, he is back out. And again, another, 40, then 50 gold. So another 240, then 250 gold for his team. It's... Every little helps here.
This is crazy how much he is able to do. Even though he's only level 2.5, right? So we're kind of approaching the same state of the other game we cast. We'll see if he's going to break level 3 before minute 10. As Palantimos, he gets stunned here. He might be dead.
God's Strength comes out. Palantimos trying to get himself away from this one. Spirit Siphon comes in. It's going to be a lot of damage onto the Kunkka. The Kunkka, what's he going to be able to do here? He can't survive. The 3-man barrage comes out, and it's even going to be enough to take down that tier 1 tower. Meanwhile, top lane, Storm comes out onto the Dragon Knight, but not any follow-up here from V-Tune. He just wants to carry on farming this one out here. But the Dragon Knight in this dragon form will be able to put pressure, and the Monkey King might be getting involved in the lane now. Yeah, Supreme gets that TP up, Dragon Tail comes through, and they're going to be able to get the dive. V-Tune will go down. Do they get 2 tier 1 towers from this? Kidaro taking a lot of damage as well. The Spirit Siphon Drain comes out. Supreme gets the kill. Dragon Knight trying to run himself away from Mobe now as well. X marks the spot, comes out. The drag back comes through. They do get the kill onto the Dragon Knight, but Narman, he might be the next one to fall. It will be the double kill here. Mobe getting some sweet, sweet revenge on this Monkey King here with that Shadow Wave bounce.
Right, that's huge for Mobe. Kind of recovering himself from that weird laney stage. Oh, but now this DP... Okay, quick TP.
Mobe's got the TP away. Yeah, he is going to be fine. This is going to be Supreme using the ultimate. Does he want to go back in, though, to the tier 1 tower? Because it's still got more than enough health left to survive through this Exorcism. And Supreme not even going to get the full benefit from this. Mostly going to be over here as he pushes on towards the creeps. And yeah, by the time he gets towards the tower, this is going to be, what, 2/3 of the way done, this Exorcism.
Yeah, but there doesn't seem to be like any incentives for Dandelions to defend this. The Luna is farming the jungle. They need to get Palantimos level 6 or else you can't really fight for that tower. So this is still, even though they got a couple of decent kills on the Alliance, this is still a 4k goal lead. This is not an easy game to come back from. We'll see if you're going to find the tools as Narman is level 4. So actually pretty decent level considering he barely saw creeps the entire game.
Yeah, oof, Dandelions, those are some long odds coming in now, and 6-3, only 10 minutes in, but like you say, everything seems to be going the Mars' way, and Dandelions are just picking up kills on the exits, you know, they pick up the kills after the fact, after they've already lost something here in this game so far.
Exactly. That has been the... Oh, okay. Ward's gonna be planted, probably the warder though, very obvious one, as he... Oh, Kidaro, that's not the path you want to take.
No, obvious, but it's going to set up for the kill. Kidaro, he just gets caught out here. And the setup, especially from the Dragonite, there was nothing he could do.
Yeah, he was sending himself a sentry, but he was a bit too cocky the way he walked high ground there. Only level 4. Definitely not a madness at the moment. And there's a catapult wave middle, so we'll see if then the Lions is going to be able to hold this tower. Looks like they will, because Mouse, they're interested in just controlling the jungle rather than taking that tower right now.
Yeah, and
Smoke.
If you're...
They know Supremacy here.
I think they're about to get the kill now. There's going to be the telekinesis, maybe. Yep, to follow out of range of the stomp, though, so maybe a little bit of the synergy issues on the team, and Supreme's going to survive for a little bit longer. Spirit Siphon, and look at this one. That should have been a really easy kill, but there was just a couple of misplays there from the sound of Dandelions, and they might even be able to get the kill onto Norman after it, though. But yeah, it should have been a bit of a quicker kill on the Death Prophet, I feel.
Yeah, it's okay. They still get it. I think the Death Prophet took a little too long to get the siphons going. Maybe she could even survive there, but anyways, this is a huge kill because the Death Prophet and the Monkey King were heroes that, you know, they're supposed to kind of roll this mid game, allow this event to hit his timings, but at the end of the day, he is still massively farmed, and this Luna is playing catch up.
Yeah, and it's... I mean, this is the thing, right? The Sven has been put under no pressure, like you say, so he's going to be able to get to that early BKB. So that kite ability that I was expecting Dandelions to have against the Sven, it's just not going to be here. The Ulnet, especially if he goes for the Ag Scepter after that one, he is going to be able to get himself around these fights. And Dandelions, I don't know if they have enough or anything really to control the damage coming out from the Sven once that BKB is active on him.
Yeah, it's only the Grave that they have, so it's really going to be a game where Mulvane needs to be super clutch of his positioning, and no, there's a Luna dead here.
Straight up dead, yeah. This is going to be Mouse just having a fantastic time at the minute.
Oh.
Did they get the kill onto the Monkey King here? The balance strike is going to be stolen. Norman does go down, but doesn't really balance out for losing the Luna.
Oh, banging. Oh, the torrent is going to connect.
Do they have the damage? It is just going to be the support gyrocopter. Okay. Makes that trade a little bit more palatable, though.
Yeah, lose two supports. You still kill that Luna, though. A hero that's already playing a bad matchup against this event that's gigantic, and you lose the mid tower, so Force just making sure he gets what matters. And he even has a Midas, so they are owning this game, and they're owning with a Midas on this DK. He's going to be massive in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and... It's still the same build-up, right? He's going to go into the Manta style. I expect the Ags to come out after that one, a Blink in there somewhere as well. So it does really make it hard for... Especially because in terms of frontliners, yeah, I'm looking at Dandelions and maybe only the Kunkka. ET is nice, but he wants to be in and around getting those stomps off, you know, getting the split earths off. So the actual frontline capability of Dandelions, it's a little less than I thought coming into this game.
Yeah, especially when this Kunkka is as poor as Palantimos is. He got trashed in the lane, and you know, he has a lot of HP, but he can be easily taking down those fights once the Sven has the jump, which is gonna be that Aghanim Scepter. So curious to see if he's going BKB first or if he's gonna get the eggs. Right now, he's keeping his options open.
And how do you then try and play around this one? Because Ulnet, he's already got the Echo Saber, so he's farming it with the cleave as well at the pace that way past the Luna. The Luna 3k behind here, and again, do you expect Dandelions, is it just now for Protect 1, or do you want them to get aggressive onto this Sven and put him under a little bit of pressure here, as it looks like the Monkey King will go down again?
I don't think you can. You don't have the catch. You don't have the capabilities to find that Sven. You don't even have the map control to smoke. There's no vision. I think if they're going to win this game as Dandelions, it has to be out of Mobe just popping off real hard in those fights. You're going to need those, like, 5 in a row Graves. You're going to need him to... I'm not sure what his itemization is going to be after the eggs, but you need something really clutch. Because ever since his ulti doesn't work on items anymore, I'm not sure I trust this hero. Like, he used to be a really strong hero, and now it's like, you know?
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. That it's a very specialized hero, I guess, if you're playing it in the mid and not as a support. But yeah, no, I still think the Ags is nice. You know, being able to use this and get the bounces off in the middle of a fight. But again, how many of your teammates want to commit to help getting those Ags bounces off here in these fights?
Yeah, that's really the question. He is farmed though, considering how bad of a start he had. He's actually second network here, Mobe. Vitun is, slowly grinding. It is keeping a decent distance from Own It. But Own It, like, he's gonna finish his BKB in, like, a minute and a half. And I could see Mouse just brute forcing Roshan here. Like, even though the gold advantage seems to be pretty even, momentum-wise, Dandelions, I don't see what the play is for them. Because they have no initiator, right? Your Kanka is supposed to be that, but he's weak, he's farming these eggs. Maybe if they farm the eggs, they might smoke with Valentinos, but I assume they're going to be ready to fight with this man a little bit before the eggs on Kanka is ready.
And what are we looking at? So 16 minutes, it is going to be the dire rush at the minute. Mouse may be feeling that they don't want to commit to that area of the take, but yeah, once it is up the BKB and it's just under 1,000 gold. With this stack now coming through, it's going to be about 600 gold that he needs here to complete this BKB. And like you say, that might be a good timing for them to even risk it on the dire side of the map.
Definitely think that's the case. Force, keeps on farming. Supreme is going to on. They are posturing around this tier 2 tower top. We'll see if they're willing to... They do have level 2 Exorcism, but level 2... Elder Dragon Form's not there. There you go. Good Midas.
Just being able to pick that one up now. Manta style not too far away. He needs himself. Ooh, do they have the catch out? Do they have the vision? I don't think they had the vision on the Death Prophet. It is nighttime, so that extra vision gap, it just meant that Supreme, with the phase boots, was able to just glide himself away from the Kunkka. No X mark to catch him out. And Supreme, he lives. Oh, Monkey King might not be so lucky here. Yeah, Norman only level 7. Saying that, Norman, he's recovered quite well in terms of levels. The Boundless Strike onto 2. They're not going to be able to get the kill. He's away.
Perfect. He wastes the high ground so they can't cancel his Boundless, and then he gets enough time to use his Tree Dance. Really nicely played. Yeah, I mean, Dandelions, they're definitely farming a lot on V-Tune and this Dazzle. The travels, obviously, allowing Mobe to move so fast around the map. He's going straight up BKB. All right, he just wants to be able to fight. But they might find you, Mobe.
He's gonna be so cut. And this is the thing, right? The Dandelions, it's such a greedy draft that they've got going on here that even with all the extra space on the map, because of the map control that Mouse have taken here, it's so hard for them to find the safe space to farm out.
They finally get the bottom Tron tower here, so kudos to V-Tune getting that. Did finish his Monte. And Mouse not pressuring as much as I thought they would. This DK going for the Midas, going for the Manta does also mean that they aren't necessarily pushing the envelope as much. And, looking at how the last 2-3 minutes kind of passed, I'm starting to think that Dandelions might get to play this game. I don't know. I expected the tier 2 towers to be down at this stage. It feels like the gold advantage barely exists at the moment. This is pretty much an even game. Sure, the matchup is good for the Sven, but I do feel like this Dazzle is just getting way too much out of the map.
Yeah, I definitely thought they were going to try and attempt Roshan before it swapped back down to the Radiant side here, but we're going to see a smoke coming out here from the side of Dandelions. They're looking for a pick. They're looking for a good 5-man fight. If they can find out Supreme this time, he might not be so lucky in getting himself away. Yep, there's going to be a really nice Lucent Beam to set up Supreme. Just get the silence off now. There's no stomp just yet. Supreme was that X mark. Going to be able to grab him out, drag him back into... No, you'll have to come through. And now Sven's going to get involved. He gets to clean up onto ET in 4 strikes of his sword. And it looks like Desire has to go for that TP away. There's not going to be a Stormhammer to cancel that one off now. And now Palintimos, he's in trouble as well. The silence comes out. He's not going to be able to get that TP away. He has no way to get himself protected here. Yeah, no BKB because he went for that Ag Scepter. So if the Stormhammer comes out, it's going to cancel the TP. Can they get there in time? No, they just think he's gone. But that was a 3-man, 4-man smoke rotation where they couldn't get the setup, they couldn't get the kill into Supreme. And all of a sudden, Maus come in, they turn it around, and they take down the ET. But more than that, they scare away Dandelions from even getting close to a pick.
Really clutch play from Supreme. He was so calm. He didn't insta-pop his U-Scepter. He gets the silence. He walks to his tower.
Yeah.
Was able to turn that around. Unfortunately, they don't kill the Kunkka. Because, you know, even though they got a couple of kills, God's Strength was on cooldown. So you couldn't necessarily Roche out of that. But, you know, they're just going to keep farming here with Own It. But Vitun, he is getting scary. I feel like if this Luna, you know, gets to play with 4 or 5 Graves in fights, that's when the matchup might not matter as much. Okay, they find Mobe, they get the silence.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do a lot of damage, and he was stun locked underneath that tier 2 tower before he could get the Shower Grave off. Like you say, that if he gets that one off, he may be able to walk himself away from that one because all the control was used, but the damage, it was calculated from Force, and Force even going to be able to go onto this tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, mid lane, they might be able to get the support Gyrocopter. Telekinesis comes through, and Bengun, it looks like he will fall.
Really clutch 4-step from the Rubik. He knew that the Gyro was facing kind of a weird angle, and he 4-steps him to the high ground there to get the kill. Maybe it wouldn't matter, but kind of a good play.
And I mean, while this is going on though, again, you've got this Dragon Knight. He's just been uncontested underneath the Dire tier 2. I would have thought they would have tried to make a move here, but yeah, DK, he's getting off scot-free.
Yeah, he's just playing his own game. Already has that Manta. Probably will take this tier 2 tower slowly but surely. They're definitely chilling here. They feel like they have the better matchups. And, you know, I think they are right. It's just that Sven, to me, is a hero that does struggle if the game goes too long. Like, you want to be constantly taking control of the game with each God Strength. And he does have his BKB now. So, we'd love to see them actually, you know, either get that Roshan or posture for another tier 2 tower.
Yeah, I think at the minute though that Dandelions are hitting some good timings. We're going to see the shard coming out from the Luna in about 70 gold, so that's going to be really nice, especially once if the Sven tries to get on top of the Luna. Got that BKB coming through. Mask of Madness, Mantistel is a nice setup. Item-wise, Vitun, as well as his teammates, you know, they're looking at, if the Roshan comes out, I really think they can contest this.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, I think so. If they get a good smoke, they should be able to. They have ET. And there you go. Instant scan. So they are aware. They're not smoked, though, so they're going to have to... Yeah, there you go. They're going to pop it on 2 heroes, spread it to everyone else. This is too fast.
The problem, though, yeah, Telekinesis comes out. They might be able to get the kill onto the Monkey King. It's going to be the X mark. He's going to be locked down by the Stomp. The damage will be here. But the Luna's courier was dead. Had to go back to base to pick up the shard. And now, yeah, he has to... It doesn't matter. The Aegis it's going to fall. Roshan falls here. Aegis is on the deck. They might be able to get themselves on top of the Kunkka. What can he do? Ult it. He's just going to go for the TP, actually. They do.
Oh, the cancel!
Off, though. Ultimate. Does he try and turn around to the fight? He's going to lose the Aegis. The BKB is going to be wearing off as this Aegis falls. Oh, dude, he's surrounded by 4 or 5 up. This is going to be a really big pick here that I didn't think the Luna was going to get here in time. Had to go back to base. Courier was dead, so the shard had to be picked up by hand. TP's out to the outpost here to get the Twin Gate through. And the Sven, he just gets left behind by his teammates.
Yeah, that was... They were not sure what they wanted to do. Like, the Sven leaves the pit and... he could have just TP'd, but then he sees someone and he's like, alright, I don't want to be here, but gets his TP cancel anyways. The DK never left top, by the way. He's playing obnoxiously greedy, which, you know, offlaners seem to play that way nowadays. That's okay.
Gonna kill onto Desire, but Kadaro, he gets his TP out here. Gyrocopter not gonna be able to finish the job. Vitun, yeah, I'm surprised that they split the aggression like this here on the side of Dandelions.
TP.
He's fast enough, surely. He's going to be able to put the Monte style rid himself away. No, the balance strike comes out here. Whereas that tree dance into the Primal Spring, it does come through. Vichun going to try and do what he can. He pops that BKB, and now the Lucent Glaives, they start to bounce around. His teammates coming in to back him up, so they won't be able to get the kill. It's going to cost him a BKB charge, but Vichun will be able to get himself out alive.
Very close situation there. I mean, this game's still wide open right now. I really feel like Mouse... I feel like they're looking at two different directions. Like, in one way, they stomped this game so hard. Like, if they actually were a bit far behind and this DK got the Midas, I would be totally okay with it. I think they won their lanes hard enough that this Midas is maybe... Because, like, you have these heroes that want to play fast, the Sven and the DP, and this DK is like a second carry, which can work. I just feel like he makes the game harder for them, even if they win.
And you can see that, again, even though they were taking control early game, the Dandelions have come back to even it up. Taking away that Aegis was the biggest safety factor I think Mouse had, in trying in terms of getting pushed down, like maybe go for a high ground push or go for these tier 2s. But yeah, taking that away here, Dandelions, they even the game right back up.
Yeah, they definitely did. Now, they need to take a good team fight, which so far, there hasn't been actually a big team fight. And then it's really going to be on Mobe, getting some good Graves off. He already has Blink, he already has his BKB, so way harder to find him. It's only a Blink DK that could do that, but he doesn't have it yet, but he is very close to it.
And we see the push coming through here on Dandelion, so they want to maybe try and push down to tier 2.
They smoked on Dire Vision, Mouse.
Okay, they backing themselves when the Monkey King does get himself in here. Yeah, TPs himself out to try and maybe get an early catch-up, an early setup here, but you can see that Dandelions, like you say, they had the vision, they backed themselves away. Do they still get a catch out here? Smoke's going to break, but they were on the low ground. Oh, Gyrocopter comes up, might be able to go into Plintimos. Plintimos has that BKB coming through now as well. God's Strength will be used. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through onto the ET. ET, what can he do? He's going to be silenced, but the Shellgrave does come through now. Throws out that Earth Splitter, so no one's going to be able to jump on the top of him just yet. He will go down eventually. And what can they do? The BKBs are going to be wearing off now as well. Sven, he's still got about half of that God Strength still going here. The damage coming through. Plintimos, Telekinesis trying to save his life. It's going to be the force forward onto Plintimos. He's still taking damage, but he's under the BKB, so they can't lock him down. He will be back onto the higher ground, but that was a big push from where the tier 1 tower was right back towards the tier 3, and Dandelions didn't feel comfortable at any point trying to fight into that one.
Yeah, really weird fight. Mouse, they didn't have the sentry outside of the backpack, so they go on this ET, and he just lasts for so long. Oh, Sprinkle. See that?
Oh, yeah, the BKB comes out. He's going to try and do what he can. He's got the Yule Scepter as well as the Spirit Siphon going now as well. The damage from the Eclipse. Is it going to be enough with the Lucent Beam into those bouncing glaives to stack up here? It looks at the side of Mouse. Well, they might have to give up Bengen here. Bengen gets caught out with the Lucent Beam.
Stolen Dragon Tail.
Do they get X-Mark drag back? Yes, Sven has no BKB. They have the control. They have the damage. And Plintimos, he takes all it down. 3 heroes dead. They did get Supreme in the end as well. That was a really good trade. After the fight and forcing Dandelions back, I thought Mouse had a little bit of momentum in their favor, but Dandelions come right back into that one, cleaning up 3 heroes.
The vision from Dandelions, considering how behind they were, has been really good. Like, they have this one ward in the mid lane, and they had another one that got dewarded. And that's how they're finding these pickoffs. Mouse, they're playing very wide because they want to be farming on this DK. They want to be farming on everyone. And, the pickoff with the Ikanka is always going to be very strong. Now they have BKB on Death Prophet, but even that wasn't enough to save Supreme in that fight.
And Mobe is going to take some harass coming out from the Dragon Knight Illusions. How's he looking here? Net worth-wise, he dropped down. I can't even say he's dropped down a little bit. It's just that the Luna's recovered, and I mean, Vichun early on he had a terrible game, and the Monkey King's going to be back at his old tricks. He takes down 2 couriers after they deliver their items, so it's going to be again another decent amount of gold. But does Desire get the catch out? He doesn't, and Narman will be away.
All right, so he's been sending some of these illusions to the tier 3 tower top, but
yeah.
It's honestly not doing that much. Still pretty healthy tower. But as you said, that Roshan that they lost on Mouse, I think that is the one hit that kind of stopped the momentum they had this game. And now, like,
I'm just watching, banging on the bottom lane here. The Luna comes up, drops one Lucent Beam and a couple of... Oh, gonna BKB TP out of this one. Oh, because Force was close. Okay, so protection from that Dragon Tail. But yeah, no, that Gyrocopter's health just straight up disappeared here. Speaking about disappearing, Monkey King, now you see him, now you don't.
Oh, but they're gonna smoke. They know that the BKB on Luna is on cooldown here. If they can somehow find a good fight, it would be the dream.
And
Link on DK. Okay, they
who
find
do they
Rubik.
find? Yeah, okay, they're going to be able to get back lines on Rubik. He will go down. No Shallow Grave to heal him up as the Dazzle was TPing into this one. Palintimos pops his own BKB. What's he going to be able to do here? It's just a drag back onto an illusion, as it looks like Mouse. Do they want to set up to put pressure onto this tier 2 with the Dragon Form being used? Kind of what you want to be using it for here. Has that Aghanims, a level 3 Dragon Form as well, but won't actually be going on to any towers. In fact, they might be able to find out the Dazzle. Dazzle, what are you doing down here, man?
Yeah, he's just split pushing, you know, using those travels, using that dirty bad juju to do his thing. You know, it doesn't work on items, but apparently TP Scroll is not an item because it still lowers your travels cooldown, and he's just, you know, pushing all those side lanes, making Mouse run for it. And that's how they've been kind of delaying this game quite a bit.
Yeah, Dazzle playing the poor man's Tinker here, kind of with, like you say, with those TPs being... the cooldown being reduced onto those, so he is able to push that lane out and, you know, like I said, get himself towards the rest of his teammates. And I wonder if he's going to opt towards the Boots of Travel too, so he can get right on top of his teammates, you know, if they are going to be in danger.
I think it's possible. I think it's a really good item. It's an under-purchase item and also very good on Dazzle.
Yeah.
They will smoke. Maybe that ward got a glimpse of it. That one raid
Look at this
tier 3 tower top.
The Roshan respawn time in here as well. It was 13 seconds on the clock. This could be, if they find the separation from the Sven, from the rest of his team, this could be a massive opening here. Only he just has to go back to base, it looks like. And he can always TP himself back to his outpost if he needs to join up with the rest of the team. But Dandelions are coming around for a massive backstab on this.
Yeah, they are. And it seems like Dandelions is aware. They have really good position. Smoke's gonna break. Force pops his ulti. The illusions.
Yeah, the Lunar Illusions come in, scouts out, so the Dragon Knight going to use his own Manta style now as well to scout back out here. And to get some lockdown onto the Kunkka. Kunkka silenced up, but he does have that BKB. He just has to outlast all that lockdown coming through now. Kunkka, yeah, Glim Cape, so he's going to hold on to that BKB for a little bit longer, which is nice, because if a fight really kicks off in earnest, he still wants that to be able to keep himself going here. Homing Missile will fly through, but Palintimos, for the most part... Oh, teammates, Dragon Tail comes in. They're going to try and reset here now. Again, the silence comes out. Kunkka, what can he do? He's missing about 2/3 of his health. Still going to be able to survive here. Norman on the backlines drops that Wukong to man, but the damage coming through, it's more than enough to clean up, and now the God Strength will be used. Yeah, they've got the Exorcism coming through as well from Supreme. Dazzle coming through. Yeah, did he actually get this kill onto him? Palintimos, he survived for so long onto this one, but he should finally go down here. BKB was used as well. Backlines, what's this Rubik going to try and do? What does he steal? Going to be the call down here. Banging, not a lot of health left, but it doesn't matter at the minute. Mouse, they are cleaning up and should be able to walk right into this Roshan pit with the buyback coming through from Narman.
That was huge for Narman. Like, it looks like he's just showing up and killing himself, but he gets the vision of the Dazzle, and that is how you have to take this fight. You can't be jumping the Kunkka, or if you are, like, you have to be poking. Once you find the Dazzle and kill him, the fight is over, and that's what that buyback on the Monkey King allowed them to do. Surprisingly, though, they didn't go for the Roche instantly. Maybe they want to get this tier 2 tower first.
And yeah, maybe the like you say, just taking some map control out. But in fact, did anyone actually scout out the Roche? But I don't know if they did on the side of Mouse to see if it was back up.
I mean, I think it's almost... I guess it was a fast spawn timer, but yeah, regardless...
Yeah.
This is weird. I really think you either commit for this tower or you go Roche. Maybe that's what Onit's going to be doing now.
Maybe waiting for
it's also going to be dire side, so you really want to have it now, so that's not on the advantage of Dandelions.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking about it. Maybe they're just waiting for the ultimates to be back up, and maybe they're not super fussed about contesting on the dire side. Just so if another fight breaks out like that, they have all the tools in their arsenal to fight back against the side of Dandelions. And let's see, moving around, you see that Mouse, yeah, like you say, they're not committing to anything just yet here. Sven just continues to move through. He's got that Aghanim Scepter up. He's now finished up with the Harpoon as well, so that's going to help him even more on making sure he doesn't get kited out here. Going towards his Shard as well.
Will be a Roche on the Dire side, and he should be able to set up here. I wonder if then the line's going to try to stop them. You know, the gold advantage is still pretty negligible. They should be... It's really hard to go Roshan if the ET is around, but they are all pretty far away. Maybe they gave up on contesting Roche.
Yep. And you see that Mouse, they're just going to wait here for the big man to take a stroll up to the top side of the map. They're going to be able to do it really quickly as well with that God Strength coming through from the Sven. And yeah, you see the Dandelions, they're not even bothered about trying to contest this or even learning if it's being taken out at all here. Dragon Knight, he's going to be just popping these illusions, keeping these lanes pushed in as well, which means that Dandelions, they couldn't even get out to contest if they wanted to because these lanes just carry on getting pushed in and skipped over here.
Yeah. Alright, so Octarine now on Mobe. He is really annoying. Okay.
Oh, it's going to be the Rubik Stolen cooldown coming through. They get the kill onto the Dragon Knight. So it wasn't a Roshan contest, but that's pretty big here. Dragon Knight's down for the next 80 seconds, though does have that buyback available.
And that's the second time, right? Miles, they get Aegis and they just have someone out of position. Munch a lot of this Aegis duration, like a minute and a half pretty much. This is not ideal. A bit sloppy of Miles, and considering how good of a laning stage they had, I didn't expect them to do, you know, pretty much make the same mistake twice in a row.
Yeah, and at least this time, you know, they keep this Aegis going, so once the Dragon Knight respawns, they still have that pressure they can put on potentially this last tier 2 tower, maybe going towards the high ground. And how's Vichun looking? Luna gonna be the Satanic coming out here, so the Butterfly is up, and Sven not going towards an MKB, nothing like this, so the right click is going to be a little bit less effective here up against the Luna. But yeah, once that Satanic comes out for the Luna, with those bouncing glaives, could be an incredibly scary prospect to fight into here from the side of Mouse.
Here, I mean, it is Dandelions actually pressuring the towers here, but there is a pretty cheeky ward right in the middle of the lane. Thankfully, there's not going to be a fight there. They're all TPing back. They find armor though.
They do, yeah, they do get the lockdown. Monkey King, Yule Scepter's going to come out here, but the Stolen Primal Spring, Bolt even gets thrown out to this one just to make sure they secure that kill. So he's dead for 70 seconds. No respawn, no buyback, so 70 seconds till he respawns. What can Dandelions do with this window?
Yeah, I mean, they just have to wait, right? They don't really need to do anything. As long as Mouse is not ready to go high ground, they're happy. And this is a dieback on the Monkey King, which means it is a pretty long respawn timer. This Aegis is pretty much... It's almost gone. Like, if you take a minute out of this, you only have a minute and 40. Not ideal here for Mouse. Yeah, I mean, I really feel like if this keeps on going later and later, I honestly like Dandelion's draft a bit more. You saw how fast the DK melted if the ET can get close to the fight. All of that magic resistance, all of that armor being stripped away.
And the Sven BKB is down to 6 seconds now as well. You've got, so the kite ability does start to add a little bit more and more. You've got 7 seconds left on the Death Prophet's BKB as well. So... yeah, if this game goes later, I mean, I could see another Rapier coming up for the Luna again. Looking to try and make this jump, though. Do they have the damage onto Plintimos? Plintimos pops his own BKB. There is going to be the Lotus Orb coming out now as well. X marks a spot into the boat, though. Yule Scepter out for the Death Prophet. But is he going to be set up by the Stomp? No. Stomp not there in time. Couldn't get advantage from that Yule Scepter coming out from the Death Prophet. And Death Prophet will be away. Exorcism was used. Dragon Form's going to be used as well, though. So they're not going to get the full benefit again if they were trying to take a pick and then breach high ground.
Age is over now. A minute for God Strength to be back up. You use both Exorcism and God Strength. They are doing a really good... and look at that. Straight smoke. You don't care that Aegis is up if those cooldowns are down. And I really feel like Dandelions, they are slowly going to grind this game up. If they find a hero that matters, there's an amplified damage.
Yeah, Sven. He's still got his BKB though, just backed himself with a Lotus Orb coming through from Bengen, but Bengen, this might cost him his life. He's going to be X-marked right back into his doom, and Vichun does pick up the kill. Did they actually find out Supreme? Supreme. Drums get popped. There's going to be the telekinesis drive back here as well. And Death Prophet has popped up. Did they have the right click damage? The X mark, it comes out. Is it going to be enough to drag him back? No, Yule Scepter inside the fountain. He's going to be safe.
Wait, how did he get a second Yule Scepter? Oh, he didn't, right? He BKB. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He was, I think he was... The drums came out. Oh, no, because, yeah, the drums came out from the Monkey King to try and boost him up speed-wise.
V-Turn gets found.
What can he do with this? This is going to be a really big pickup here. And Luna, I don't know what V-Tune, but V-Tune's going to be able to get that Satanic coming through. Yeah, he tanks back up, he heals back up, and all of a sudden the Wukong's man, he's going to be able to walk himself away. Pretty much like nothing happened here. No BKB for the Kunkka just yet. Going to pop it now. So, can he get himself away from this one like his teammates did? He might be the sacrificial lamb. No. Backlines jump in. Dragonite. V-Tune gets a kill onto Nama now as well. The Dragonite needs to get himself away. Shellgrave comes out onto Palintimos and V-Tune. He's got that Satanic coming back up in the next 6 seconds. Cooldown will be used. Aegis. So they're going to have this second going to go on the Sven if you want to. The worst, that Satanic 1 second away now, but there's no BKB for the Luna. So we're going to have to rely on that Manta-style chase down, telekinesis onto the Dragonite. Dragonite dragged back. The homing missile is stolen by the Rubik, and they get the kill before that even comes through. And once again, Dandelions, they just find this opening now. What can they do with it?
They are playing so well, man. V-Tune.
Yeah.
He was tanking like Sven plus a DK and a DP. Just with that Satanic, the Dazzle was in the base. That's why they even attempted that play in the first place. But he eventually got there, gets the Grave of the Kunkka, protects this Luna. They're going high ground here. They might be forced to buy back this DK.
Yeah, he's down for 55 seconds. There is a cheese on Supreme here as well. Lotus Orb came out onto the Gyrocopter, means he couldn't really telekinesis back, but they take the space, and look at how quickly these racks are going to go down now. As soon as these glaives start to bounce, there's going to be another fortification. It doesn't matter about the homing missile because the glaives just clean it up. And this is going to be V-Tune just standing on the front lines. He's got his BKB back up now as well. Supreme taking so much damage. Yule Scepter comes out again. And again, if he needs it, he's going to be able to use that cheese. No, Supreme just backs himself away. The buyback will be forced out here from the Dragonite. Bengen going to be taking a lot of damage by the bouncing blades. But meanwhile, back outside the base, look at this. All that he needs to run himself away. That was a BKB Sven with the God Strength coming out now as well. And the damage was just too much. He doesn't have a buyback. V-Tune just keeps going here. And he's just going to go straight for tier 4s. Or do they want to back out? Maybe buy some time.
Buys on Rubik is crazy farm. No buyback on this Sven. I think this is GG. They have Traps level 2 on the Dazzle.
Yeah, he's going to be coming right back into this one now as well. Lotus Sub onto Supreme. And V-Tune doesn't care. He is trying to force out these buybacks. Like you say, they don't exist here. So they're going to take the tier 4 towers. They're going to go for the end of the game. And Dandelions, well, I always believed in them from minute 1. Just going to be able to come through and clean up game number 1 in a fairly... I mean, the response that they had, that's going to be confidence inspiring that they can go down like that and still come back and command control of the game.
Here. The DK cut every single wave.
Okay,
no. Okay, that was close. I gotta be honest, the Lions, they impressed me tremendously here. I do feel like Mouse shot themselves in the foot a little bit with the way they played, especially the DK. I think he had such a good laning stage, considering he was 1 versus 2, that, I don't know, I'm not that big of a fan on the Midas choice. I think if they just played a bit tighter, a bit faster, they could have probably taken this, but you do have to give it to Dandelion, especially the Dazzle. I was a hater, I was a doubter, but he proved me wrong. He actually made that hero look pretty good.
Yeah, and that is going to be it. Game number 1, Mouse. It is a long day for them, so they want to be racking up as many wins as possible, but game number 1 will go the way of Dandelions. Dandelions looking to make it 2-0, but Mouse, they want that draw. We'll find out how it's going to go after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunkka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
Indie Gaming, 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome in, everybody. We're going to start here with the second game now of Mouse versus Dandelions. Dandelions in that first game, they looked pretty good in the end game of that, but Mouse, it was a great start from them. So, Bowie, how do Mouse capitalize on how they started the last game? You know, how do they keep that momentum going here in the second game, do you think, and maybe take the series 1-1?
I think they just need to... have a better game plan, because I really like their draft. I think they played their lanes pretty well, but they were not in the same page when it came to pressure, right? We saw them just trading farm, and Vitum got a lot out of the map. That Dazzle, like, I think Dazzle's weakness is that he's pretty bad at fighting early. You need to get an eggs, you need to get travels, and he didn't even get the eggs first. He rushed travels, so when he was the weakest, I don't feel like Mouse really took advantage of that. So maybe ban the Dazzle less phase, right? If you're afraid of playing against that. I really feel like that was a lot of Mobe. The fact that Vitun got so much time to farm, despite the fact that the DK had the Midas and was farming so much. Eventually you also get the shard, so you deal with the DK illusions. So that's my problem with the Midas and the whole I'm gonna scale thing, is that Dazzle just counters what the DK was doing, right? Anytime the DK threw illusions, he can quickly TP to that location, deal with the illusions with his shard, and then TP back to the fountain, instantly reset his travels, be ready to be somewhere else. So I think that was a game where actually maybe Rush Blink Dagger, you just play much faster than they did, and I guess they underestimated how strong that Dazzle was, and you know, I don't blame them because I did the same.
Yeah, they did in the early game. You know, they put some pressure, especially with the Monkey King rotations, which I wonder if Dandelions are going to ban out here. You know, maybe not wanting to deal with those Monkey King shenanigans again. But the pressure that he put on you, the lane pressure they put on taking away that bottle, it did allow the Death Prophet to get a couple of early kills. But like you say, once that Dragon Knight got his Midas, he was more busy looking to farm than he was to get aggressive with his team. And this time I wonder if they do actually ban out that Dazzle, because it did look really, like you say, it looked amazing once he got towards those items. And again, yeah, maybe Dandelions considering banning out that Monkey King here, because that was just a bit of a pain in the arse for I think Dandelions in that early game, trying to get their items out on the courier.
Yeah, I think they could have beaten the Dazzle if they played perfectly, but it was not the case. So hopefully, if you do let the Dazzle through, you're sure that, you know, you can pressure a bit more, not give him all of the opportunities to, you know, farm all of those items, get the Blink, the BKB, the Octarine Core, and then the game becomes so much harder. You need to find a Dazzle every fight, and, you know, the Luna is free to farm and free to do whatever he wants. They did ban the Primal again. So I guess the only change is this DK, right? I think the Lash was also banned in the first phase.
I don't think the Shadow Demon was banned out in the first game. Chen is still there.
True.
Dandelions. Do they pick it up here?
Considering... Yeah. Hidara is definitely a Chen player, so
Yeah.
that would be hype to see.
Yeah, no, they I was looking at it, yeah, because they had that last ban, so they ban out the Lash, which is pretty good at dealing with the Chen waves, the Chen army. Probably kind of the same. So they're going to go into a bit of the reserve time here, but the Chen is open, and this is the thing, right? If you don't take it here, do Mouse snatch it up? So are you being forced to pick up this Chen as well, even if you weren't super comfortable in picking it up?
Exactly. They're definitely taking their time. They finally decide on the Centaur.
So maybe hoping that Mouse doesn't notice that it's open. They go for the Bat Rider. So we'll see if it gets through the second phase, or maybe we are going to be seeing a Chen game coming through today here in between Mouse and Dandelions.
Yeah, I think both sides already, kind of gearing up against the Chen in a way. Both Centaur and Batrider are pretty good against it.
10 seconds.
You also have first pick on Mouse in the next phase. So it's more on Dandelions, I think, to ban the Chen than it is on Mouse. I think they're probably happy. They're gifted a Chen in a silver plate. We'll see what they're going to be doing here. The fact that they banned his Undying means to me that we're probably not banning the Chen, right?
10 seconds.
Probably. I mean, I wonder if they're trying to force Mouse into picking. Maybe they've got a game plan here, trying to bait the pick out here from Mouse and just leave it in, as they do ban out the Timbersaw. So yeah, again, this is going to be Mouse. Do they want to leave the Chen in the pool? Does it get through? And maybe it's going to be both teams. They don't have a game plan because it doesn't get through very often. So maybe both teams don't have a game plan for the hero, and they're just going to both ignore it here.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes. But considering was banned in one game, right? So you expect at least one of the sides to be able to play it. That's kind of the weird part. But curious to see how this is going to develop as they get the Shaker. All right, so that's also, let's say, an anti-Chen hero in a way, especially later on as you get so many creeps.
Yeah, and maybe, again, both teams taking steps to counter that Chen that might not be coming out, but we see Dandelions, they've got this pick open if they wanted to. They have the next two picks as well, so they can lock in. I mean, they could lock in both supports as well, not really give anything away past that the Centaur pickup of who's going to be going where in the lane. So it's going to be the Crystal Maiden, and then Dandelions.
Good here against the Chen. Have the Frostbite.
Yeah. And do you run this with, is the Crystal Maiden still a 5 hero, or can you run this with the Centaur in the lane? Do you think this is going to be a comfortable lane for them, or is CM still purely a 5 hero?
I would say she's almost purely a 5 hero. You can play it 4, but I don't think it's a hero that scales as much as you like. It can scale, but the problem is that it just dies so much in the mid game that even if you have a good laning stage, sometimes it feels like it doesn't do as much. So yeah. I would rather have it as a 5, especially because of the Batrider, which I'm assuming is going to be a 4, right? The Shaker is flexing many roles here. Could be a 4, but could be mid, could be off lane.
And what do they want? I mean, they're taking Dandelion's taking a lot of time as well for this third pick, so Crystal Maiden is out. I thought they had the answer for both these heroes they want to pick, but it's going to be the Snapfire coming through. So yeah, more than likely going to be the two supports picked up here in the Snapfire Centaur lane. Here you've got your Cookie into your Stomp into the double edge, Scatterblast for the slowdown there as well. So they are both big tanky strength heroes as well, really hard to kill off. And this lane for the side of Dandelions, it is going to be a fairly hard lane to kill, I think, and they should be able to open up some harass here in this lane. And maybe Mars, they do the same here. Maybe go back for something like a Lifestealer who's going to be able to sustain in this lane up against two strength heroes.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that working pretty nicely as they actually get a Void here. Was not expecting this at all, and they go Darkseer as well. Huh. I mean, Darkseer Shaker is a classic combo, and now I guess they pretty much are giving away the Shaker's mid because I'm assuming it's going to be a Batrider Darkseer lane, right? Which means you don't really want to play Shaker Void safe lane. So you are giving away that this is going to be a Shaker in the mid lane.
Is it, or would you run that for Shaker with the Darkseer in the lane? Trapping them off with the Fissure, being able to burn them down with the Iron Shell?
I think the Batrider is just so much better. You can run the Shaker. I just feel like you waste a lot of the potential of the Batrider. You end up with like two pretty mediocre lanes, whereas you could have like still have a good lane if your last pick Sure, it's unorthodox to last pick your support as an overall last pick.
Yeah.
But I just think Darkseer Batrider is really strong.
Okay, well, I mean, they're banging out the Pango here on Dandelions. They've got this puck pick up here. I wonder if they ban out... What else do we look towards? Maybe ban out the Queen of Pain as well, up against the puck. As Alt gets ban out here from Mouse. So yeah, Dandelions looking for a carry. What is left for them? Especially going to be coming up against this Darkseer in the lane.
Yeah, against Void, not that many. I think Slark is good, right? You can deal with the Iron Shell. You have a Dispel for the Batrider. You have a Dispel for the Shaker. You have your Shard for the Chronosphere.
5 seconds
I like it a fair amount. It is a bit on the squishy side. But they don't have that much burst damage. It's pretty much just this Shaker.
And, well, I mean, they're burning through a lot of reserve time here on the side of the Dandelions. Thinking about this next pick, you know, maybe considering whether it is going to be that, like you say, that mid-Earth Shaker coming out here. But for the minute, it feels like they ban out the Huskar. Again, a cheese pick. Actually goes well with the Iron Shell from the Dark Sea. Just be able to dive in. Keep on top of heroes with the damage. They go for the Ursaba.
Oh, okay. Not a popular hero whatsoever. A hero that
not at all, no.
I actually consider to be trash, but it is good versus Darkseer. And it is good versus Shaker. Just having the eggs on the Ursa here. It's amazing. And, okay, so it's gonna be a Shaker 4 then, I think.
Yeah. And that is going to be coming up against the Ursa in the lane. And even if you're going to have the Surge away from the Darkseer, you know, the Frostbite comes out from Kitaro. There is good setup, especially being a double melee lane here for Mouse. Dandelions have a good setup for kills in this safe lane, I think, here with the Crystal Maiden Ursa pickup.
All right. So it's going to be a TA versus Puck. Pretty classic lane here. Supreme should have dandy old time. I'm not sure I like Mouse draft. I feel like they don't necessarily have that much damage in the chrono. Their lanes are okay-ish. It's a double melee Darkseer, but out of all the heroes you could have, I don't think Shaker is in like the top 6 of the heroes. So I don't know. Considering how good of a game Dandelions had, the only thing that kind of holds me from saying they're clearly winning this game is Ursa. This hero, you know, I know Viton is really good. He's probably one of the best Ursas in the world. But it's a weird hero, man. He seems like he's not that strong in lane anymore, and he doesn't necessarily scale as much. He's weird.
Yeah. It could have been worse. Could have been a Troll Warlord pick. But yeah, VTune picking up this Ursa, but maybe this is the revival of the Ursa here. Maybe VTune knows something that we don't. You know, he's getting some practice in before the patch drops on this Ursa here as well. But yeah, I don't mind it in the lane. I just think it might struggle, especially when you've got the Lasso coming out. You're going to have the Chronosphere coming through, the vacuums, as well as everything that the Earthshaker throws out there. Again, VTune, this Ursaba, it's one of those heroes that I'm afraid might just be kited to death before it has a real impact in the fights.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how this game is going to unfold here. This Darkseer Shaker, though. This is, you know, maybe not in the lane it isn't the strongest, but later on, I want to see some teamwork here. I want to see some vacuum, you know, 3-man vacuum into Echoes. Because there's a lot of potential for Wombo Combo. Chronosphere and Echo both benefit greatly from those... Chronosphere and Echo benefit greatly from the vacuums.
Yeah, so we'll be able to get ourselves into the second match to see if Dandelions are going to be able to pull off a 2-0 or Mouse. Will they get themselves a first win on the board for the day? Plenty more action to come for Mouse, so them go and get themselves a quick win here. Or just, you know, a win in general will be nice to lift the spirits coming into the second series.
Oh yeah, let's see if I'm going to be able to get that as Mobe. Very quick ward here. Smoke breaks.
How do you play around this? I mean, the TA in the mid lane up against the puck. How are you looking to play around this? Are you just looking to trade off in the lane, or do you think that you're going to be able to, maybe with the help of the Earthshaker, get aggressive here onto the puck?
I don't think you can kill the puck. You might be able to kill Supreme once you have Coil and support rotation. So maybe level 6, I think you might be able to kill him. But in general, TA should have the advantage, should be able to, you know, stack for herself and do all that. And it's more on the puck to either rotate to another lane or have the supports collapse onto this TA.
Okay. And Yeah, so just expecting a similar, but same build every time for the TA. The Dragonlance, Desto, Blink Dagger, etc., picked up early on, and look for those
I don't
stacks.
mind the Blink Shard this game. So maybe like Dragonlance Blink Shard. I feel like you actually get more value out of that silence than you get having Desto. So yeah, that could be one route. I'm very curious to see how Supreme's going to itemize.
Okay. And odds on the screen, Mouse coming in as the favourites, and we'll see how this one is going to fall. As the last game, maybe a little bit of an upset, but now Dandelions, do they have the confidence, do they have the momentum coming into the second game to carry themselves through and just get themselves another win on the board? In terms of the table, just taking a quick look at that, you can see that, or I can see because I'm looking at it, Dandelions are in third, just above Mouse because they've played one more series and got the points on the board for that. So yeah, Dandelions, they want to be climbing this table and maybe making it a little bit harder for Mouse coming through in the last couple of days of Group A.
Yeah, I mean, I would be not sure if upset is the right word, but it would show that these groups are very competitive. With the exception of Havu that didn't really perform as much as maybe we expected. But I would love to see some tiebreakers, see this very hype 1v1 mids.
I feel really bad for Panda and Kips because you're like, okay, cool, we're gonna be able to cover every single Havu game. It's gonna be hype, it's gonna be amazing. The finished stack, it's gonna represent. And then, yeah, unfortunately, this time around, don't get me wrong, there's still 3 more European leagues to come, so they absolutely can look to improve, come back, maybe shock the world as they come through into the European League too. But yeah, for the minute, it wasn't the best start out for the year here for Havu.
Yeah, that's how I feel cheering for Brazilian teams. Sometimes it's rough, Though it's such a competitive game that you hardly get to see a stack. I guess with the exception of China, you hardly get to see a team with the same nationality playing at tier 1 level.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? At least you get a full stack to cheer on. Palintimos! He takes down. Did he get the revenge kill? It's going to be the Flame Break coming back here, but he might be able to get the kill onto the bat. No. Desire couldn't close the gap, getting range for that last right click here to take down the Bat Rider, so it will be that 1-for-1 trade. But yeah, I wasn't expecting that in the safe lane, the kill coming out, but I guess that's the power of the cookie into the stump. Double-edged Scatter Blast. It's a lot of burst and a lot of control that stops the Faceless Void from being able to get off that Time Walk and heal back up.
Yeah, it's a lot of poke that they have, and until you get level 3 with level 2 Time Walk, that cooldown is very prohibitive. You can easily die if you misplay.
And do you think that with these high aggression spells coming out here, does Faceless want to go for a second point in the Time Walk? Or no, it's going to be the Time Dilation coming through, actually. Cookie's going to be the Bat Rider. Does he go down to this one? The Firefly doing a lot of damage to Desire. He's not even going to try and turn around, try and get some harass out onto the Bat Rider now as well. Bat Rider, just know the Time Walk forward, it's going to be enough. Trade out for the supports here. You can see the Palintimos, he wants to get this one, but the Bat Rider just a little bit faster, but now he's caught in the little pond, and the Stomp comes through, and yeah, Palintimos, he will be able to clean up, and being a Centaur, being the big tanky boy that he is, going to be able to get some good health regeneration coming through anyway.
Still pretty good for Mouse. You get the kill with the Void, you get a Lotus for you. This Bat Rider is going to come back full HP, maybe bring you a couple of consumables.
Yeah.
This is a distant recovery for Own It, but his CS is struggling. He is 7-2. He's like 2 CS ahead of the support Snapfire.
And there is going to be the bounce back on Palintimos here in the bottom lane. Once again, this is going to be a maybe quick kill onto the Centaur underneath the tier 1 tower. He doesn't have the regen. He's going to go down. Bengen gets it. V-Tune, though, gets the kill onto Force in the top lane. So already, again, Crystal Maiden being able to maybe bait out the Surge into the Frostbite, and then the Crystal Nova slow after the Surge wears off. It just means that the Ursa will be able to stack a lot of damage, and this time it works out getting the kill.
I think the Snapfire TP'd mid to get to refill Puck's bottle. That's why they're able to go in the center there.
To jump forward, though, he was able to get it with a winning rift. So, the interrupt coming through, Earthshaker had the right idea, but Puck was able to get himself in and get that Water Rune away from the Earthshaker.
Alright.
But
though, having the time of his life, the laning stage is amazing. You just okay. Force has a Surge.
I like that as well. He doesn't go right back towards his tower because he knows a Crystal Maiden without the Crystal Nova coming through. The Maiden is waiting for him, so he's actually going to try... No, does he get the vision onto this one? Trying to go through that Twin Gate. Any Frostbites to stop it? Kadara just lets him go, and I suppose, I mean, that's not bad. It gives him the free lane here, as the Darkseer are going to be forced completely off this lane, it looks like.
Yeah, he gets the salve. He's going to come back. Uses a bit of mana, but should be fine. He was also pushing the wave with Iron Shell, so he benefits a lot from the fact that they're fighting away from the creep wave.
Yeah.
So yeah, he doesn't get the experience, but it's not the end of the world. He's still, you know, getting some CS. FP from CM.
Look at this one as well. Mobe, the CM's going to offer, Kadara's going to offer Mobe some protection, but yeah, Mobe, he's playing this the highly mobile perk fairly well. He's not, obviously, he's not rocking the most last hits, but it just feels like Earthshaker's rotated in now 2 or 3 times, and the perks just outplayed him.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really hard hero to kill. So I think you rotate the Shaker anyways, just so you can make sure you deny runes from him, because then you force him base. But now, yeah, fight for the rune. They're already sending pretty much every support here in the mid lane.
And we can see, yeah, that the Earthshaker Crystal Maiden are going to be close to each other here. While this is going on, I mean, V-Tune's absolutely loving this. Cookie comes out now, so the refraction charges are up on Supreme. So Supreme not going to be affected by the Cookie. Pops that trap as well to Mobe. So Mobe slowed right down, has to go back towards the tier 1 tower. And the rune will be protected here by the Earthshaker. Going to be that amplified damage rune here as well. So what can the TA do with this one? Is there any stacks around? They're not... The camps have been warded up in the triangle, so there's not going to be any stacks here for the TA, and that's where the big power spike comes early on for these TAs. Not going to be able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, that's big. Really nice they were able to block those stacks, but if you get this tower anyways, it might not matter. That's a lot of damage already done, and kind of reminds me of that DK game we saw where he just got the tower minute 7 or something. Supreme is kind of... Especially with the protection of the Shaker. Even if they don't kill the puck, you can just push him away and still get the tower anyways. No glyph.
Far right behind. Bengen comes through. Going to be silenced out by the Wind Rift. The Fisher does it connect on Mobe had the orb as well to get away. Anyway, no lasso for that Batrider. He's just a level too low. Like you say, Supreme easily going to be able to clean up this tier 1 tower. And now the Wisdom Runes come out. Going to give a boost to the 2 supports here inside of Mouse.
Yeah, this is huge for TA. Yeah, you block the camps, but... The tower is down anyways, and now TA can just do whatever she wants. She has the entire left side of the big jungle here, and then the lion side. And already even getting some vision, so Supreme buying his own wards, pretty cool.
They are free. You know, it costs nothing to put them down, and it only really costs a slot, and while you only have branches, not the biggest cost in the world. 3 heroes, though, making a move. Crystal Maiden going to be the furthest one forward, scouted out here by the Observer Ward, but the Ursa... Actually, what's the build that the Ursa is going to go for? It's going to be the Battle Fury here for the Ursa. And that is a big ask, I think. You know, it's not going to be the Diffusal Blade or the Maelstrom, anything like this. This is a big investment for the Ursa. Can't get involved in these fights if it starts to kick off between the 2 teams, because he has to look for this farm.
It's a hard game to go Diffuser against Surge, so that slow just doesn't work as well. And he's actually farming quite a bit. I think the price that you pay on Mouse is the Shaker, right? He is only level 3 even after the Wisdom Rune. He is not a hero right now. V-Tune.
Yeah. Well, the wall's been dropped, but V-Tune, he's got his ultimate if he needs it. That Enrage would be able to keep him alive. Keep him walking out. Kadaro gotta be a little bit more careful as Olnet's gonna come in. In fact, they might look for a Chronosphere here. They've got the stack ups, every ultimate available, apart from that Earthshaker, like you say, wall's been dropped now. But yeah, Olnet, he's actually gonna get aggressive coming through this Twin Gate. What are they gonna try and do with this?
Yeah, they get the tower, no CS from Bengen, but still, they're gonna get it. There's a trade happening bottom, but it is much slower, so I feel like Mouse can still...
Dreamcall's gonna be here now as well. The damage, the lockdown, the silence, is it enough? And the Faceless Void, he comes back blind through the Twin Gate, and it's gonna cost Olnet his life.
Damn. That's a huge kill. Especially if they can get this tower, which right now doesn't seem to be the case. So even though you kill this Void, it feels like this TA already created so much space here that it's gonna be tough. I think this Ursa, he will need a lot of time, because it's not only the Battlefield, you need the Blink, you need the BKB, you need a Basher. This hero just needs an obnoxious amount of items to feel relevant.
How well does the rest of Dandelions create the space for the Ursa? You know, do you think it's going to be enough here if the fours on the side, the four of the heroes on the side of Dandelions just look for these ganks? In fact, a little bit damage onto Face's Void. He's going to use that time dilation again. No Chronosphere just yet, though, in this match so far in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's enough right now. I feel like healing the Void is nice, but at the end of the day, with TA drafts, TA is usually the carry. So killing TA is like 3 times more important, I would say, than killing this Void. He eventually will get his items, whereas for the TA, timings are everything for her. You need to be playing from ahead. You need to be getting those Aegises. And right now, I don't see what could stop them. And she's going, I guess Supreme is going for that Blink Shard build, which I love. I think that's exactly the build you need.
Yeah, meanwhile, take a look at Mobe. It's going to be the Witch's Blade coming out, so that's going to be some help, I think, against Supreme here. But yeah, really, you're going to be maybe relying... Oh, Kadara. Okay, Kadara's just using... Yeah, he's just using it to help out the Puck Farmer. I thought he actually caught someone out here.
Is he helping or is he farming? Okay, he does leave most of the big ones.
Yeah, he's helping.
Okay. I mean, we kind of talked about this. Centaurs going for the Veil instead of Blink Dagger. It just feels like no one's is really creating space for the Ursa right now. Everyone's trying to get their own part. And while that happens, you know, mid and top already fell down. You have this Darkseer already farming so many defensive items. And I think damage is going to become a problem. Kind of talked about Ursa being kited, but even damage, once this pipe is up, a lot of that Snapfire, a lot of that Puck damage is going to feel a bit weaker. And that's what I'm scared of. I feel like now's the timing for Dandelions to play aggressive. I'm not seeing it.
No, nothing just yet. And yeah, like you say that, I mean, you've still got Norman at level 5.
Smoke.
Oh, he just hits a 6 now. So, what are they going to be able to go for this one? It wasn't under vision. There was a Sentry, but there wasn't an Observer. But it looks like they're going to try and go bottom lane, get the kill onto Palintimos. It's going to be the first Chronosphere of the game. Who are they going to be able to find out with this smoke? Because the TA left. The TA was straight out of there. And it's going to be the Darkseer in the jungle. But he's far enough away. You know, he's out of the way that he shouldn't be easily scouted out. Should be able to farm out here. And then maybe look for that TP. But the scan comes through. Force. He's in the trees. Spider senses tingling. Are they going to be able to cancel it? The jump comes in. Dream Call. It's going to be here. They will be able to get the kill. The wall does get dropped. So it's going to buy him some time. But only a second or so. And the aggression coming through from Vichu. Vichu now already has that Battle Fury up. Will be able to deal with these illusions.
That was really close. So close. But yeah, they do get the kill. It's kind of a small fry. I think out of the heroes you would like to kill on Miles, the priority is definitely TA, Void, Darkseer. But a kill is a kill, and at least you are... you just get vision of the hero so Vitum can farm. He did finish his Battle Fury. And pretty much has his treads done. Yeah. So that's a really good timing on the Battle Fury. That's pretty much as good as he gets.
And we'll see, what he's going to be able to get from this. And again, whether the side of Dandelions are going to be able to create space for him now as well. Stampede's going to be used because Desire was in a little bit of trouble here. It feels like Mouse, they want to be looking for these kills. You know, they don't want to be letting Dandelions get comfortable, find this farm, and just be playing this meandering game. They do really want to be taking this aggression and maybe taking this map control away. And this is the thing, right? You've got a TA. So it's going to be the TA timing versus the Ursa timing on which team thinks they're going to be in the better position to take away Roshan as well.
Yeah, I love this from Mouse. That was kind of what they were lacking in game number 1. Maybe they didn't had... Like, they definitely had the heroes. But now this Darkseer for Force, I feel like it's much more of the role he should be playing that game as well. So they do pressure a little bit. They decide to retreat. Once you finish that pipe, I think that's when we're going to see Mouse fight at full force.
And yeah, just watching the Dandelions, not the greatest tower takers in the world. Ooh, they might be, they're going to be able to get the kill. And then Mobe should be able to get himself away. Does Norman actually go the right way here? Puck in no vision. That Watcher isn't activated, so Mobe might even try and take away this camp from the side of Mouse. He's going to be able to get it. Yeah, stopping the respawn. Doesn't dive away to his orb. Gives a quick flash to Norman to kind of signal where he is. But now he's moving over to the Wisdom Rune. This is going to be big if he picks this one up. Yeah. Does he want to go for it? The orb comes through. He gets it for free.
Very nice. Very nice. And Norman getting closer to his Blink Dagger here. The game has been pretty slow, so it allowed him to find a lot of farm when things are chill. There you go. Needs like one wave, and he should have his Blink Dagger. And that's going to be Puck's bane. If they're fighting with a smoke, which right now they are actually, you can always just kill this Puck.
Yeah, the Centaur is the furthest one forward as well. He's got that Blink Dagger and the Phase Boots. Crystal Maiden, Kadaro might
dead.
be caught out. Smoke Breaks jump comes in. Yeah, the lasso's even going to be committed here with the Crystal Maiden. But this is going to be... Oh, Centaur. Did they actually find the two of the Centaur and the Snapfire? Snapfire moving himself away, pulling to most in the trees. So they want to put some aggression onto this tier 1. Will the rest of Dandelions move around to defend this one? I think the Puck doesn't have a TP still on cooldown. Use it to go towards the top lane after snatching that Wisdom Rune. So it's just going to be the 2 heroes for now here on the side of Dandelions. Looking to, I don't know, go for the deny. They're going to be able to get Stomp in. The Flame Break doesn't push back onto Palintimos and the Cookie, and will keep Palintimos safe. So maybe looking for this deny onto the tower.
Yeah, Force pretty much ready to finish his pipe here, so I think he could even join this fight as the courier is close to the secret shop here. Could maybe go through the Twin Gate, yeah? That's what this might be doing. Oh, Centaur.
Jump comes in, but the Stampede will be used here by Ryder. He's already used that lasso onto the Crystal Maiden. Won't have it up here, but he does bait out the Stampede. And Tier 1 tower getting lower and lower and lower. Desire, he does get the deny, but it might cost him his life now. Supreme going to be able to jump in, get a couple of the right clicks off here. One more might finish the job. The Stomp comes in. Was that full of the Monte kisses are going to rain down here onto Supreme, but it doesn't matter. Supreme, he has that right click damage, and now V2 getting involved though. Supreme, he has his refraction charges back up. It might not mean enough. The Dream Cold comes out, stuns up onto the Bat Rider. Bemgun, he's going to be caught out by the enemy team, caught out, killed off. And this, I mean, he already used the TP. The Echo Slam comes in. Big cleanup. Mobe was able to dodge off some of that damage with a phase shift, though. They take down 2. Is it going to be 3 and 4 into this one now? Mobe, yeah, trying to move himself away with a phase shift into the orb, and the trap doesn't pop in his range. So Mobe will be able to get himself out. Fisher won't connect him. Narman's trapped himself in the trees. The damage isn't going to be up. One more right click, it is. He jumped just too far forward, and Narman flew too close to the sun. And V2 Mobe will burn him down.
Yeah, a bit too greedy there, but that's just a taste of how powerful the team fight of Mouse is in the mid game. Yeah. Really good wars there. Yeah, you lose your TA, but they find so much afterwards. I still feel like Force was a bit too slow to show up, but I'm glad that he did. I felt like he wasn't even playing game number 1, but you know, just that one vacuum already kind of solidified the position of Mouse. They could even attempt Roshan, honestly. I feel like once you have the Darkseer at this stage, it's pretty much impossible to contest Roshan from Mouse, but it's actually Dandelion smoking. They're not going to find anything here, unless they want to go to the Twin Gates.
And
oh no, they want to Rosh, actually.
Yeah, he's going to dive in here.
V2, goddamn.
Mobe, he's buying some time, yo. He's trying to find some information, gets himself out. But yeah, they do have, I mean, the net worth-wise, like you say, the Sursa, 10,000, 11,000 net worth now in a couple of gold, and he's going to be able to get himself right into this pit. This is going to be a really quick Roshan, and there is going to be the response from Mouse. They're smoking the way up here, but with the full gap around, all you're waiting for now is the Freezing Field coming out for the Crystal Maiden. All 5 ultimates are going up. Roshan is going down. I don't think Mouse getting here in time, and the Faceless Void isn't even anywhere near trying to get the contest in this one. So even if they did, this is going to be a 4v5 fight coming through here. And I think this is the best outcome for Mouse, is they're going to lose the Aegis, but they're not going to lose any heroes.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Echo was on cooldown, so really good read from Dandelions, knowing that they have BKB and that Echo was down. But I still feel like they were maybe a bit too slow. If you are faster, you can poke, you can take them out of the pit and buy time for your own cooldowns. Still, very nicely done by Dandelions. And honestly, V2 in both games has been very impressive. Game number 1, he barely had a game, and somehow he recovered. In this game, he had a perfect lane stage, and he's playing flawless so far.
Yeah, bottom lane, there is going to be some damage coming out into Desire. There's going to be the bash into, top lane though. Chronosphere comes out, they get the lockdown. They get the kill into Mobe, and now they're going to be able to get the kill into Desire now. It's, well, surely no Stampede, but was that vacuum back? Yeah, Desire, he doesn't have a cookie for 6 seconds, and Olnit will eventually get the kill, but it might cost him his life. Was that extra control coming through? The Frostbite from the Crystal Maiden, he even drops the Freezing Field. Wall's going to be dropped here from Force, just to get himself away, and V-Tune gets some extra, just a little bit of extra gold here from those Force illusions from the wall.
I mean, Olnit doesn't even have a game. This is awful for him. He's 2 and 3. He's behind the Centaur's net worth right now. And that's just a free tower for Dandelions. It feels like the next couple of minutes are going to be rough on Mouse. And that's the problem with TA. If you don't get that Aegis, this hero this year can feel really sad. Like this,
Yeah.
you want to be playing from ahead, and this game has been pretty far behind.
And you can see that Supreme, yeah, like you say, he is going to be going towards that dash. So now jump in though. Supreme, is he under vision? Beecham, drums are pop, but they'll say they're going to walk straight past. In fact, no, they blink away for the Earthshaker, but he blinks right into the Centaur's path now. Damage coming through. Beecham wants to get in here. There's going to be another vacuum coming through. Dream Call will be used to get the kill onto the Earthshaker. Chase away Supreme. He's going to have the jump away that surge as well, it looked like, and Supreme will be away safe. Cost Norman his life, though.
So, did they use Echo in that top fight when the Chronosphere was used bottom?
To kill the Puck, yeah. So the Chronosphere bottom and the Echo Slam top to get the kill onto the Puck.
Okay. That's why they couldn't fight there, because Echo was on cooldown. Another tower that looks like Dandelions want to pick up, but the Glyph is buying some time, and that Shaker is a problem once he's up.
I mean, not for another 20 seconds or so, as that Echo Slam still isn't back up just yet. He might try and go. Stampede's going to be used here. Did they actually get another kill onto him? He's going to jump in. No, but he's straight up. He's only just respawned. He's just straight up dead. Supreme now. The multi-kisses are going to start to rain down. Dealing with those Templar Assassin refraction charges now as well. Wall going to be dropped from the Darkseer. Lasso back. They're going to be able to get the kill into the Crystal Maiden. 1v1 trade. But I don't know if Dandelions are done just yet. Again, they still have this Aegis for 2 minutes. And Vichun, like you say, he's itching to use that fresh Battle Fury. BKB even, excuse me.
Yeah, that's another fight where Force was slightly too late with his button pressing. When the Void died, he had Mech and Greaves, and he just popped it half a second too late. Same thing here. He had both the Greaves in the pipe and couldn't really save the Shaker. But as you said, he didn't have Echo. Kind of a... I think he was baiting, but he baited too hard, let's say. As sure, he lost a couple of towers. I don't feel like this is the end of the world here for the Mouse Draft. I think their team fight allows them to play this fight even if they are relatively far behind. And, well, gonna get a Centra.
Well, Palintimos, he will fall as Kadara will get the Crystal Clone out. Which is actually quite nice because the majority of Mouse, should be popping that Crystal Clone. If they get on top of the Crystal Maiden, there's that push away as well for the extra safety. So, yeah, it's just...
By the way...
Go on.
They noticed that the creeps in the mid lane just bounced into invisible units, so they realized that Mouse was smoked. They actually pinged exactly where they were.
Oh, damn.
It was Vitun that did. Now they are smoking. He can't get ulted here. Oh,
Moby, he's healing up for a little bit. No way he survives through this one now as well. Did they have the control? Was that? No! Oh, he's going to be able to get him right into Bengen's waiting hands, but he gets that jump away. No, the blink dagger from Bengen. How much time is he going to waste here? Eventually, he's going to go down. Bengen will pick up the kill with Mobe. Just wasting a lot of time, and in fact, he gets out another Echo Slam from that as well.
Yeah, they also jumped the Void top. We've been using the Enrage, but this time Force was close and does save on it.
And Faceless has that BKB out now. This is going to be a really nice pickup for the survivability.
You're beating him, though.
Pops up BKB. Yep, do they have the damage to get the kill into the Centaur? Palintimos, he's going to be able to throw up. Meanwhile, the backlines, Lasso dragged down onto the Centaur. Can they get the kill onto Desire, who is being dragged back here now once again? So it's going to be a kill onto the Snapfire here. Supreme picks it up. Vichun takes down Bengen. What else can he do? He's going to go for that BKB TP away. This Lasso was already used. The Chronosphere 2, it is down. Kadara, though, he gets bashed. And couldn't get himself away from that one. So good fight here from the side of Mouse.
He first hit bash the CM, and he was about to hit the Ursa there. That hit was gonna be a bash, so very lucky from Vitun that it's not him that gets the hit instead of Workidaro.
And we'll see just what they're going to be able to do with this one, because it feels like the reverse of the last game here, where Dandelions were in some good the Mouse were in some good control, and then Dandelions pulled it back. But here, Dandelions had a great start. We're picking up kills, finding some good fights. They even took down the first Roshan, but Mouse, after 2 good fights, 2 good pickoffs, it feels like they're right back in it, and now they've got that control of the map.
Yeah. Really like Vitun's item build, though. He's going straight up for that Axe we talked about. It's amazing, this game. Just getting that Enrage inside the Chrono, getting after the Echo Slam. So he is really hard to kill. But I think the problem has been this Puck. He's being picked off, right? That Echo, the Lasso.
Yeah.
I think he needs Linken's or Kaya Sanj, and he is going Kaya Sanj.
Yeah, it's really weird to me how Mobe's been playing away from the rest of his team like that. Getting caught out a couple of times, and another puck wants to be split pushing, but usually you do it with the support. You hold hands with one of the supports, either Crystal Maiden and Snapfire, who will help you escape. Mobe, twice now he's been caught out in no man's land on his own.
Yeah, I think the traps have been a problem for him, so he did buy the gem, and also has an illusion rune, so should be, if he dies now, it's probably on him. I think he has all of the tools to handle the mouse traps.
And mouse traps, I like that one. Good one.
Well, they will smoke, see if they can bypass all those traps, and it gets pinged out. They know exactly where the Dandelions are.
Batrider isn't here though. He has to come through that twin gate. Well, you could TP himself to the tier 1 tower top as well, but this is if it's a quick Roshan respawn, the winner of this fight, if there is a fight to go out, will get a big advantage from this one now as well. Earthshaker, smoke breaks, but he's going to be able to get the TP, and the Ursa goes the wrong way. So what's it going to be? 30 seconds until the Roshan respawns.
Yeah, until the possible. Yeah.
Is under attack.
Alright, so Forrest, he bought himself a U-Scepter. Very classic item against Ursa, although he already has BKB. Interesting item. I was not expecting the U-Scepter. I feel like I'm seeing this item way more than I used to, and there were no changes to the item itself. Just kind of crazy how popular it's become.
Yeah, and it's going to be minute respawn. The lockdown onto the Snapfire. Straight up dead on Desire here. Great jump here. Mouse, what can they do with this? So it's going to be, it looks like they're going to make a beeline towards the Roshan pit. Roshan not respawning for 40 seconds, so the Snapfire, especially with it being a nighttime Roshan, this is going to be perfect timing for the Snapfire respawn. So how is this fight going to go first? Are they just going to try and go fully into it?
Oh, they're showing Own It here.
Dive comes in. Banging. He's going to go down here, and this is going to be, again, a great opening. Coming through.
Really good ward from Dandelions in the middle of the top lane there. That's how they were able to get the Batrider, but you wouldn't expect it to be this deep. So even if they try to de-ward, I'm not sure they're gonna find that. Roche is up now, so with no Batrider, they might just get another free Roche on Dandelions.
Yeah, and it's... again, the Batrider is still down for 18 seconds. Does have a buyback available. They know Roshan is up, so the was the Ursa who wants to come into this one. Yeah, timing-wise, that tier 1 tower is still up. If Mouse wanted to contest this, if they got off a scan to scout it out, but it looks like they're not going to do. Yeah, it's way too late, and Ursa going to be able to clean up another Roshan.
Yeah, they're just going to give it away. I mean, I think they could have contested that, honestly. Force, once again, just playing away from the team, just getting a lot of farm. He does have this playstyle. He's being very greedy. We'll see if it's going to be problematic here, if those items, all of that gold he's acquiring is eventually going to pay off. He is very close to his Blink Dagger. So this could be a big fight. Blink Vacuum into Echo, that is not something Dandelions is aware could happen.
Yeah, and the jump comes in now. The back lines, it's going to be there onto the perk. Do they have enough? It's going to be a great Echo Slam. The Crossfade, the vacuum. Look at the control on this. They're going to be able to get 4 out of this. And do they pop the Aegis as well? They do. The Centaur going to be the lone survivor through this, and I think they have enough to take down the Ursa twice. He's going to try his best to get himself away from this one. Vichu's controlled off, and he's killed up. And that was just a great synergy coming through there from Mouse. And I wasn't sure if it was going to be there after the first game, but they lined that one up absolutely perfectly.
That was huge, and that's even without the Blink on Darkseer first. They just went in, found the puck, really good ward that they placed right on the, very close to the tier 1 top tower there. And yeah, Mobe, he just cannot catch a break. Ended up going for the Kaya before the Sanj. I think maybe if he has Sanj there, it's a different fight. Regardless though, Mao's looking pretty good despite having a tough start, as you said. So maybe whoever loses the lane always wins.
Was it win lanes, lose games?
Yeah, exactly.
But it's, yeah, 8k net worth lead here coming out from the side of Mouse. They've got That just massive. Look at that swing, man. It is a mountain of a climb after that last fight. They're going to get another lasso lockdown, but it's going to be onto Kadaro, not onto the puck. Do they have enough stuns to lock down the puck? Ooh, the Monte kids start to rain down now as well. Do they connect on the TA? These refraction charges still going to be backing himself away here. Supreme pops that BKB. Centaur, he's going to go for the Stampede, but Supreme still has that BKB going. More refraction charges. Actually turns around for the right clicks, backlines. What can he do? Because it looks like Vichun wants to get himself in, but the control, the wall's going to be dropped now as well. And Desire, he might be the next one, will be the next one to fall. Narman, Your Scepter comes out onto the Ursa. The Ursa still has that enrage if he wants to use it, but now the right clicks coming through. He's going to silence. He's having to pop that BKB to get himself out safe, but still, the physical right clicks, it is going to be up from Vichun. The BKB, the bash!
Oh, the bash!
Oh, the time walk forward now as well. What can he do? The BKB was off. He's already used the enrage. He's going to be on the other side of that Fisher, but still Supreme jumps in, gets the kill. Wants to go for a little bit more Palintimos. Mobe, time dilation once again. The time lock coming through. They're going to be able to clean up absolutely everybody, it feels like. And the Perk going to be kept inside his own base, but killed off. Kidaro back alive. I don't think he's defending this 1 versus 4, so maybe here Dandelion's going to lose some of the base. Rampage for Supreme.
Oh damn! She tried to cut the wave, and she does manage to do it even after the Greaves, but it means that she also dies, and this is gonna be a lane of barracks at the least.
Yeah, there is still that tier 2 tower that the Darkseer is pushing in bot. Catapult creep coming in onto that one there at 2. So he should be able to use the Iron Shell, clean up this creep wave, and put the pressure onto the tier 2. But hell, this is gonna be 2 lanes. And there is buybacks on 3 heroes, but they may be waiting to be at full power here when the Ursa respawns in 17 seconds. There's still a Chronosphere up as well. With a Vacuum being here, they could get another great fight out of this one. So they take a lane, put some pressure on the tier 2 tower, but the fortification will be forced out here. So not going to overextend themselves, Mouse.
Yeah, I think they learned their lesson from game number 1. Be proactive, but make sure you cut your losses when you're done. And I mean, that's my gripe with Ursa. He was so far ahead of everyone. He was gigantically farming. He even got the eggs against the Chronosphere, but he just dies anyways. And yeah, I don't know. This here is weird. It looks amazing, but it has like the timings this here has is crazy, and crazy is also the Snapfire dies in 2 hits.
Supreme, yeah, Desire will fall. I think that's the problem with the Battle Fury builders. I just think it costs too much, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, you're looking at the Ursa, you're looking at the Troll Warlord, you're looking at PA. These heroes that more often than not want to build the Battle Fury. Compare it to the Faceless Void that builds a Maelstrom, or, you know, Maelstrom builders that doesn't cost a lot to be able to really amp up that farm. I think the Battle Fury just costs too much, and these Battle Fury builders, they're just dead on arrival.
Feels like this Battlefield heroes to work, they need to be broken, right? So PA, when she had the whole, all of those overtuned aspects, oh, they find Mobe again with the Fisher.
Yep, Phase Shift is going to be here to chase out the Orb. 2 are going to stick around. The Blink Dagger comes through, but Force is still here to get the last right click out and just puts Moby in the box.
Oh yeah, that has been a pretty sad game for Moby here compared to that Dazzle performance. Just not having it, and that was a pretty late puck pick as well. But I feel like Mouse, they're utilizing this Shaker really well. You know, I thought that if they were gonna win this game, it's gonna be all about the wombo combos, and I think they delivered a lot of those. The team play with this draft has been pretty pristine.
Yeah, you see the Supreme, he's got himself the Amp Rune now as well. They're gonna be able to take down Hell. Do they stop here? The Amp Rune's still going to be going now for another 15 seconds or so. They could look towards taking that last set of racks out. And there is no fortification on the side of Dandelions. So Supreme, it will be wearing off now, this Amp Rune. But the Blink forward, if he wants to go onto the tower, it's been started here by the Faceless Void. They're going to go for Megas. Lasso lockdown. They've got it onto the Crystal Maiden now as well. Yule Scepter's going to waste some time. Chronosphere comes out. The Ursa Bird, like you say though, he's got that Agnum Scepter. So this Chronosphere, it's not going to be the best. He pops his BKB, but the bash is the right clicks. And Vichun, even through after the Enrage wears off, he just loses so much health. Great Echo Slam coming through. And this is going to be, well, it looks like a clean up here for Mouse. They are just going to be able to execute this one absolutely perfectly. Mobe going to be silenced by that trap. Look at the right click damage coming through onto the puck now as well. Now Mouse, they've lost his Earthshaker. What else are they going to be hanging around for? Do they just want to back themselves up? Forcing a buyback out. Nope, Earthshaker buys back. He wants to be getting himself right into the fight. Vichun. No, dude. Even through that extra enrage, he's going to go down. No buyback. GG is going to be called, and Mouse, they're going to start the day off. Dandelions, both teams starting off with a 1-1. Get themselves a draw on the board.
All right, pretty good showing from Dandelions. Honestly, I was doubtful of the Ursa, but you know, when they had a really good draft, I think they executed. They played really well.
Yeah.
Very curious to see how they're gonna keep on performing. And now it's on Mouse, right? I think they still being 3-1 is still good. It's decent, but to secure that top 3, I think you need a 2-0, and they're playing against the first place right now.
And yeah, so we are going to take a quick break, and I know Mouse are going to want to break here as well. And when we come back, it is going to be Navi Jr. versus Mouse. So we'll see how that series is going to break down. But first, we'll see you after this break.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Purple. Hello and welcome in everybody to the final series of the day. It's going to be Mouse versus Navi Jr. And Mouse in that last series, they were able to take it 1-1. And again, it is a bit of a marathon for them because they are going to be playing 2 today and 2 tomorrow. So they're trying to squeeze in all of their games and get themselves going here. Bowie, after playing a series like that, you know, you've lost one, you've won one. How do you recover now and try and bounce back and try and take this series 2-0? Do you take that momentum from the last game, or do you have to wait for a little bit of a mental, get a bit of a mental reset going before you come into the series?
Yeah, I think you need to get the mental reset. You know, it's more of I don't know how much time they had to prepare, right, for the other teams. I do feel like they had a slight advantage just because they haven't played as much till today. But if they do have preparation, you know, it's all about resetting, follow what your coach has, remember what are the important heroes you need to really focus on. And, you know, against Navi Jr., they even play Pudge. They actually are 100% win rate with Pudge this tournament.
Damn.
It's going to be a wonky draft. I'm prepared to be entertained because I'm looking at favorite pairs here for Navi, and there's Meepo plus CM and Meepo Pudge. They have 100% win rate with both of those combinations.
Is Meepo still a hero? I thought we gutted Meepo in that last patch.
It's a hero. It's obviously a little bit worse, but like I think it's where it should be now. It's a good last pick, like Husker, you know?
Yeah, okay. And we'll see if it does come through. Like you say, maybe they cheese that one through. Maybe they are going to be able to pull it out of the bag. Looking at it, it is going to be Navi Junior's last match as well. We can see their lineup on the board as it changes over to the Mouse team. Mouse, again, they've got themselves this series and then 2 more series tomorrow to come to kind of try and climb that table. And yeah, no, this is going to be Navi Junior's last match in the group, so they need to make both matches count here because they might just fall behind. If you take a look at the table, they are going to be sitting in 3rd place. So they need to take this win to be in with the chance of not being jumped over by both Better and Dandelions tomorrow. No, Dandelions are above them, but you know, depending on how this one goes, that Dandelions could still finish above them tomorrow. So yeah, they need to finish strong today.
Yeah, like if Mouse for some reason 2-0s Navi here, we would have 3 teams tied with 5 points, and both of these teams not even that far away from Monte, which also means JustBetter could tie it up because they only played 3 series just yet. This is wide open, and I like it. I think the last day is going to be gruesome. We'll see, if there's going to be any tiebreakers or anything of that sort. But yeah, looking at these 2 teams, do you have a favorite? Because I think I do.
I don't know, my dude, because this is like my first day watching them proper. Like, I've been looking at the scores, I've been watching the stream every so often, but like actually watching them, for the series that we've seen so far, everything felt fairly even. So I might give it to Mouse just purely on the fact that they have the most series to play, like literally at this point in time. So they might just be able to pick up enough to get themselves in that top 3, that top 2.
Yeah, I also feel like they are my slightly favorites for me. But I do feel like Navi, they have a lot of benefits, right? They've been together for much longer.
Yeah.
I think they know. I just feel like they have something to prove, right? It gets to a point where sure they are a, let's say, what's the name when you have like a team that has a secondary team? I guess secondary team is the word I'm looking for. Team? Yeah, academy team. Like even if you are the academy team and your goal is to improve more than like actually pay off instantly, I think they have a lot to prove because they have really good players. They have overall big names. Like when you look at MMR wise, these guys are all top 100. When you look at the MMR of all the other teams here, I actually feel like Navi Junior might be the highest combined. So yeah, I hope they at least get a 1-1, but I'm expecting Mouse to be better. Not entirely sure why. It's just kind of a hunch.
You just you're on the bandwagon and you got to ride it all the way to the finish line, I guess.
I think so. I mean, they're back, right? Mouse, they always, the only time they joined our circuit was for TI, and finally we actually get them here playing a full year of Dota, and I want to be in the Mouse train.
And, well, we'll see how it is going to go for them. And, like you say, they want to rack up as many points. Well, everyone wants to be racking up those points to get them to the LAN at the end of the year. Navi Junior going to come straight out with the bat right here. Mouse, they got that tiny on the board. Look at the bands. It's going to be the Chen as well as the Centaur. The Timbersaw being taken away. Dragon Knight, Shadow Demon, Lash, and the Primal Beast being taken out now as Navi Junior get the second swipe at the bands. And, yeah, so pretty much standard on these bans here, but Tiny getting through for the first time today, and it can flex between that 2 and the 4. How much do you like this hero now with the revival coming through of that build, like I said before, of that brooch build coming through, the candle brooch build being able to blow up heroes?
I like it. I also feel like the position for Tiny is still pretty good. It's such a tanky hero. It plays kind of like a shaker, but it seems more useful before you get to the Blink Dagger. And it's a good response to Bat Trader, right? In the lane, you just toss the Bat Trader away. He's not going to get on top of your core, on top of you. I feel like the hero is pretty good. And it's also the puck counter, a hero that we are seeing a lot, and it has like one of the highest win rates off the patch.
And being able to deal with it with the avalanche, making sure that with the micro stuns that come out on that one, that the puck can't get the phase shift away, into the Blink Dagger. Really nice answer to it. And it's just really nice at getting that blow up onto the heroes as well, all the way through the game. Once you get a Blink Dagger up, the Avatars combo that does come through, either support or as a core, you do just delete some of the squishy heroes, and it's a great way to start off those fights. If you're not going to get the kill, tossing them back into your team for that engagement. And then the Tiny, big enough and tanky enough to walk himself out of most danger.
Surprising here, the Navi actually banned the Darkseer. They had, we saw Batrider Darkseer doing really well in that game prior to this one. And DK Morphling being taken away. Very early Morphling ban, usually a third phase type ban. I'm going to get a Gyro.
Yeah, and again, we've seen it. There's the Pudge. You were talking about it. What would you say? 100% win rate on this Pudge for Navi Junior?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. Got the Juice Pudge. I think they've been playing it only position 1, and the Meepo is actually PMA that plays it. So they played it in the offlane.
Okay, and... Okay, speak to me about this Pudge then. What is the build? Are you... still looking to the early Ags? Are you playing that Veil Shivas, the Eternal Shrouds? How do you want to play around this hero, especially as a core role? How do you pick it and play around it?
Yeah, I didn't see too much recent gameplay, but from what I remember, I usually go Veil Ags. So you want that extra armor, you want the amplified damage first, and then you can rush the Ags, and then, the sky's the limit. You can get a BKB, you can get a Blink, you can finish Shivas if you want to. And just having that Lich in the lane, if that's gonna be your 5, it's such a powerful lane because you can get close gap with the Pudge, so you don't really need to land the hooks, you just run them down.
Yeah, and how then do Maus answer back against this? Are you looking for maybe shifting this Gyro to a support and looking for something like a Lifestealer against the Pudge, be able to chunk him down, or what's actually gonna be the Faceless?
Okay, not that big of a fan, honestly. I feel like, the supports can definitely die in the Chrono, but Pudge is not a hero that you usually kill inside the Chrono. But all right.
10 seconds.
I'm very curious to see how they're gonna draft. If they're gonna try and go for that minus armor style, the TA that they played in game number 2, or if they're gonna go for some like Snapfire. I feel like magic damage is really bad against Pudge. Usually, it's all DOT, and Pudge is amazing against DOT. One big instances of damage.
Yeah.
So I would prefer the TA much more than I would like a Snapfire here.
Just thinking as well, if you're gonna try and go for that minus armor, you maybe keep this Tiny as that mid lane of the Vengeful Spirits available too. Or, I mean, you could even throw this Tiny in the off lane, to be honest, but they go for the Magnus. Okay, so they wanted to take full advantage of the AoE synergy coming out here from the lineup, and there it is. Navi Jr., they have gone full cheese.
All right, has Navi Jr. gone too far? We're gonna find out real soon. Are they picking Arc Warden here, last pick? You play mid Arc Warden, carry Pudge, offlane Meepo. That would be one of the most disgusting drafts I've ever cast. Because we actually had that Meepo Arc Warden game twice, I think.
Yeah, we did.
But Pudge Meepo Arc Warden has to be up there. Okay, maybe, so Mouse, you have got to ban mid heroes, right?
Yeah. They ban out the Kunkka. Again, just something that's got interrupt, maybe an AoE interrupt that can kind of zone out the Tide of the Kunkka. Both would have been nice. The Ravage, the boat flying through that would have been able to deal with that Chronosphere. Just looking if there's anything else that could potentially mess with that Chronosphere from the off lane. Or no, from the mid lane even, excuse me, because yeah, you were saying that Meepo could be the off laner. They could go on.
It is, at least from the data I have, it's actually their offlaner that plays it. But yeah, I mean, they're banning offlaners. I'm not sure if they did their research or if maybe my data is wrong. We'll learn very soon. I do like Invoker ban though. Pretty, I guess, natural to have that ban. I wouldn't even mind seeing Snapfire. I've seen some core Snapfires, but they ban the Pango and they're going to get a puck. So it is offlane.
Yeah, and how much do you like the puck? When there's a Faceless Void in the the enemy draft, so you are at risk of getting Chronosphered, but it's only once every 100 or so seconds. So are you comfortable with the puck being able to get in, and you're picking it into a Tiny as well? How comfortable is this for Navi Jr.?
Yeah, it's weird. You definitely fear the Tiny, but you also have this Spudge, right? So you can chrono the puck out of the Chronosphere. There is a couple of ways to help him. It's going to be curious to see how the fights unfold. I love to see even a Shard. I know it's not common for carry Pudges, but it feels like a game where if you get one good save off a Chronosphere or an RP, you could totally change the team fights off of that.
Okay. And they go for the Lina. So, is it going to be the Lina mid, or are they using this as a support here? So Supreme, yeah, it's going to be, okay, Enforce on the Magnus, so Norman on that Tiny. Going to be using him as a support. So Supreme up against the puck mid lane on the Lina. How does this matchup go?
It's definitely Lina favored. The hero doesn't lose a lot of lanes, but puck shouldn't die or struggle too much. I would expect it to be, like a 7 CS advantage, -7, something of that sort. But I like the Lina here because it is one of the few Meepo counters. It just has a lot of damage. You have that AoE stun, very low cooldown AoE stun. They actually have a lot of AoE stuns on both the Tiny, the Lina, and Mag. It's not going to be the easiest game for Meepo, but it's an offlane Meepo. So kind of the priority and the fear you have. Like, you don't have as big of expectations of this Meepo popping off.
Yeah.
This game's crazy, man. I don't know how to read these drafts. I kind of want to go with Navi because I feel like their draft, if they win the lanes, you just snowball really fast.
Okay. And yeah, Mouse versus Navi Jr. Mouse, they've already played one series. They are warmed up coming into this one. But Navi Jr., they are going to be fresh and rested. So we'll see who's going to be able to come out on top. And I think, personally, I'm leaning towards Navi Jr. The Meepo and the Pudge pickup here, it's so gross to me, but I think I have to back that.
Yeah, we'll see. I feel like Pudge is always a bit of a question mark, right? Sometimes you own your lane and the hero pops off. Sometimes you don't really get that much out of it. It is also a Magnus, so you can get secured into the tower. Got to be careful about that. But theoretically, I feel like this Lich Meeple's Lich Pudge, especially level 2, level 3, should be so nasty to lane against.
Well, we're going to see how nasty it is going to be as we jump into game number 1 between Mouse and Navi Jr. Smoke coming out here from the side of Mouse, so maybe looking to get some early wards down, some good protection out here. But Navi Jr. moving as 5 as well. I wonder if they're going to try and go because, I mean, now the pause. Both teams, I think, have kill potentially at level 1.
Oh, they do. Skewer into tower, hook into tower. Even just a flame break could be deadly if you find someone out of position. So it's definitely going to be interesting to watch here. I would say, though, the Navi is easier. You know, getting a skewer, you kind of have to be close to them, whereas the hook, you just get one good ward into a hook, and it's game over in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I feel like if they make a move onto this one, is he going to go for the hook level 1, though? Because sometimes you do see that rock coming out just to be able to make it a bit of a pain in the arse in the lane.
If you get a good ward without Mouse realizing, I think you do get the hook, right? If you're 100% sure you can get the hook, you go for it, but you probably save the skill point, for sure.
Yeah, and we'll see if they are going to try and force it out another way here. And we do get the go, so smoke coming through, it should be, I mean, Mouse are going to be able to get to this mid lane a little bit quicker. Orb coming out here from the puck, though. Just want to try and maybe deny any wards going down. So they do go down, you know, on the same side of the river as the planter. No crossing over to try and get an advantage. Odds on the screen. Mouse going to be the favourites coming into this one, but Navi Jr. not too far away odds-wise. And again, you're looking at it, there is a Purge, there is a Meepo, and maybe that is going to be the X factor here that just drags those odds in Navi Jr.'s favour.
Looks like they did place one ward, but they're kind of far away from it.
Yeah.
So it's not like they can necessarily get a good hook just yet, but they're going to go for an invade, going all the way around the triangle.
Yeah, they are going for a mega wrap here. 25 seconds before the runes spawn, before those lanes start to kick off. Force backing himself away. They've not scouted anything out just yet. Watches up, so they're going to see, maybe know someone's here.
Find a tiny.
Yeah, smoke breaks. Snowman's in the trees, flipping. But he did go for the hook, he misses it. Flame break and hook, both at the same time. Again, a little bit of miscommunication there. So, Norman, he's going to be a little worse for worse, but nothing, he can't regen back up. But they will be the 2 for 2 on the bounties, it looks like. And no first blood coming out for Navi Jr. It was cute, but it just a little bit of miscommunication just means that they can't get that first blood onto the Tiny.
Yeah, good patience, good position for Mouse. Definitely making it hard here for Navi. Even with all of that fancy footwork, they don't get it. Now this lane, you know, it is 2 very tanky heroes for Mouse, so it might be hard to really, let's say, kill them level 1. But if you get a good hook under tower, that's when things, especially Tiny with that low armor, can die.
Yeah, on the other side, though, like you said in the draft, that if you pull this wave back in favor of the Radiant, you're towards that Radiant tower, a toss back onto the Magnus, skewer back underneath the tower, even the Pudge, I don't think is going to be able to survive through that.
Yeah, for sure. If he already has Flash Hip, he might, you know, he's going for a lot of armor here with the Wraith Man as well as the Phase Boots and the Veil. So it really depends exactly when that happens, but early on, he definitely is also really weak. Only 2 armor. Lich, same thing. He doesn't have a stun, cannot protect himself. The Lich is probably the more likely hero to die a lot, because he is just way squishier than everyone else.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said, armor-wise, it's not the biggest health pool in the world for the Pudge, because he does rely on the strength growth coming through, or the strength bonus, excuse me, coming in from the Flesh Heap a little bit later on in the game. So 758, not the tankiest hero, and not the fastest hero either. So yeah, if he does get caught out, one big toss into the skewer back, it will cost him his life here, as we do get the go. So we'll see how
that armor aspect is also why I really like the Lich pick, because, you know, later on into the game, once you have max Frost Shield, just having all of that physical damage reduction and the slow aspect as well. Like, you're gonna have so much AoE slow with the eggs plus Frost Shield. Just fighting got the juice if they are able to, you know, have him as the main. Oh, wait a second here.
What? Yeah. Bangman's gonna go down, and yeah, it's gonna be the Meepo that gets
first
credit.
blood with Ransack.
Ransack? How?
I am not sure. I have no comment.
like, not only must he have gone for, like, the pull-through or something like that, out of position, the flame break knockback.
I guess blood grenade, flame break, something crazy like that.
Like this, we might
like
be seeing it
this?
again, yeah, and this time level 2 now, there is going to be the net coming through, so this might be another kill into Bengen. Oh, he gets himself this time underneath it too. How? I am baffled at how he
If they had a
loses
blood
his
grenade
life.
there, I think he actually dies.
Yeah, maybe, true. And Reddy's, he's going to be interrupted on the pull. Narman's going to be able to get this one back on the bottom lane, though, yeah. Faceless, he's going to be playing it safe, coming through to try and farm this one up. And you can see that both supports on the sidelines, you know, they're trying to contest this pull, trying to make this... Okay, never mind, there it was. There it was, the toss back into the skewer shockwave combo. And that was the death of the push.
Yeah, they blocked the small camp, so Lich couldn't really do anything about it. I mean, he does have sentries, but wanted to stay in the lane of the Pudge, and even that wasn't enough, even though he has the Frost Shield. That's the scary part of this lane. It's a lot of displacement. It just depends on which tower is closer.
Yeah. And how do you then keep that? Because you can see that Nam is interrupting these pulls. You know, he's trying to make the creep equilibrium stay in favor of the Radiant. Getting the blocks off on the camps, he's interrupting these pulls from the Lich. How do you play this on Navi Jr. to try and keep this closer to the Dire Tower?
I mean, you have to fix that camp, and the problem is, I think got the juice, he was trying to get denies. I would have actually preferred that he walked with Lich and de-warded with him.
Yeah.
Just so that they were just playing together. I don't think he had a lot to gain from getting those denies. But now there's like this huge stack as well. Rotation from the Tiny too, Narman. What is he doing in the mid lane?
Narman is courier hunting.
I guess he stole the bounty, right?
Did he? Yeah. He even took down Riddy's courier as well onto that one. So going to be able to set up onto the perk. Was that tossback?
No.
Let's say it's going to connect. Even the Winter Rift, it's not enough to get away from this one. So phase shift, the damage coming through the Dragon Slave. It's just not enough damage here. 26 health left here on Niku. And one right click from Supreme, if he carried on just a little bit longer, he would have been able to get the kill, and Niku would have just smoldered out.
Huge move from Narman. Now that there's no bounty, there's no region here for this puck, it definitely makes laning a bit harder. And there's going to be a water rune, so I'm assuming he's going to stay and try to deny that as well.
Yeah. You can see though Supreme is out of mana. Clarity coming out onto the Tiny. Just a little bit off picture here. And it looks like Narman going to be able to get that toss back once again. Supreme can't follow up. No LSA this time. Doesn't have the mana for it, but Supreme will be able to get towards this water rune. Niku though has the help of the Bat Rider. Will be able to get to the water rune on the other side of the river.
Overall, it's just the Lina having a really good laning stage and everyone else kind of tied up. Nothing that big happening. Alright, but I mean, the fact that this Magno is still having a decent time despite Tiny being away from the lane for like 2 minutes now, this is huge. I don't think they're punishing this Magnus nearly enough, and a part of that is this huge stack that Navi actually created. So he's just messing with the creep equilibrium here, denying lots of creeps.
Yeah, he's getting this pull through, and do you think with the stack being up, his Pudge, they might try and go for that hook back, though. Oh, off the mark here for Juice. I think he's 0 for 2. I've not seen a third hook come out, but yeah, he's missed the 2 that he's thrown out so far.
Oh, Meepo.
Oh, I was looking. Yeah, he gets low, but he's going to be able to send... That's just the clone there, right there as well. Yeah, it's going to be the clone. He's going to be able to send it back to the fountain. Poof it back right into the lane and get Harassi again. The Bat Rider, how is he doing? And this is the big thing, right? It creates some space for the face as well, because the Bat Rider had to leave the lane. And like you said, leave that Meepo alone. He took a lot of harass there.
Also, I guess a big something that helped Navi Jr. a little bit is that this Tiny, he's been soaking a lot of experience as... Oh, no, they're going to find this block.
Oh, did they get the kill? Yeah, toss up into the Supreme. He's going to be able to fall up onto that kill. And this is, I mean, it's rough. It's a rough start for Navi Jr. It's not come out the first blood in the laning stage. It's really not played out apart from that kill onto the Gyro. How they wanted these lanes to go.
And they have an obscenely greedy draft, and they're even rotating this meeple, so this should be a kill on Armor? Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. No, he's a big tanky boy. 1,000 health and boots here at level 3 for that Tiny now. But Supreme, he might have gone a little bit too far forward. Tries to throw out the Laguna Blade. It's not going to be able to get the kill onto the meepo. Can they get into more into this one? Lena is going to be punished for just getting a little bit too far forward. And now Bengen slowed down by the Blood Grenade. They might even be able to get 2 out of this one. He will tick down. Riddies is the one that gets the kill as Daze takes the credit for the courier.
This is crazy from Navi Jr. Great rotation. You don't expect the level 4 offlane meepo. If he's not there, if he doesn't soak the damage, if he doesn't bait the Lina, you wouldn't get those kills. And they also get a rune and level 6 on Nico, which means this might be a kill. They have Coil. Coil into Hook should be enough to kill Force.
Yeah, and Force is backing himself away. 8 seconds as well. It doesn't matter the time to get himself towards that Wisdom Rune, but it is going to delay him back into the lane here. But Force, Creep Waves push up. Force just says, absolutely not. Puck's missing. I'm going to stay right here underneath my tower.
Nico misused his Invis. He actually cast a spell after the timing of the Invis. So he just couldn't sneak in there.
Yeah, choice for the meepo to actually be the one to pick up the Wisdom Rune. You know, he doesn't leave it to the supports. I guess he just needs that XP from not having the greatest laning stage. He just wanted that pickup, you know, maybe get himself the quicker meepo links.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the supports are having an okay time, right? Level 4 on the Dazzle, level 4 on the Lich. It's not... Meepo is a very greedy hero, and they have an obnoxiously greedy draft. I think I'm fine with it. The thing for me is that this Pudge is not doing very well, and they have level 6 on this Magnus RP.
Yeah, Norman, though, it's going to be the Avalanche. Toss him into the Is he actually going to use it onto the Lich? He will, to get the kill, using his teammate as the weapon to get it. And now, Gyrocopter's rotated in. That it's going to be that homing missile coming through. Doesn't even need to get it off, as Force will be able to get the kill onto Riddies. This offlane here, like you say, Force, he was alone for a good 2 minutes and absolutely did not get punished from this one. And Benger's even going to be able to clean up this extra stack. So this is getting XP and gold all across the board here for Mouse.
Yeah, they're definitely not getting enough of that lane, but they might find Supreme. That's a good one. Good flame break.
Yeah, really knocks him back now as well. The net's coming up from the meepo. Going to be able to get the lockdown. Supreme tries to do what he can with the LSA. Laguna Blade comes out, but there's going to be the rotation coming in from Monte as well. Does he go for that Chronosphere? Is he going to try and catch out the meepo? He does, and he gets the catch out into the meepo now as well. 4 heroes around. He tries to go. He's going to be able to get the kill onto the Lich, but couldn't go for the extra kill onto the meepo. So that's going to be the Chronosphere. Carry TPing into this one, and the meepo is going to be able to go right back towards this bottom lane. What's Faceless Void going to be able to do? Because he's got no TP. Does he just hang around the mid for the farm for a little bit until the Lina respawns?
Maybe. They're smoked, actually. Gonna find Daze.
Daze. Actually uses the Flame Break, so there's no tossback. Norman didn't have the mana for it now, but the homing missile comes in. Neutral deny. Oh, he lives long enough. He's going to be able to get himself away. I thought the neutrals might have cleaned him up. The Ancient team getting involved in Daze. Okay, he's away. He is away.
That was close, but he's going to be fine. I mean, I'm very impressed with the way PMA is making this meeple work. This 2 rotation in the mid lane is the only reason this game is decent-ish here for Navi, because they have such an obnoxiously greedy draft that you need to create pressure somewhere, and Supreme, even though he got the perfect laning stage, then is just kind of a weird hero. So easy to kill. Yeah. But they're going to rotate here. They are going to wrap around the Juice.
Oh, Juice. They've got the damage onto him now. Yeah, the Avalanche into the LSA, into the Laguna Blade, and Juice is going to be melted down. Evaporated? I don't think you can melt Juice. But
I guess, does Juice burn? I guess you can, right? Eventually just pulp. You just get pulp at the end.
I guess. And, well, Riddies, I say, comes through. He was trying to do what he can with the Sinister Gaze, but the damage, it wasn't... I mean, there was no control there after the Sinister Gaze was off. They have the damage coming through. Perk with a good Dream Call, though. Was that follow-up? Juice is going to come back in, but can he get the angle for the hook? No, there's going to be Force. He gets that Shotcut Skewer away. PMA is going to try and chase. Where's the net? He doesn't have it on either meepo. Daze now as well. He's trying to look for the Flame Break, but it's still going to be on cooldown. Doesn't have the mana for it now. Uses the Firefly to try and get the vision and Force. He's going to be chased down. Got the Juice. Gets the kill into Supreme. It's going to be a good pushback. And PMA, he gets the kill into Force.
Such a good fight. They separate the 2 important heroes, both the Magnus and the Lina dying. Just a bit I mean, it was not even that greedy. They killed the Pudge, but they overstayed their welcome, and Navi, they respawn beautifully. So, I mean, this is a weird game, because this Void is having the time of his life. Meepo not really a hero that pressures the Void in lane, I think. But at the same time, the heroes on Navi are going to be so tanky or hard to kill. All cores are either very elusive or going to be gigantically tanky. That if they just keep killing this Lina, I'm not sure they're going to have what it takes to kill off those heroes. Well, I'm going to smoke here.
They're going to look for another jump onto Juice, who is in the jungle here. He's got himself that veil up, going towards the Item Scepter, but 3 heroes. Avalanche just on the very end of it, and now the LSA comes through. Homing Missile, Laguna Blade, and Supreme finishes the jump. In fact, they might be able to go for Daze. He was just in the wrong place, wrong time here, and Riddies, is this going to be a 1-by-1-by-1? Nama's going to have that Avalanche up in a couple of seconds and chasing down. The Dragon Slave doesn't connect to Riddies. He breaks a couple of ankles through these trees. Yeah, Nama goes straight ahead. And he weren't able to catch up, but it does mean that Force is going to get open access to this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, God, the Juice struggling so much this game. Was supposedly set up for success, but I mean, he got smoke ganked twice. What are they gonna find?
The bash into the time dilation, skewer now as well, just to move got the Juice around. Chronosphere comes through in the middle of the Dismember here, and look at this one. He wasn't even inside of it though. He was still doing the right clicks here onto the Magnus. Now they got the lasso lockdown onto Ulnet though. What's he gonna be able to do? Was that time walk? It's still gonna be 4 seconds away. The damage coming through. Is he gonna be able to do take him down? Great trade coming out here for the side of Navi Jr. Taking down both the Magnus and the Faceless Void. Even the Gyrocopter. Yeah, no one was home inside the Roche pit, so no one to deny to here. So a 3-for-1, but you lose that Pudge again, who at the minute, I mean, that's not a bad trade. You get yourself that net worth advantage back in your favor. Yeah, okay, you lose your carry, but I mean, he's only really looking to follow that Aghanim Scepter anyway, not looking to get involved in the fights just yet.
I mean, they have an off-lane Meepo. I don't think they care if their Pudge is struggling. I think killing this Pudge is becoming a really big debate for Mouse, because they are getting a lot of counter kills because Mouse just has to posture really aggressively to get the kills. Yeah, I mean, this Meepo is actually highest net worth in the game. This is cool how they're playing this Meepo. I think off-lane Meepo is probably the hardest role to play Meepo, and PMA is really surprising me with how well he's just handling his presence in the map.
I mean, yeah, similar build-up. He's got that Diffusal Blade. It's going to go towards the Ag Scepter. I assume the Shard comes out after that, because it'll be about the right timing once he's got the goal to pick it up. And then back into the... I was going to say Desolator. What's it called? The Diff Blade level 2. Disperser? Disperser. I knew it was a dis something.
I think that's a really good item, as you know. It used to be better on Meepo though, right? So I wonder if you still go for it now that's not AoE. You kind of have to, you can only dispel your hero and the target, and not like, usually you would be able to use it on all 4 Meepos. It is a bit weirder now.
I think the stats are still too good to pass up though, right?
Yeah, they are. Definitely are. It's the highest agility per gold you can get. But they will smoke here again. On the dire side, they have Blink on Mag. They do.
Yeah, he's got his RP up. There is going to be that 4-man smoke coming through here. Mouse, they are hunting through. What are they going to be able to do? Because you can see the Pudge is just hanging around. He's in no big rush to do literally anything, it seems like here. His teammates have TPs. There's still that tier 1 tower to come to if they want. He might lose his... They don't want to give away the smoke, so they don't go for this Pudge courier. And... Yeah, no, but he's playing it super safe here. Maybe looking to be that bait, like you say, to bait in this fight, and then let his teammates rotate in to clean up. There's going to be that Avalanche connects onto the Pudge. What can they do? They drive back onto the Hagger and the RP, but it's just going to be onto the Lich, and it's going to be pulled away here by the hook. So the Pudge now thrown up into the LSA connects here, but there's still going to be the bouncing Chain Frost coming through here from Riddies, cleaning up. PMA gets one, Niku gets another, and they might even be able to take down Narman now as well. It's going to be a 4-for-1, and that was just so clever there. The Pudge getting the drag back, pulling Riddies out of danger, and then Riddies being able to throw out his full arsenal to help out his teammates.
Yeah, Force, he was so close from getting both on the RP, but he was just slightly off. And I don't know, the way Mouse is forcing this plays is hard, because they can't really just hit towers. It's really awkward to do it against the Pudge, against the Batright, against the Meepo. So they are forced into these smokes, but the heroes on the side of Na'Vi are very tanky. So if you don't instantly kill them, which you're not able to do, the response always comes. And they didn't even bring the Meepo to that response. So imagine if PMA was there.
He was. I'm pretty sure he got one of the kills. He got the kill. Oh no, he got the kill into Bangham, right in the bottom lane. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I mean,
he does have eggs now. Super tanky.
And is it? I assume it is going to be the shot to follow up. Backlines, Lasso comes in, going to be able to get the lockdown onto Olnet. Dream Cold comes through as well. He was bounced around, couldn't get the time walk off. He will be able to get the revenge kill onto Riddies now. Hook is going to miss onto the Magnus. The Magnus taking a lot of damage here. The Rock comes in. Niku gets himself another kill, and Got the Juice gets himself another stack on the board. Not too far away from that Ag Scepter now as well. Only about 1,500 gold for this Pudge, and once that comes out, his farm speed accelerates, but he's just going to be able to run down heroes in these fights as well.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that they were able to be so greedy that, yeah, sure, maybe one of our lanes doesn't work as well as we want to, but they're still getting, like, this Puck and this Meepo are incredibly farmed. They already have the Witchblade, this Meepo going for a Blink as well. So, I mean, you have to rush BKB on Void now, and he's gonna have 0 damage. Same thing for the Lina. Yeah, she has a new Scepter, but it's not gonna save you.
No. The rot regen reduction doesn't affect Time Walk, does it? Because Time Walk isn't counted as regen, it's just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's still, it's decent-ish, but I think the problem is... That's not the problem, right? This Pudge is probably the 4th biggest problem that the Void has. You have Lasso, you have all of those nets from the Meepo, you have this Coil. It's incredibly annoying, and then the Pudge comes in.
And odds, how are we looking here? Navi Jr., Mouse once again going to be dropping off those favourites. Navi Jr. looking fairly comfortable in terms of those odds, 1.3 to the 3.34 of Mouse. And how do you move around this one? Because it's going to be Olnet going towards the BKB after the Maelstrom, and again, that just feels so bad when you can't go into the full Mjolnir on the Faceless Void like you do really plan to do. Really amp up that attack speed, amp up the farm speed as well.
Oh, they're gonna bait this Pudge. They know that the Magnus is here.
Oh, they don't go for the RP. It was cancelled in animation. LSA is going to be here. It's a lot of damage onto the Pudge, but
Glimmer Cape.
The Glimmer Cape keeps him alive now. It's going to be a really nice, but no, the Chain Frost, it bounces around, and only he can't stand inside that Chronosphere. The Lasso, they've got the lockdown. They get the kill onto the Faceless Void. It does cost them the Pudge. What else can they get from this now as well? Tiny in the trees, TPing himself away from this one. So it's going to be a carry for a carry, but it was a big commitment. Chronosphere, the damage coming through. Okay, the RP didn't actually get thrown out. But yeah, though, that Chronosphere is going to be down now for a good long while.
Bang on, you're dead.
There's just, PMA, cooldown is going to be used. Dades is here as well, just to make sure this gets cleaned up. And Bangan, nothing he could do there.
Damn, man, this offlane mip was popping off real hard. And as you said, like, yeah, sure, you trade carry for carry, but it's not the same. Like, it feels like this Void is the win condition on Mouse, and this Pudge, like, he's 1-6. He's playing Dota, but you don't really care if he has a bad game. He's already, like, in a pretty precarious position, and even still, he's ahead of the Void as they get an RP.
Oh, no. Do they? Do they get an RP? Well, I suppose actually Navi Jr. get an RP there because it gets used, gets nothing from it, and Navi Jr. picking up another 2 kills on the board. And yeah, this Meepo is starting to run wild here now. You can see that he's got the gold for the shard. That will be flying out 20 minutes in. It's a 12k gold lead here for PMA on the Meepo. Or excuse me, he's got 12k gold on the Meepo. So shard will be coming through that. It's going to be the dig. He's got the scepter already, and I wouldn't be surprised yet to see him go back now for that disperser. Or, the disperser, maybe... Because there's no real use for a Lincoln Sphere here.
Vice is really good for this Meepo. Not that common anymore, but because this Void is going for a BKB, if you can surprise him and kill him, right? You get the Vice into Lasso, he's always going to be dead.
And the dive in. Magnus, once again, Sansa winning Rift. They've got the Dream Core, they've got the control, they have the nets, they have the lockdown. They've got the Magnus.
Alright. Yeah, that Magnus had a really good laning stage, but they are just running over Mouse. And they just... They're heroes. Oh.
They might find Supreme! Hook, wrong direction. Couldn't find out. Supreme will get the TP away. At what point do you think they're going to feel comfortable enough to walk into the Roche pit here as well, Navi Jr.? Because it feels like everything's going their way. The Chronosphere comes out. Is he just going to try and use this? He's going to have to use a runaway here. Time walk away. Oh. The Centaur Stomp. It stops. There was no way that the
I think he could have actually canceled the TP if there was no Centaur there. I think you get the net.
Yeah, no, actually, maybe he does.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Smoke
attack.
from Navi.
So, Juice leading the line here inside the smoke. Yeah, he's one of the Meepo clones is going to be catching up as well to be the backup, and PMA will be able to poof on top and follow up onto whatever they do here. What do they want to do? Because Juice, again, has that Aghanim Scepter. Actually going to go for the Eternal Shroud, so no Blink Dagger with it. You don't even need it. The hook comes back. The drag back onto the Gyrocopter. Gyro is going to hit a crash landing here. Bengen. It is just not going his way at all. 2-6-1 in this match so far.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They know exactly where the Void is. They're going to ping it out. He gets the Wisdom Rune, but at what cost?
Yep.
Gets slowed down.
The net's going to be here. I don't even know. Yeah, they are going to commit the lasso because the BKB comes out now, and the damage is going to be more than enough to get the kill onto Ulnet.
I mean, this Void is so sad. Like, you farm a BKB, you rush a BKB, your first usage, you die, and you know you're going to keep dying because they have a lot of BKB piercing abilities.
And yeah, no, it is rough. Like say, Faceless Void having to go for that one, like you say, just the pierces. So Hook misses Force. He's going to play Ring Around the Rosie here with Got the Juice. Gets that blink away. Nobody waiting for him on the other side of that blink now. So Glimmer Cape comes out for Riddies, but they're not going to be able to catch up for Force. And Force should be able to get the TP away. Yeah, we'll be able to get the TP away.
Alright, good position there for the TP. They might find Narman. He does get vision. I've got the Juice before he shows in the wave. He's going to be fine.
Nico goes for that blink in. Excuse me, Niku goes for the blink in, gets the silence out onto the Tiny, but no real follow-up here. Yeah, there's no blink for the Pudge just yet. There's no, again, going for that Eternal Shroud. So, yeah, the Perk didn't want to hang around there. Not knowing what else was behind the Tiny, they just opted to go inside the Roche pit instead.
I think they did a really good job at pushing Miles away. They know there's no BKB on this Void. No Chronosphere either. And I think you probably give this to the Meepo, right? He's the true carry.
I mean, he's not died yet. Do you give it to him or do you give it to Juice? No, Juice is walking away. So yeah, no, okay. Looks like they are going to give it over to the Meepo. Yeah, no, I don't mind that. But I mean, PMA at the minute, he's in the most comfortable position in these fights, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like let's say, he's not really the carry this game. He's playing offlane for the safe lane. Spangan actually does hide himself. Nicely done.
Gets that slip away. Yeah, the Gyro just able to use the Glimmer Cape, walk himself into the wrong direction or the other direction from the hook.
Oh, they know where the Void is.
Faceless might not be so lucky. Yeah, they've got the damage coming through once again. Was that wasn't another BKB charge, was it? It wasn't. So, Silver Lions at least, but Navi Jr. are fully in control of this game, it feels like.
Yeah, that BKB seems useless, unfortunately for him. And at the same time, it's the only item he could have bought. Like, he needs, like, what, a Linken's and a Sanjin Yasha to survive, but then you're doing no damage. Navi, they're in full control of this game. I think this is really their game to lose. It's just odd because going high ground is not easy against Tiny Mag, right? You have tossbacks, you have skewers. So despite the fact they have this huge lead, I'm not sure this game's going to end up real soon unless they feed a lot of kills outside their base. And
you can see that, yeah, the way that they're moving around here, the Navi Jr. just feel comfortable leaving PMA on his own to get this farm up, you know, to apply pressure in other lanes. And I don't know if Mouse, especially with the Aegis being up here, you know, what do they need to do? Do they need to commit 2 or 3 heroes to trying to get this kill onto PMA? Or, you know, do they just have to wait out this Aegis and try and take a team fight after? Yeah?
It's not worth it. There's like tier 1 tower bottom here. If you try to go for this kill, it's going to waste so much time that everyone from Navi is going to be here. So probably the only way you fight is if they try to go high ground or once the Aegis is up. So they're going to have to wait like 3 minutes unless Navi is willing to go high ground. But there's tier 2s, right? I think they understand how their draft's supposed to be played right now. And they're going to get out of towers. They're going to chill. I don't see them going like too YOLO.
No, and everyone here on side of mouse, it looks like they're looking for their items. They're looking for the farm. Meepo's going to come back down towards this bottom lane, but like you say, it's given up so much here on the side of mouse. They're going to lose maybe potentially another tier 2 tower. Magnus is going to TP in, and yeah, PMA was on the hunt for the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter once again with a Glimmer Cape, so PMA comes right back towards this top lane.
Oh, they
help
find
get a
him
tier 2. Oh, yes, it's going to be jump away now, but the lasso, it drags him right back into the danger. The cooldown will be used, but it doesn't matter with that Dismember coming out from the Pudge. Still able to get the kill, and now the hook back onto the Lina. The Lina, no way she gets himself out. No, with that Dream Coil coming through now as well. Aegis was used, but it looks like PMA, he's going to use that second life and just get aggressive with it. So they've lost 3, buyback on 2. Chronosphere is still available, but do Navi Jr. want to try and force out a high ground push onto this tier 3 tower?
Yeah, they will. They're not using the buyback on Mag, so now you had to buyback as soon as you died so that the Lina's life is not wasted. Now that she doesn't have buyback, you really don't want to go for yours because you're not going to be fighting at full force anyways. This is one lane. I guess, yeah, there's going to be creeps. Maybe even try to force a bit more.
They're eventually going to get through this backdoor protection, take down the Raxes. The creeps do pushing into the base. Oh, it took them so long though. There's going to be the avalanche toss back. Was that follow-up going to come through?
To the fountain!
Inside the fountain they do. They get the kill onto PMA. He gives up... Holy shit, he nearly gives up 2,000 gold there.
Why did a tiny bot back though? That's a bit weird.
Toss back initiation, I guess.
Huh. Well, regardless, it is a big kill, but it doesn't change the status quo. Still, oh, force. Okay.
And smoke coming through from the side of mouse. Look for these wraparounds.
Mjolnir on it, so they finally have the DPS here, especially with the Meepo dead.
They want to, I mean, they've got all their ultimates up. If they get a good fight now that PMA's down, this is a big opening here. Dezo going to be hanging around. Cliff teases himself just to be that scouting Bat Rider. If he really desperately needs down, he's got that Firefly to get down. And this window of PMA being dead, it is rapidly closing. 10 seconds left before this Meepo's respawning. And it's going to be... It was a nice pickup there. Like I say, it was a lot of gold that the Meepo gave up. But yeah, Mouse not being able to find anything from it because Navi Jr. just played so defensively when he's down. And now they're going to be able to regroup, maybe go for a smoke and a pickup of their own.
Yeah, a bit of a desperate smoke that they ended up going for. They didn't have any vision. It's nighttime, so it's really hard to find anything. Obviously, just going up the high ground nighttime with no vision is very scary when you're this far behind. It's probably for the better that Mouse didn't force that too much. Bengan could be in trouble here, especially if he gets the Lotus. You can see it from fog.
Oh, who've they caught out there? They've got to catch on to the Magnus. The Magnus is down, still has that buyback. Didn't use it in the base push. Like you say, it was that tiny that used it. And now push comes through. The Magnus is going to be instantly buying back to this one. Supreme, what can he do? He's trying to get himself away. The Glimmer Cape, he's going to keep alive for a little bit longer now. The RP on the back line is going to be a drag back. But drag into what now? Let's say into the Chronosphere. Okay, they get a kill onto the Lich. Can they get the kill onto the Pudge? It doesn't look like it. The Chain Frost goes bouncing around once again. Gets the kill onto Force. That's a dieback on Force. Bengen's dead now as well. Dismember coming out. Do they get the kill? No. It's going to be the time walking Bengen. Just have that buyback if he wants to group up with his teammates, but it looks like all Net comes out. He's going to be able to get the time walk away. The jump forward, though, from Got the Juice. They're looking still for this kill on the Faceless Void. And now the BKB was off. They're going to be able to get the damage. They get the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
This is over. I don't know how to come back from this. Like, this Meepo, Siege is so fast. They're so far ahead. No Chrono, no RP. This is at least another lane of barracks. They still have a tier 2, so that's kind of what keeps Mouse in this game.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that they are going bottom rather than going mid and claiming another lane of barracks. But I guess Meepo pushes so fast that it doesn't matter.
You've still got the Pudge here that's going to push in himself, and you'll keep this creep wave pinned in. So, I mean, if they get this timing right, there's still 30 seconds before the Tiny and the Faceless Void are back up. 30 seconds more than enough here, I think, to take down both sets of racks. And there's no fortifications on the board here as well, so Mouse, yeah, got no way of repelling this push coming through. Cooldown will be used, but They only need to back up, and in fact, they're going to be able to get the jump on the Gyrocopter. Gyrocopter once again gets caught out. He is straight up dead. 44 seconds, but he does have that buyback if he wants to use it.
Oh,
good
pick
blade,
off from Supreme.
They get the kill. There's going to be the skewer back now as well. PMA once again, what can they do with this one? Time dilation's going to be used. It's going to be a big catch with the LSA onto all of the Meepos here, and they should be able to do the get the kill. No, they don't yet, like you say. The Mega Meepo comes out. Dismember once again onto the Tiny. Trying to do what they can with the LSA. The right clicks coming through from Allnet once again. Skewered back into the Fountain of the Purge. Going to be taking these fountain shots. Is it going to be able to? It is going to be able to get the kill. So maybe diving too deep, too greedily here on the side of Navi Jr. Mega Meepo will be used. The dig was already used as well. They clean up 4. But again, they can lose a lane of racks from this.
Yeah, it's still... I guess they're going to have their cooldowns right. Nowhere Pure Chrono using that fight. But still had to use a buyback. Still lost lane of barracks. Unless Roshan spawns in 2 seconds and Mouse gets an Aegis out of this, it's still really tough for them to come back. Let's see if Gaben is going to gift Mouse a present.
1 second, what's that cooldown going to be? It is... Whew,
nah.
Minute and a half. And... yeah, this isn't... The thing is, though, right, because you've got these 2 side lanes pushing in, the Gyrocopter, he's going to TP now, but the longer that Mouse are outside of the base, the more they're going to lose from this. In fact, does he does actually complete the TP. Yeah, both these side lanes are going to push in. This is a big window here for Navi Jr. just to be able to apply this pressure to Mouse and maybe try and take the base while Mouse are trying to be busy defending this Roshan.
Yeah, they're gonna try and smoke with the Meepo dead, which is not a bad idea, but there's an amplified damage on the puck.
Did he get himself away from this one? Damn, he gets himself outside of the chronosphere here, jumping himself to the orb. They get the kill onto the Lina. The Lina is dead. 74 seconds again. Buyback is available. Gyrocopter's gone now as well. Lasso, they've got the lockdown onto the Tiny. In fact, I think the puck's going to be able to get the solo kill as well into Force. I think this is just going to be GG. You've got 1 hero with buyback, 3 other heroes dead. And Navi Jr., they're going to be able to march down the mid lane, march down any lane they want, and look for these tier 4s.
Yeah, this is looking Jover right here. Amplify damage puck, just getting the barracks by himself. Maybe... You know, they have ways to hold the lanes. This Lina is gigantic. You have power on the Void. But I feel like they're going to try and end this snap right now. They do have 1 glyph, so that's the... Can they buy enough time? Can you get a perfect skewer back into the fountain twice? Sell all of your items, buy a refresher.
And the lanes just continue. Okay, so they go back. I'm going to be able to pop those megas. And yeah, they're just waiting. I mean... They're going to have pretty much... what's the timing on the cooldown for Dream Code's back in 6. You've got the Chain Frost back up in 12. Lasso's back up in 4 now as well. And... okay, they back themselves away, but again, all the ultimates are back up, and if they want to, they can back themselves out, take a Roche and come right back into this base here on the side of Navi Jr.
Yeah, true. It is up. It's also a banner Roshan, so lots of action here with that big item.
I like it. I think it could do a little bit more, but if you put it on, you know, maybe where your tier 1 tower is in the bottom, like, because you still have that tier 1 tower bottom, you know, you then focus on taking the fights around the top middle part of the base. That is going to push in. You know, the Roshan banner is going to have that benefit. So I don't think it's a useless item. I just think that teams maybe don't use it optimally.
I don't like I think it's too... I think he needs more depth.
Yeah.
It's like you just throw it somewhere and it's there. I wish it was like an active... Like, I think Suns fan, I was listening to the podcast and they said, what if it was like a controlled unit that you drop that has an aura? Like, and it's a kind of like a healing ward, or... What was the name of the old Vlad's upgrade that they deleted?
The Wraith Pact?
Yeah, like... Something of that sort where it's at least more actively, right? It just feels lazy the way the banner works. And I wanted something, right? Like when you look at all of the other drops, it's an egg, so that's huge, or it's a cheese that you have to pop at the right time, or it's a refresher. I wish the banner had a bit more of like something happening to it. It feels like you drop it. You can even see it in the minimap. If you're just watching the game, you barely know it's there.
Honestly, I don't mind a bit of a controversial opinion, I think, but don't change the banner. Change the way the map is. Make, again, controversial, make the base normal ground. Make the tier 2 towers, push them a little bit back towards the base. Just a little bit, not a lot, but a little bit. Make the tier 2 towers the high ground and flatten out the base.
Flatten out the base. Okay.
Because I think
that's interesting.
That's the big thing, right? It's so hard, especially with some lineups, to break high ground. That it might put more emphasis on defending the tier 2s. It's wacky game design. You know, it's not something Valve are going to do, but that's just me. You know,
I didn't know you were a flat earther.
Well, no, you're gonna have the bumps on the tier 2s.
Okay, some valleys and bumps somewhere. Okay.
Jump coming through. Yeah, they've got 2 onto this one. They're going to make it 3 now. The BKB comes out for only. He gets a Chronosphere out onto the hook, but the hook comes through. It's going to be onto the Meepo. Actually, I mean, it's still not going to be the death. RP on the back lines. Can they get killed the puck? The puck is just soaking everything up here. Look at this one. Another phase shift. He's still going onto this one. Dive comes in. Dream Call's going to be the GG is called. 4 heroes dead on the side of Mouse. And Navi Jr. it wasn't the greatest start in the lane for the Pudge, but like you say, PMA, the actual carry here, was just able to push them through to glory. 43 kills and a 30k net worth lead at 36 minutes in.
Yeah, you just have to bend this Meepo. I think after watching this game, like this hero is rotating level 4. Which offlaner can rotate to level 4, heal the mid laner twice, and still have a game like this one? Like, it feels like if you're rotating as an offlaner, you're paying such a big price. And no, like the Meepo keeps the original one in the lane. If something happens, he sends the Meepo. If something doesn't happen, he's still getting experience. You have to ban that Meepo. I think Navi Jr., there's absolutely no way that you get a different hero that can play the same way.
No, and we'll find out if Mouse are going to follow that game plan. It's going to be the final the final game of the day coming up right after this break.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA.
What if Kunka knew that he could not only play Dota, but also place bets?
Better the best black hole.
1xBet, bookmaker company.
Chances of breaking items in a tournament match are non-existent. Chances of winning at 1xBet are always real.
Join with me.
At your service.
Stealing Aegis from Roshan is very difficult. Winning at 1xBet is super easy.
your skills into gaming. 1xBet.
Look around. Screens are everywhere. They allow you to immerse yourself in another world, into hundreds of different worlds. Here you can be anything you want, and we will support you in this. OG, Team Spirit, 1xBet. If you are with us, you win.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the final game of the day, Navi Jr. versus Mouse. And Mouse, they want to end this one on a win. You know, they want to be going through it at least with 2 draws today, get themselves up the table. But Navi Jr., this is their last chance here today, right here, right now. So they need as many points as possible. And after that last game, Bowie, I don't know if I can support Navi Jr. A Meepo and a Pudge, that was just straight up disgusting from the team. And they were able to take that victory. Mouse just couldn't keep up in the end.
Yeah, they exploded with that Meepo. But, you know, the question is, how good are they going to look without the Meepo? Meepo is a hero that, you know, sometimes you see those players, they get 2,000 MMR out of nowhere, and then you look, oh, Meepo is a pretty good hero dispatch. And then when the Meepo is out of position, they drop it all. It is a nasty, nasty cheese pick. I want to see how Navi can perform if they don't have access to it, if somehow, you know, they draft more counters. Because... yeah, I think a big part of that win was Mr. PMA. Let's see if they can play at the same level. Because Miles, I think they play pretty well, not only this series, but in the last one. That Meepo was just a bit too much.
Yeah. Do you have to first phase ban this? Because I assume if you let it through in the first, the Meepo just gets picked up in that first, like, couple of picks.
I think first phase can still be banned, like, can still be punished. You have to ban the second phase at least. So, more than that, like, you need to ban it at best in the second phase. But you know, if you want to be extra certain, extra sure, they actually banned the Pudge first out of all of this. This is funny because he was poor Bangan got destroyed, just ganked the entire game, and they banned the Pudge anyways. That's funny.
Yeah, it wasn't the best game for the Pudge. It's good with the Chen ban coming out the back right as well as the Timbersaw, but it felt like another carry might have been able to slot in and had just as much impact, maybe even more if they had a better lane stage. But yeah, at the minute, like, Mouse is just like, we don't want to give you either of them. We're going to take it away from you. The Centaur as well as the Dragon Knight do get banned out here from the side of Navi Jr. So we'll see what is going to be let through here, because Mouse is taking the time about it. They're thinking about it. Do they actually want to let this one through and maybe have an idea up the sleeve to deal with this Meepo?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough choice. They ban a lot of Meepo counters on the side of Navi Jr. as well, like the Timbersaw, Batrider, the DK, Centaur. All of them have either AoE damage or just that percentage damage reduction. Really strong against Meepo. They will let the Meepo through and grab a Shadow Demon. Not at all the hero was expecting, honestly. I don't think this hero is necessarily good against Meepo. I don't think this hero is necessarily first pick material either.
I don't mind it. I mean, again, I think I've seen in other events how good it looked. Just being able to... The disruption, again, to turning enemy heroes back on themselves. The Shadow Poison in the lane is so strong. So, yeah, I really don't mind it here. But, yeah, as first pick, maybe not. I think there's other heroes you maybe want to try and secure first. And speaking of securing first, Navi Jr., do they let this one through? Because they're going to be going through, again, first phase, maybe not banning out the meepo. There's going to be another 2 bans here on the side of Mouse, and they might just, you know, kind of shrug off this meepo here, go for something different. Because like I say, if you are being forced to pick it first pick, there's a lot of counters still that can still come out against the meepo.
Yeah, I think you wait a little bit. I think what they're doing with the Shadow Demon is a lot of the other carries that got the juice plays besides the Pudge are very mobile heroes. So Sven, Slark, Luna, Morphling. I think all of those heroes get countered by Shadow Demon. So I do like where they're coming with that.
10 seconds
I think it's an overall decent strategy. Now Navi Jr., they just pick a Kunkka, another hero, synergize really well with the meepo, because you're going to have run buff on all of the meeplings.
There it is. Straight away, well, not straight away, but the 4th ban, it is going to be that meepo ban. And yeah, it could have been a block pick coming out there from Navi Jr. as well, because I think the Kunkka early on is a good counter to the meepo as well. But yeah, this time Navi Jr., they get themselves that Kunkka, and the meepo will be banned out. So we'll see. Maybe the other direction, we're going to see a Tinker mid and an Arc Warden carry coming out for Navi Jr. just to go for that other cheese.
Yeah, why pick Tinker and can pick Dazzle, right? The real Tinker.
Or
maybe that's what they're...
What are we talking about? Huskar.
Oh, I mean, it was banned a lot today, right? I think we saw like 2 or 3 less third phase Huskar bans. As now the Snapfire comes in. Probably going to be the 4 here with the Kunkka, but can flex to other positions.
Yeah, what are you looking at then, mouse-wise? Because that last game, again, it wasn't the worst start, but you're not going to be having a couple of these heroes again. Well, you're not be coming up against the Bat Rider here as well, but do you still want to, even though there's an X mark down, are you still looking for something like the Faceless Void in the lane?
I want
to
a
try and
Rubik
get...
for them. I really like Rubik into Snapfire. Ooh, that hero. It was banned every single game today.
Yeah, and they even get the Nature's Prophet on the board as well. So some good global presence coming out, even if it is going to be the 4 or the 5 here for Mouse. Being able to rotate around, put pressure on, and just apply ganks to any lane that feels squishy. And yeah, the Primal Beast being able to charge in as well, get on top of heroes. Good combination on the 2. And I wonder if they put this Primal Beast in the mid lane or in the off lane, because I don't think there's many lanes that it loses in the mid lane, to be honest.
Yeah, from what I've seen, Mouse, they play this on Force for the most time. I've seen he is the one that played it the last time. So I'm expecting it to be off lane, probably with this NP. I think it's a hero that can usually at least stay in the lane. Sap experience, very tanky, very hard to kill. And the NP can go ham to pitch other lanes. I want Rubik even more now on Navi. I think it's a hard counter to Primal Beast. The question is, are you willing to play the Snapfire as a 5 or mid? But in general, I really like it against Primal. It's like if you steal his ulti, it's so strong on Rubik.
And yeah, do they pick this up here now? I mean, Navi Jr. Again, I mean, the Faceless Void actually wouldn't be too bad for them as well. I think the boat into the Chronosphere, you've got the Mortimer cases raining down as well, and you do have the next couple of picks, so you can pick up both that second support as well as your carry here. And they do have final pick as well, so they're going to be able to leave that mid laner until the very last pick if they want to.
Very true. They don't play Rubik on Navi Jr. as far as I can see, so looking at the heroes that they've been playing, I guess Pugna is open, but seems pretty bad. I wouldn't mind to see Venge, actually. They're gonna get a bird. So, 2 very tanky heroes. You have run buff on top of it. They get the Void on Navi. So, I like it. You have the one more combo with the Snapfire. This Void is gonna be really hard to kill with all of the run buff and the Sunray. This is interesting. I think they lack damage, though. Only the Snapfire seems a bit too little.
Well, do you think we put this Navi Kunkka mid or off?
You're probably not sure yet. Well, when you see the puck, you're probably fine with mid Kunkka.
Okay, just because I was thinking that you maybe go for something like the Mars here as well. On Navi
You're getting
Jr.
Volker, right? On Navi, so maybe if it doesn't get banned, you pick Invoker, play offlane Kunkka. I think it's fine. It's not great versus Puck, but later on you're gonna scale so much that it might compensate for it anyways.
Yeah, and Navi Jr. what is going to be the final couple of bans, because what Mouse is looking for a carry. TA's been banned up by themselves. What's been popular? Sven's the lifestealers. I do think you need something tanky here to kind of be able to survive through the chronosphere as well, and maybe even. No, that wouldn't work. Yeah, no, so just something that's just a bit tanky, like I say, that can survive through the chronos. So, looking at the hero lineups, yeah.
I think you can. I think you can lane against the Kunkka. You have a way to deal with the egg. You can infest people, especially if you get eggs. You actually have cast range to infest inside the chronosphere, and there you go. They ban it.
Yeah, and they ban it out. Yeah, I was looking at maybe something like, I know I've just been talking about, you know, a tanky hero, but something like the Slark as well. That if he gets a good Shadow Dance off when the chronosphere comes out, you can dive to the back lines as well, deal with the Supernova. But they go for the Medusa.
All right.
Surely this is going to be an Invoker then, right?
I like it. An EMP. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Or I guess the lane for the Kunkka isn't ideal, though, because you're going to be against 2 range. I wonder
5 seconds
if I'd rather pick something else for the off lane.
Maybe. I'm just looking at, you know, what would be able to burst through as well. That could go for something like the Marcy. If you're wanted to put the... Because you get the dive in, the Unleash as well, you're going to be able to rip through the Medusa's mana shield. Though I don't know how popular Marcy is in Europe, to be honest.
Maybe you play Snapfire mid of Diffusal Blade? Oh, well. Diffusal Blade hero, just a different one.
Forgot about the Pango.
Alright. I like it. I think Invoker is nice, but the timings are a bit off. I think it's... You don't really pressure the puck, because he can always phase shift your EMP. Yeah. I think the Spangolier, the curve that's he will hit is just faster, it's just stronger. I like both drafts. I think Mouse has probably the better draft this time, though. I look at this Medusa, and if this goes too late, I'm not sure you're gonna have the damage to deal with her. They also have this Nature's Prophet. You get a lot of deep vision, so the Primal Beast and the Pluck can play ham. Maybe the only thing I'm scared of is the laning stage. I look at SD Medusa. It doesn't really look as a strong lane. Obviously, later, the illusions are going to be strong, and you just push all the waves. But the lane stage might be a bit weak for Onit.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking if PMA can get a good start, you know, the Niku rotation's coming around as well. They might be able to get a good setup onto this Medusa, but yeah, like I say, if this Medusa maybe going to be one of those road games where the Medusa at 6, level 7 picks up that Stone Gaze, you know, doesn't go fully into the mana shield as well as a split shot snake, just keeps a point just in case, you know, keeps a point in reserve. I think I like Navi Jr.'s draft a little bit more though. I think I'm leaning Navi Jr. I think I kind of, you know, can't look past their draft. I think they were so strong in the last game as well. Maybe that was thanks to, you know, all thanks to the Meepo, but yeah, I think I'm going to be going with Navi Jr.
All right. We'll see which team is going to be taking this one. As you said, very important for Mouse to take this win because we are pretty much all tied up right at the top. It's, you know, only one team that holds the 6-1, which is it 6-1? Yeah, 6-2, Monte. And I guess if Mouse... Yeah, so Navi already won, so they're also 6-3. Yeah. And Mouse can only... Even if they win, they're going to be 4. So it's still... Even if they win, it's not the greatest position for Mouse.
And... Yeah, they will be able to have a second chance tomorrow with their final 2 series. But yeah, no, they need to get points on the board. They need to get wins on the board here, so they will be looking for this one. And like I say, Navi, this is their final chance, so they need to be looking to take this 2-0 to be as comfortable as possible going into the final day of groups tomorrow, because this is it now. This is their last game. They'll have played everything. They won't have a second chance to get any more points on the board.
And I mean, just winning here, at least getting some momentum, not feeling too pressured would be nice, right? You just got acquired by a big org. You don't want to be dropping games like this. Probably. I mean, Dota's a mental game, right?
Yeah. And they're going to be able to get the Sprout here onto... I'm surprised that Narman started with the Sprout level 1. Usually, at the minute, everybody's going for these Quelling Blades, even supports going for the Quelling Blades. So usually you see that TP as the first spell picked up for the Nature's Prophet. But it looks like Narman actually wanted to try and go for the Sprout and, make something happen here. But Mouse still coming into this one as the favourites before the game really kicks off. Balance Ruin's going to be that 2-for-2, so no major upsets here for either side.
Yeah, pretty interesting choice indeed, because Void can always time walk off of the Sprout, and maybe it can set up on Phoenix before Icarus Dive is learned. But overall, pretty odd choice. Maybe it's a misclick.
Yeah, I mean, the Phoenix already has the Quelling Blade being picked up anyway, so it's, even if that Sprout comes out, he's just going to be able to eat himself out of the tree. And not the best tree there, but he's going to be able to use that Tango there as well. Got himself a couple of sets of Tangos, as well as that Quelling Blade, so should be fine for a decent amount of time, as Riddies did disconnect, excuse me. So just going to wait for him to reconnect and get ourselves ready back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I guess he also DC'd right at the beginning of the other game. Maybe some VPN, some connection issues here. Should be back in no time.
And yeah, if you're looking at this, the mid lane as well, you've got Supreme versus Niku, the Niku Pangolier coming out. Are you expecting kills either side? Because I think, the perk doesn't really win this lane, but shouldn't really lose it either, right?
Yeah. I think every lane's a bit hard to get kills. Like,
yeah.
Maybe if I would guess, it's probably Bangan dying to Navi Junior bottom, because the top lane, both the heroes have ways out of the onslaught. Like this NP, like his catch is awful. But to me, first blood's gonna be in the bottom side.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing, right? You're looking at Mouse's lineup that they have some control coming through the Disruption, the Dream Coil, yeah, like I say, the Dive In and the Sprout. But really, the only actual control they have is if the Storm Gaze procs and if the ult from the Primal Beast comes out there as well. That's the only kind of like actual stun lock that they have, and it's not just crowd control.
Yeah, it is a pretty weird game in that sense. But if the Medusa is strong, if they are playing ahead, you can always just group up and force towers, and then you don't care. Like they're gonna go at you. You don't need to stun anyone necessarily. But yeah, if you're playing from behind, then smoking is going to be a problem. It's just making plays in general. So the laning stage, very important. And I mean, I think their lanes are fine. You're not going to kill anyone top, but this Primal Beast is also going to get free farm. I don't think Void and Phoenix really pressure this hero at all. It's no Slark or some Monkey King that sometimes can actually crush this hero in lane.
Yeah, we might be able to see some TPs coming through from the Nature's Prophet to try and get... In fact, we're going to see it now in the bottom lane. Trying to get on the top of Daze. There's 5 of these... Yeah, it didn't matter what he did there. With 5 Shadow Poisons on top of him, Daze was always going down there no matter what he did.
Alright, I got the lane right, just didn't get the right hero.
But... yeah, it's going to cost him all of his mana here, the Shadow Demon, so he's not going to be able to do that again. And maybe Navi Junior going to be able to take advantage of that lack of mana coming through. Meanwhile, the top lane, Force isn't really punished out, even though Norman was missing, thanks to the global teleport coming out from the Nature's Prophet. And I mean, Force on the Primal Beast as well, you got to look at the items. You're going to go for the double Gauntlet of Strength. I wonder if that's going to be Braces, or if he wants to go into the Soul Ring, though.
I think he's not going to go for either. Oh, Nico's
really?
So low mid. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see Soul Ring, but sometimes you see... like straight up into an active item, and I think one item that I would really like to see, especially because he's against Diffusal Blade and a lot of magic damage, is the Eternal Shroud. So you get the mana from that item. I think like Blade Mail into Eternal Shroud sounds pretty good to me, but curious to see how Force is going to build up.
It's actually, yeah, so straight into the phase boot, so it looks like they are just be casual gauntlets coming through here just to make him that little bit of extra tank. It's going to be another TP down to the bottom lane. Do they get another kill into this one this time? Cookie comes through, PMA is trying to run himself back towards that tier 1 tower. But again, the Shadow Poison coming through, he's dead. He is straight up dead here. A Supreme, he was just going to be able to get the bounty runes, but yeah, Bangan with the stack-ups. This is the second time in a row that they've not respected those Shadow Poisons coming out from the Shadow Demon, and he was able to take advantage, and Force gets a kill into Riddies in the top lane.
Alright, so Mouse seems to be a game 2 team here. They come back in style, lots of aggression, which, you know, their draft is very good at, so not surprised, but they're definitely making a big impact. The Medusa not farmed as much as maybe she would liked, but that's a hero that can always just jungle. It really don't matter as long as you get the levels.
Yeah, and if you're on the sort of Navi Junior looking to interrupt the Medusa, are you looking to just get those wards down in the jungle, and get vision of the Medusa at all times, apply that pressure?
Yeah, I think you need the Diffusal Blade though, because besides that, like, you need level 6 on Snapfire and Diffusal Blade, and then I think you can consistently kill Own It. You're gonna use the Axe here in Banga.
They might be able to do some damage coming out, but PMA once again going to be 4 Shadow Poisons coming through, and the Shadow Poisons TP comes out. There's going to be the Sprout now as well.
Damn.
PMA, he is being punished for last game, you know. In fact, Days actually as well. Picking up the... Does he have enough mana left for it now as well? He has one more Shadow Poison up his sleeve if he wants to throw it out. It does connect. Now I'm going to go for the chase down here. Days has a cookie, no TP scroll though, so he's going to get himself out the old-fashioned way on foot, and just going to try and waste as much time as Nam as possible as the Shadow Poisons does pop, but only 2 charges though, so it won't be enough for the kill.
Yeah, Days does disengage there, but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how the Shadow Demon is getting so much mana for all that. Like, he's using some clarities, but it costs so much mana to go for those plays, and he's consistently getting them. Obviously, I guess having the NP allows that to be more reliable, because you know you're gonna have the follow-up damage. He's still here for some reason. He's probably gonna die now.
No TP in it, and it's quicker, I guess, to try and go for the reset. He's gonna go down. The Blood Grenade is gonna be off. He's trying to get the slow out now as well. The right clicks here. He is still wasting Narman's time, but he's gonna be taking away this creep wave. He has to take this creep wave, or it's gonna be denied by Narman. And yeah, Days Sprout comes out, and this time surely the damage is gonna be off Narman. Yeah, it's gonna start to deny these creeps as well, so makes this lane just a little bit harder for PMA.
This is huge. Now he has earned shadows, so those rotations from Narman are gonna be even stronger. Overall, this is shaping up to be a really good game for Mouse. If you get an early Vassal, it's going to be so much damage they're going to be doing. This Plug's already level 6. Things seem to be on the up and up here.
Yeah, and well, we're going to see the TP coming in here from Nico here on the... Do they get the roll? The problem is they do. So the Pulverize, it's not going to be able to get the kill onto Got the Juice, and it looks like Force he's going to pay with his life, but it did force the TP out from Niku, who has that regen rune, so will be able to move himself back into the lane with pretty much full mana when he gets back there. But it does mean that Supreme can just meander off, get himself another bounty rune, and maybe just apply a little bit of pressure to this tier 1 tower. Not a whole lot, but just enough to start to show that this tower's vulnerable.
Yeah, really good rotation. This Primal Beast was alone for a long time and still gets more farmed than Kunkka. This goes to show how problematic the lanes have been for Na'Vi, and this allows Onit to... Yeah, he might not have the best CS, but his levels are looking pretty good.
Yeah, and you take a look, yeah, when he's been involved in, what, 3 kills, he's got the 3 assists, so that is going to give him some extra net worth. He's only going to be about 80 gold behind, 60, 70 gold behind the Faceless Void now as well. Faceless, top lane, gets himself out of the Sprout. No, we'll just continue farming up here.
And go farming some stacks. The Horse Primal Beast will scout it out.
What are you looking at now? It's going to be the Veil coming out for the Primal Beast, so not the Eternal Shroud just yet. Wants to be maximizing the amount of damage that he's going to... Well, him and his team are going to be outputting here when he dives himself in.
And for the rune, it is top lane. Nicely done by Forest, securing it for Supreme.
Illusion Rune coming out. I wonder what the Puck's going to do with this one. Making a move. There is a ward down, but he doesn't go that way, so they're not going to see the Puck, I don't think. Nah, they don't see him. He does try and mess with the Watcher. Niku inside. Drops a ward that's Supreme now. Takes a little bit of harass from this. They're waiting on the low ground. Chronosphere comes out. Do they have the damage to get the kill onto the Puck? This might be just enough. The cookie setup now as well. It is going to be. Days gets that kill, but it does mean that 4 heroes rotated for that. But still a really nice pickup for the side of Navi Jr.
Yeah, pretty deep move from the Puck. I guess didn't expect that many heroes, but still will pay with his life. No Chronosphere, which means Mouse can now go for a move they want to, I guess. The respawn here into Nico could be a play.
And PMA, he's hiding around here. His teammates are going to group him up. Olnit
gonna find
be in danger. Yeah, do they have this X mark as well to get the lockdown onto all that they do? Where's that setup going to come from, though? There's going to be the disruption. So it stops the X mark getting the drag back and that torrent connecting. Keeps the Medusa alive and no full up Nico. Excuse me, Niku. Not close to that diffusal blade just yet, so wasn't able to get the chase down onto the Medusa and take away that mana shield.
Alright. Here's to see if we're going to see any, like, Dagons on Navi or something to deal with the Shadow Demon illusions. Because once you have Monte plus the Shadow Demon illusions, it's just a lot of AoE damage that's going to be flying out.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose later on in the game you are going to have that Sunray coming through. And do they get the jump? Faces Void could be in a little bit of trouble. The Pulverize will be here. The damage, it's going to be more than enough. He's going to be silenced up. Couldn't get the Time Walk off. And I think the creeps were the last ones to do the damage here. So from that, they will be able to take down this tier 1 tower now as well. And Mouse, they are taking control of game number 2. Navi Jr., they just cannot get set up, it feels like.
Really nicely done here by Narman. Picks up this rune from the Navi side. They're going to get this tower. Yeah, sure. Supreme died once, but at the end of the day, that is a free safe lane tower for them.
And I know we're only 10 minutes in here. Rolling Thunder going to be used. Did they get the kill onto Force? He looks at the Primal Beast. He's going to go down. Rolling Thunder, does he get anything else from this one? As he looks at the Faceless Void, he just wants that safe farm in the mid lane. So not gonna go overly aggressive. Not gonna try and help fight with his teammates.
All right, so the Medusa starting to climb a little bit here. Now ahead of got the juice by a big margin. I mean, I think Mouse is in a pretty good position. Like, it's only a 2k gold lead for them, but when I look at the drafts, Own It is having a free game. And if they don't start pressuring him, things can get ugly real fast. The Diffusal Blade's still a little bit far behind, even though the Spango is 1-0 and 2. I've seen games where Pango get faster Diffusal Blades. I guess he did stop for a Blightstone or the full wand. Maybe that's why he's a bit late.
Yeah, and he's going to be, I mean, still going to be, like you say, about 430 gold away. Meanwhile, yeah, the Medusa, this, is that the diadem coming out as well? It is, so he's only the recipe away from that Manta style here, and all that. Ooh, PMA, he doesn't actually see the courier, won't be able to take it down. But that's going to be a really big pickup for the Medusa once he gets that Manta style, like you say, and, yeah, they've just not applied any pressure. All three cores on the side of Mouse at the top of the net worth chart. And it feels like Navi Jr. in the second game can't get going for being stopped.
Yeah, they finally get the combo we talked about. Chronosphere plus the Mortimer Kisses. I'm not sure if you noticed, like, this cosmetic of the Snapfire. The kisses are so cute. Like, they barely look menacing at all. Like, they're just... It's really small. Okay, got the juice.
And they should be able to get the kill into Bangan. He's not going to be able to get off that disruption. And Supreme, though, takes down Daze on the back line. Supernova, it's going to be broken. It's going to be Supreme that gets the credit for cracking the egg. Now the chase down coming through as well. Dream Coil going to be used, and Pangale going to be silenced up. He does have that Rolling Thunder if he can get himself away from the silence. But the damage, it's way too much, and only takes him down.
Yeah, that's huge. They rotate. Just, yeah, there was a ward there, but they couldn't get vision before the smoke broke. He didn't get the Chronosphere off. At least the Void didn't die, but that's a 4k gold lead already. This Dusa, totally uncontested. Like, she's always... She's never the first point of contact on these rotations from Navi. So she shows up when she wants to, gets a kill even, and now gets back to farming.
How do you kind of deal...
It's done now. 40 gold away.
It's going to be, about 13.5 minutes by the time it's flown and completed, and it's... Yeah, how do you kind of, when your carry's being put under pressure, we'll come back to the second one, they might be able to get the kill onto Daze. Daze is getting himself away. The Cookie's going to come through Rolling Thunder now as well. Got the juice, he's got that Chronosphere if he wants to use it, but he's going to be silenced up. Couldn't get it on the back lines. Goes for the Time Walk away. And Supreme, Rolling Thunder, Niku is going to be in the middle of 4 heroes here. Where's his teammates to help him fight this one out? Swashbuckle comes out, looks like he might be able to get himself down to the low ground. Charge comes in. Force, he's going to be able to go for the ultimate now as well. And the Faceless, he just gets absolutely annihilated here. And now the Pangale is going to be careful. One more right click. Puck takes him down. Supreme, they have the damage, and now Riddy's is going to be the next one to fall. 4 heroes dead. And PMA, he's on the run.
I mean, this Primal Beast hero is such a menace. He was alone the entire game in the laning stage, and still is gigantic. They're going to hunt down PMA. They're going to steal the Wisdom Rune as well, maybe. No, he will live.
Yeah, he's going to get himself over to that. Just claims that, make sure no one can take it. And Yeah, no, I mean, I even forgot. Okay, no, my question was like, if your carry's being put under so much pressure, you're having to respond to keep him alive. Do you just kind of have to sack him and go for that Medusa, and try and get Mouse to pull the aggression off your carry to protect the Medusa?
I don't think you can do that. The thing is that it's much easier to connect your own carry than to find the enemy carry when you have no vision, when you have no idea where he is, right? So it becomes really obvious if you have to send 4 heroes to God knows where trying to find Medusa. So I think it is easier to save your carry. It's just that even that has not been possible for Na'Vi Jr. here, as they're being totally outclassed by Mouse.
They are being ripped apart at the seams here, it feels like, Na'Vi Jr. after such a good first game. Mouse, like you say, they're a second game team, and the Faceless just trying to play away from the puck. But yeah, 14-4, 9k net worth lead here. Look at the difference between the two carries. Half of that net worth difference comes between the difference between the two carries here.
Oh,
Jump
no.
coming in. There's going to be silence. He gets the kill and got the juice off the board for another 30 seconds.
I mean, they finally finished the Diffusal Blade, but it honestly feels too late already. This is...
Yeah.
This Primal Beast is gigantic. The Eternal Shroud is about to come in. You just don't have, especially without the Chronosphere, you don't have the combination of damage and control to do anything. So much disengaged. They have saves on the side of Mouse as well. Na'Vi Jr., I guess you have to probably YOLO smoke right now. I feel like if you just keep these pick-offs happening, you're never going to be able to salvage anything. Like, you have to be together.
Yeah. And by the time the Pangolier finishes Diffusal Blade, Olnit's got his Manta style, and he's going to be about 100 gold off his own Diffusal Blade now as well. So, in fact, with these stacks coming out, he's going to be able to get this one up. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Olnit join these fights. You know, they started to look to take objectives, and then maybe even dip into the Roche Pit here as well.
Oh, Radiant Scan. They look at the Primal mid, they know they can't get it. Now they go bottom, the scan clips them. They don't even find Narman. All of the tier 1 towers are like super healthy. Their draft can push, their draft can do anything on Na'Vi if they're this far behind.
Yeah, Nuku's going to show and the pings start to come out here. It is going to be nighttime, so it's a top map Roshan, but if they can find these fights, okay, Nuku gets the TP away. Yeah, no, they can look to, they could definitely look, even just the Medusa here with the support backups, look to put pressure on this tier 1 tower on the bottom lane.
Yeah. Look at Own It now. Diffusal Blade ready. Disperser on the way. It's just, this is looking really tough. And the thing is, Mouse, even though they are ahead, they are in no rush because their draft, I'll probably say, scales a bit better than Na'Vi, unless they are really far ahead, which they're not, let's face it.
No, and moving around, the Phoenix could be in trouble now as well. Phoenix is going to have the Icarus dive, but yeah, look at this. The Medusa only has the Nature's Prophet for backup and feels so comfortable coming into the dire triangle, stealing this farm away from Na'Vi Jr.
Yeah, some pretty juicy stacks, and they're all separated. Like, it's not only the Deuces alone, but everyone is just getting their own farm. And Na'Vi, because they don't see much, they're afraid of even like showing in the lane. The only ward they have is this one in the cliff, close to the tier 2 tower in the top lane.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
So, Reddy's just trying to get some of his wards being taken down, because the Prophet, being able to TP in, can get in deep on the other side of the map and get some really good vision out here. What are we looking at? 18 minutes in, 10k net worth for Mouse. And yeah, item-wise, what are you looking for next? So Pangolier wants to be going towards his axe, but how long it's taking him to get to the gold? He's still going to be another, what, 1400, just over 1600 gold away from completing that. PMA, he wants his own axe. He's only just barely started this one. Faceless, yeah, BKB coming out. And again, we've already talked about how bad this feels. That you're sending the Faceless Void to the second item, BKB.
Exactly. Like, honestly, this Pangolier, all things considered, is not having that bad of a game. He did get a really good drop on the Orb of Destruction. He is not that far away from the Ags. So that's probably the only real timing they're going to have this game. That Ags into a really good fight where you get a lot of spells off into the Medusa. You might still be able to kill Own It, but can't even find her. Like, it really feels like Own It has the entire map for him, and Navi is forced to play in like 5% of the map.
800 gold away from his disperser on Medusa.
Goddamn. Yeah.
And not really been tested here either on it. There was a couple of times where maybe the teammates were getting involved here, but like you say, did he get another kill into the faceless now as well? He's going to be silenced up, but the Sunray going to keep him alive a little bit longer. He's just trying to wait out this Dream Call. Damage coming through. Benger's going to try and do what he can as well with the Shadow Poison, but the Time Walk is out here for Got the Juice. He's still moving himself away from this one. The Shadow Poison's 3 stack, surely not going to be enough. With illusion damage coming through as well, Supernova will be used. Faceless Void going to be able to outlast those Shadow Poisons. No! He still doesn't catch out Supreme. And Supreme's going to be able to leave. And that's a big, big opening here. Even if they did lose the Shadow Demon, Chronosphere being down, Supreme, he still has all the momentum in the world to get himself away from this one. The spells, yeah. Phase Shift into the Orb. He's got the Blink Dagger coming back up in 5 seconds. He is just going to be able to straight up leave.
Yeah, this feels so bad. This Void just can't even show in the lane. Survive somehow, but waste the chrono. Dusa doesn't even have to care about all of that, although she is slowly slithering towards the top side.
Yeah, might want to get involved in this fight here. And if they take this tier 2 tower, the Mouse, or even a couple of kills here, Mouse can take that Twin Gate back down to the bottom part of the map, and then look to take Roshan and go for a second tier 2 as well.
Yeah, pretty sure they can. They're actually, yeah, they want to steal the Wisdom Rune. I really like that play. Yeah. Maybe steal the Tormentor as well. And after that, maybe because Navi is going to be shoved into their own base, you can try and force Roshan, as you said.
Look at this Force. He's just not afraid at all about being the only one showing here. They know the Chronosphere is down. He's going to be coming up into 2-3 heroes. Torrent, Sunray coming through, Rolling Thunder now as well. God, the Juice does take that Wisdom Rune. But he just carries on going. Yeah, Force. He is getting low now, though. Do they have enough damage to finish him off? It looks like with the Reckless coming through, they will be able to take him down. They've got a good couple of kills on here, Navi Jr. What else can he get from this one? Stone Gaze has been used on it, though. Does he want to carry on going? There's going to be the dive onto the backlines. The puck comes in. So does Norman. They take 2. They take 3. Excuse me, they only take 2. And close to a third, though, as the Phoenix was going to be able to run himself away. And they even take the Tormentor from this.
Yeah, like that was the best case scenario for Navi Jr. You have 4 heroes hitting this Primal Beast. It takes you 7 seconds, but if anyone was like 1 or 2 seconds closer to the Primal Beast, I think you don't even lose Force in that fight. But yeah, it did ended up buying time for them to kill the Void and the Pango, the 2 cores that matter the most in the start of Navi Jr. So you're not even sad as Mouse. Like, you lost your offlaner. Who cares?
And what was that? Yeah, I mean, they lost 2 cores on the side of Navi Jr. And even though he did go down here, Primal Beast, he got a bit of a net worth bump picking up the Shard. Going to go back for the heart. He's got the Eternal Shroud. He's just going to go right back for the heart here. So he wants to be unkillable. And we saw how hard it was before he even had that heart. And heart did get a bit of a buff. What is it now? 40 strength instead of 35. So it is a little bit more viable now after those recent nerfs.
Force gets the shard. Oh boy.
Are you joking? Oh, the Yule Scepter is going to keep him... No, the silence. It doesn't matter because Narman's got himself, the damage on top, and they're even going to be able to break the egg. Supreme comes in. They get the silence. They get the control. That was just such a good boulder toss setup coming through from Force, though, to get the kill onto the Faceless.
Yeah, a lot of people honestly think his shard is bad, but it's a 325 damage shard. It really ramps up your damage in the early stages. You obviously got it, from the Tormentor, so very nice.
Yeah. It's a 1.4 second stun.
Oh, he got it!
It sets you up. Yeah, Nico's going to be coming in now. But with the Rolling Thunder, it just comes out. Boat connects as well into the Primal Beast. So Primal is just going to go for the leave.
Alright. Also, he bought Blink on Nico, right? He was really close to his eggs and kind of gave up on it for the Blink Dagger. Interesting. Especially against Coil, that's not what I expected him to go for. But maybe his plan is just split pushing as much as possible, so he feels like the Blink's gonna help more of that.
And you can see that again, Mouse just taking full benefits from this map control. Is that the Ags out for the Medusa? Is that what's flying out? Yeah, it is. Ags on the Medusa going to be completed now as well. Niku, he's going to be silenced up. He's going to be sprouted. He is surely going to be dead.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, we talked about a little bit of the lack of control that Mouse had in these fights. I like this build a lot. You don't have to go for the standard right-click build, especially because a lot of the right-click items Dusa goes for are defensive items in a way, right? Butterfly and all of that, but you're not being right-clicked this much this game. It's Kunkka and Void, you know, can't even think of using Chronosphere. So I actually like...
right-clicked. Yeah, she's not being right-clicked at all.
Yeah, not at all. I love this Axe build. It solves their draft. Oh, hello.
Yulceptor comes in. Phoenix, though, is he going to be able to get himself away? Still silence out. They get the kill. And, yeah, Medusa, look at the difference in net worth. It's nearly double the Faceless Voids on the side of Navi Jr.
God damn. Yeah, I mean, the Kunkka is ahead of Void this game. This is how bad God the Juice is having.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I don't know how Navi get themselves back into this one. Genuinely, I don't. It feels like every time they show on the lane, there's 2 or 3 heroes responding from Mouse, and they're just getting these pickups and getting the kills. And, yeah, Chronosphere comes out. What are they going to be able to do in terms of the catching? He might be able to get the kill into the Shadow Demon coming through now as well. Not a lot of mana left onto the Force. Force is going to be dragged back into the boat. Do they have the damage to get the kill? Playmail comes through from PMA there as well, just to make sure if he goes for that trample, the damage will be reflected. That's one thing that the Primal Beast doesn't have. No BKB here for the big man.
Alright, they do get that kill. Supreme.
Supreme? He's just used his orb now as well. Phase shift, what are they going to be able to do? Does Nature's Prophet want to TP in? He's going to be able to get that blink away though onto the perk. He might still be able to, yeah, should still be able to get himself away, even with that time dilation going. In fact, if they want to turn this one around, Olnit is rotating in. They have the TP from the Nature's Prophet as well. The Shadow Demon TP into the Tier 1 tower. They might be able to go for this fight. Who are they be able to go for? They get the vision out. Dave's going to be trying to use that Glimmer Cape. The silence is coming out onto the Kunkka. That's going to be the Orchid Burn there as well. So the damage, it's more than enough, and Olnit gets the kill. 48 seconds now without your Kunkka, no buyback.
Yeah, this is looking pretty bad. Olnit. He is such a menace, and they like the damage. Everyone on the side of Mouse, I think we had a very similar game. Like, we had a Puck and 2 tanky heroes. But I don't think it was Primal Beast. But, you know, Deuce and Primal with Puck, and Navi struggle with damage/control. So all of those heroes, even though they killed Force twice, he's like 2, 4, and 9. His score doesn't seem very impressive. But the amount of spells and amount of time that they have to use to kill him means that Mouse can reconnect, that they know which spells were used, and then Dusa just comes in and cleans up.
Yeah, and now uncontested Mouse inside the Roche Pit, 19k net worth lead here, coming up to 27 minutes in. They're going to get themselves a free Roshan, 22 kills to 9, and all the ultimates are going to start to come back up. It's just looking rough for Navi Jr., and again, this... being a draw, it doesn't really benefit them the way it benefits Mouse, with Mouse having 2 series left to play tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. It's momentum, it's confidence. I even feel like they really need this win as Mouse, because you know, they already got 1 draw. So if you end up 0-1, I mean 1-1 and 0-2. It would really hinder their chances of getting top 3. I think they are now in the run, pretty much, if they do close this series. But there's still a couple of games to be played, so let's wait for tomorrow when pretty much everything, besides the fact that one team is eliminated, I think all of the other slots are kind of in contention.
Yeah, and it's the way that the Group A has been played, where teams have been playing 2 games in a day. It's not just been everybody plays 1. And we see at the end of the 6-7 days how it ends out. But yeah, so we do have teams that are like right up at the top, but that's only because, like, say, Mouse haven't played their full games, and other teams have played their full stretch now. So Faceless Void disconnecting. Hopefully it won't be too far. But with this Aegis, I mean, I don't think the Medusa was in any danger anyway. But with this Aegis coming out now, the Butterfly's not too far behind. Do you just march high ground on Mouse?
I think so. I think you can do it. They have everything, right? You have hard on this Primal Beast, so it's very easy for Force to jump in. 4 spells, drag attention so that the Dusa can hit. This Puck is really hard to kill because of the Kaya Sanj. You have saves on this Shadow Demon that has a Blink Dagger, mind you.
The boulder doesn't actually connect there onto the Phoenix. Phoenix gets the Icarus dive away from the potential stun, as Faceless How far away is he from completing this? What's he actually looking for? He's got the BKB. He actually wants to go towards the MKB, it looks like. So he's going to be coming back into this fight, but it might just be with this Medusa having that Aegis. Is it going to be enough? He still has it for 3.5 minutes as well. So they need to be really on point with their fight here, Navi Jr., if they're going to repel this this Mouse side from the base.
Yeah, you have to go slowly here. Medusa, not the fastest pusher, but definitely one of the most durable ones. And he actually finished a BKB as well. It's going to be interesting.
All the toss into the Dream Coil now as well. They have the lockdown onto the with the Primal Beast coming in onto the Pangolier. Pangolier, damage coming through. He's going to try and go into that roll-up. He's going to be silenced. And now the Pulverize comes through. They get the kill. There's 2 heroes dead. No buyback. Only he's looking. Chronosphere is going to come out now as well. It gets the lockdown onto the Medusa. The Medusa actually not a lot of mana left. They get the 1 kill, but can they do it twice?
Oh, they solo will not die in the fountain. There you go. They pretty much use everything. Egg, Bolt, and Chrono is on cooldown. The only OT they have is on the hero that's dead.
And yeah, it looks like Olnet going to use these Medusa illusions to keep the mid lane pushed in here as well. They want to be applying pressure. They know they have this advantage here for at least the next 10 seconds or so. So they're going to try and get as much building damage as possible out of this. And again, with the Shadow Demon connecting with all these Medusa illusions as well, they are going to be able to overwhelm a lot of these buildings. Fortification will be used. As you do
look at the Void. He's jungling, right? He understands they cannot fight. And this is at least 2 lanes of barracks. They're going to try and make a last fight here, but without Chrono.
It's going to be a big ask now as well. Blade Mail coming out here from the Kunkka, but look at this one. Not only are they taking the base, not only are they taking the buildings, they're taking this full fight coming through. Only with a split shot, they clean up another 2 heroes. Kunkka has to buy back. There's no buyback onto the Faceless Void here now as well, because he was trying to invest fully into that MKB and won't be able to get that up before he goes down. Daze, the next one to fall. 2 heroes left alive. The Silence here onto the Pangolier. Do they get back into the fountain? They do, but this is going to open up mega creeps here for the side of Mouse.
Yeah, it does look like it. No buybacks on Navi Jr. after the ones he already committed. No OTs, no hope. This time, without that Meepo, they didn't look nearly as commanding as they did in game number 1.
Yeah, and you can see that Niku to be forced back again into the fountain as Olnet just comes up once again onto the high ground, looking to take this final building. They've got 20 seconds until the Faceless Void's back up, and Olnet's got to be a little careful. He is low on mana here, so if he does get jumped, oh no, they get the kill onto the Pangolier. Pangolier, no buyback, and this is going to be, I think, coming towards the end of this game.
Yeah, I mean, even when the Void comes back, there is no Chronosphere. He still needs like 20 seconds.
Pulverized back lines. They've got the lockdown here onto the Snapfire. What can they do for this one? Force. He is just going to be the big unstoppable force here himself. And GG just going to be called. So they call it. They don't think they can fight back. Morty kisses rain down, and Force, he is just, again, this immovable object that helps Mouse close out this game.
Yeah, you gotta ban that Primal Beast. And yeah, this was a really different game. The Meepo gets banned. Primal Beast somehow slips through the cracks, and Mouse is able to pick it up. And even though it was a very early Primal, just not punished in lane whatsoever. Just NP was TPing side lanes. And I think that's why, this Faceless Void was maybe not the biggest, the greatest pick they could have gone for.
Yeah.
I understand that they were trying to, get some combos with the Snapfire and the Phoenix, but that Medusa last pick was chef's kiss for Mouse.
Yeah, absolutely amazing there. And it does mean that Mouse, they're going to be able to get themselves 2 draws on the board today. I wonder if we can take a look at the table to see how that breaks down at the end of the day. There we go. So it is still going to be Navi Jr. on top, it looks like, but Mouse slowly starting to climb that table here. And with 2 more opportunities tomorrow to get points on the board, we might see a full shakeup of this top 3. And yeah, it's still anyone's game, unfortunately, apart from Havu's, but there is still plenty of games left to play.
Yeah, I mean, Navi Jr., they look very good right now, but they already played all of their series, whereas some of these teams still 1 or 2 series to be played. So Monte, pretty much everyone but JustBetter, I think, can... even JustBetter, right? They only played 3 series. They still have 2. They could... Yeah, they could be 7-3 if they play their cards right.
And that is going to be it for the day, everybody. We're going to be wrapping up here shortly, but don't forget, like I say, there is that final day of Group A to come. So for now, we are going to be saying goodbye, but we'll see you for the final day of Group A tomorrow. Bye-bye.
fuck? Use your skills in the gaming. 1xBet.